The man who believes in prayer is always superior to the idiot who desires nothing, hopes for nothing and fears nothing. Errico Malatesta. Memory is similar to imagination. Author's note. I could not have told Malatesta's story without the help of the monumental work of Pietro Berti, Errico Malatesta e il Movimento Anarchico Italiano e Internazionale, Milan, Franco Angeli, 2004. This work is, in certain respects, only a quick compendium of this volume. Cafiero had done the same with Capital, but with my freedoms and my infidelities. Another book that was precious to me is the never-written autobiography composed under the direction of Piero Brunello and Pietro Di Paola for Spartacco Editions in 2003, Autobiografia Mai Scritta. Recording. An anthology of Malatesta's texts still available in bookstores is Il Buon Senso della Rivoluzione, Milan, Eleuthera, 1999, still under the direction of Berti. A warning. Not everything you read in this story is necessarily true in the strict sense, but that doesn't matter. This is literature, like it or not. And then, the legend is truer than the story, said Malatesta, and I agree. Rue Andrea Doria. Where he lived, but what he led there, the triumphal district, was not really a life. There is a sober marble plaque fixed to the wall and, sometimes, a few withered flowers, a sign, a donation. The plaque is half hidden in the shade of the plane trees which guard the sidewalk and punctuate the continual comings and goings of the market. We are at a border where the roadway is slowly making way. In front, there is a hill, then the street goes up. Rue Andrea Doria, Place Medagli di Oro, the boulevard of the same name. The plaque says and does not say, it is reluctant. There is no word anarchy or even the anger of his last days, of seclusion. The apostle of freedom. Errico Malatesta. Lived and died in this house. July XXII, McNXE. In eternal memory. The building is still as it was in its time. A phalanstery with irregular volumes, with columns and arches, small projecting balconies, bright windows, blind dormer windows. From the sidewalk to the first floor, a 2-meter-high brick wall, then the immense facades clad in grey and the windows with green shutters bordered in yellow. At the very top, towards a clear and pure sky, too blue, the silhouette of the towers, the wash houses. Past the door of the building, the large interior square with palm trees, the 1,000 secret courtyards and a labyrinth of hidden walkways, stairs, passages. Further on, if we return to the Prati district, going down towards the river, the social housing for the employees of the governorate, the old covered market, today massacred, and other similar buildings, other course. When he arrived in Rome in the early 1920s, the area was still an open construction site. The first fascist patrols, the first attacks and, at the same time, the evacuation of the Abyssinian village, of the barracks. Through the window of his refuge apartment, of his lair, he saw the landscape changing, ordering itself. But in the streets, which were now taking shape and direction, there was a different, unclear tension, and the intensity of bad energy, of dull violence. For someone who had traveled the length and breadth of the planet, he had chosen a bad time to return. Or maybe he was right, at least not wrong. He had to be here, still fighting. Last night, massacre in San Lorenzo. At the moment, I am told that the bloody struggle is in full swing in Trastevere. This morning they invaded and devastated the headquarters of the Confederation and Bombassi's house on Place Cavour. Here in Triunfal, they tried to come the day before last night, but the troops stopped them. Now the neighborhood is full of soldiers, riflemen, royal guards, machine guns, barbed wire, but we don't really know if they are there to protect the neighborhood against the fascists or to protect the fascists against popular reaction. He lived at the wrong time, without wanting to, and now town planning comes to contradict his biography, making it absurd. While the city conquers new, previously unsuspected spaces, he finds himself squeezed into a corner, or a shell, and Malatesta's Rome, slowly, becomes ever narrower, claustrophobic. An area, a neighborhood, a street, an apartment. The life of a hermit, or a recluse, sticks to him irrevocably. His last moments on Rue Andrea Doria are unbearable and sad, extremely boring. The old globe-trotter, the subversive, the mythical Lenin of Italy is now a little old man who no longer sets foot outside, who receives no one, he has no visitors. They would have done better to incarcerate him. At almost 80 years old, he is irritable and impatient, usually restless and optimistic. They wear it out without even touching it. He who does not like to express himself, he who is so reluctant to do so, he writes to a friend from his forced domestic exile, and his words are, perhaps for the first time, desperate. No, my dear Virginia, I do not need to be quiet. I suffer, however, because I am obliged to remain still. I can do nothing or almost nothing, but I would at least like to know what is happening and what others are doing, as much out of a natural interest in our affairs as to avoid finding myself, when the situation has changed, as if I were falling from the naked. But what should the poor old man have to wait for? On Andrea Doria Street, the apostle of freedom was like a lion in a cage, all coated, who idly brooded over the past and, when he dreamed of the future, he pretended. Mussolini, who knew him well, all things considered, had played the worst trick on him. Free, yes, but free to do nothing at all, to stay at home. Free only to have the time and leisure to waste away. His geography of exile, or flight, had the shape and colors of a destructive regret, which transformed these slow days into an arabesque of blurred memories and impatience. With his eyes half closed, his chin on his fist, posted behind the half-open green shutters, he looked outside, below, more desperate than ever, helpless now. He was stuck there, in these rooms where, in the afternoon, the sun beat down and the new tiles reflected brilliant lights. The lights, the shadows, the flashes and the chiaroscuros of a still, shrunken existence. We have 6 cops at the door, he once wrote to a friend, and that says it all. He was under house arrest, buried alive, he was no longer even an electrician. If he stood, cautiously, at the window, he was devoured by pure envy, by ardent desire. The rhythm of the triumphal, the scrap metal noise of the trams, the cries, the market, this ersatz life fascinated him. He wasn't just any old man, of course, he had too many memories, too strange. So much memories. And what sadness. But what was he doing on Rue Andrea Doria? By what absurd twist of fate had he ended up in this old town, in this neighborhood? I'm waiting, he writes, but it's a way of speaking, an exorcism. He didn't expect anything, he remembered and no longer relied on his memory. Had he really been so adventurous, enterprising, and daring? Cadiz, London, Egypt, New York, Buenos Aires, the Mates Strip, Patagonia. From these 1,000 rebel lives came a vague scent that his current life, this non-life, made very improbable, incredible. Provocateur of events, agitator, electrician and mechanic, conspirator, of all his masks, of his faces, little or nothing remained, only torment. His silence had become dense like lime, sticky. There was no longer anyone to enchant, no masses, no crowds, no people, no more harangues, solitary plots, assemblies. He only spoke with Elena, his partner, and only with her own daughter, little Gemma, who had been stupid enough to marry a damn bigot, a sycophant. Just a few years or months earlier, friends were still visiting him, admirers and comrades, imitators. He cooked vegetable soups, stockfish, he opened a bottle of strong wine, he chatted. But he didn't talk about himself, he wasn't stupid. It bothers me to have to talk about myself, I'm not vain enough to say what I may have done right nor naive enough to say what I may have done wrong. But every rule has its exception. And every exception has a rule, unfortunately, he noticed it, Years of a wandering, exceptional, life, locked in a bottle, regulated, squeezed between four walls, liquidated. He had difficulty breathing, he was choking, he felt exhausted, paralyzed. All this tranquility, this false peace, this invalids patience, the boredom. It was a slow rhythm, a dragging cadence that exhausted him. At almost 80 years old, he marks time and, for the first time, he accepts. He no longer has any illusions and no longer has any doubts. From this apartment on Rue Andrea Doria, he will only leave with his feet first. That's at least a certainty, he can count on it. He says his head is confused, and then he has insomnia at night, he sleeps during the day, he feels useless and tired, he feels dumb. He gets emotional when he thinks of his comrades, but most of the time he doesn't think about anything. When he thinks, he ruminates, he mutters. To die now. When we dreamed and hoped so much, the idea did not please him, disgusted him. But he was sarcastic about it sometimes. It wouldn't last long anyway. With his damaged lungs and emphysema, he lived attached to an oxygen tank, wheezing, and he even joked about it, ironically. What other resources did he have, what other weapons? Among other things, I couldn't leave the house without dragging an oxygen tank behind me, something absolutely impossible for me. This is his last letter, a farewell. He dies on the day written on the plaque, and even dead he is frightening, he disturbs the peace. His death was not announced, the police took precautions. Some still come and then move away, it is better not to be seen on Rue Andrea Doria. The adventurer's last journey is the one that takes him to the Verano cemetery. No flags or supporters, no flowers, only the family crown. And no unforeseen circumstances or obstacles along the route. Then the police inform the ministry. Funeral transport of the anarchist Errico Malatesta carried out at 3:15 p.m. at a trot without incident. The remains were followed by 3 cars of relatives. Long route, and at Verano, no one was waiting for the coffin. Only at the height of Triumphal Street, a short distance from the house, while the hearse was passing, the political offender Paolini Giulio appeared in a sidecar with another individual not yet identified, who, once greeted the mortal remains, immediately moved away. Now he had another address, another house, but for his companion, Elena Melli, Errico still lived there, Rue Andrea Doria, in this cool room, in his lair. I won't even move a chair, so when those who love him can come back, they will have a vivid memory of him and feel like they are still seeing and hearing him. Among the wolves. But he wasn't dead yet, not yet. Confined in 4 rooms, circumscribed, condemned to the torture of paralysis, yes, not dead. He unplugged the oxygen tank, he still managed it, at least at times, and the house, padded with darkness and the smell of camphor, slipped into silence. The clock indicated the hours randomly, arbitrarily, the neighbors were chatting, below, the trams creaked in the street or in the square, slowly taking the turn leading to the depot. They were good times, terminal times, moments all to yourself, to remember. Elena went down to do the shopping on Rue Andrea Doria, the market was 100 meters away, under the plane trees, and Gemma was now becoming rare, poor thing, lost as she was behind her altar boy, her holy water frog. No recipe. No magic formula, none. As usual, as always. Anarchy is just I want, and I want again. But he was rambling, of course. My God, in this total solitude he could still afford it. At almost 80 years old, what else do you want to do? You're also an old fool. It's your right. Love is what it is. Age is a little worse. Dragging his feet with difficulty in the narrow corridor filled with shelves, he arrived in the kitchen, already exhausted. On the large opalescent marble surface, the usual cup of barley coffee to heat up, a vase filled with sunflowers, a coffee grinder. The calendar of the Angelus et Fils Hydraulic Company, Rue Telesio, indicated that it was November 10, and we could believe it. For him, it was still 1931, of course, but everything was relative and we should have spoken of year X. Silliness that could still make him smile, possibly, but it was nothing to laugh about, obviously. In retrospect, he had to reconsider his view of things. Basically he had done very well. The cops in front of the front door and downstairs, in front of the door of the building, blocked the mail, the miserable people, but he could have the newspapers, the bourgeois press, the Courrier and the Messaggero, tea towels. Among the new developments of the day, the Rocco Code, it also meant the return of the death penalty. If that were the case, thought the old man, they would have already hanged me 40 times. For crimes of opinion, political crimes, for small common law acts, for such and such a thing. But more than survivor, he felt imprisoned, this time for life. Except this time, the striped pajamas, his uniform, were different, it was the last one. Dark thoughts, anxiety, he had to think of something else, maybe it was better. It didn't come easily, spontaneously. All this great inertia was wearing him out. As I can no longer provoke events, I wait for them. But he didn't even wait any longer, he vegetated. Through the half-opened shutters, fine rays of light fell on the sink and something glowed, sparkling. Love is what it is, it leaves traces. It must have been Gemma's, probably one of her makeup mirrors. Girl's junk, odds and ends. And it was him, now, who looked at himself there, a sad vision. His hair still disheveled, his eyes darkened, a veil of white beard impossible to camouflage. There wasn't much he could do about it, confined at home, he had to take note of it, that is to say, endure. In one of the last photos of him, he appears proud, serious, among the ardity, his beard as dark as his hair. The photo was taken in front of a small, low wall one afternoon, next to the buildings of the Roman brickworks in Valle Aurelia. Him in the center, like a leader, and the boys around him who protect him. They were already clandestine, in retreat. Somewhere a bicycle handlebar mustache, in the old fashion, others already have a hairless face and deep dark circles. But thinking about it, at least now, the salient feature was that black beard, that brown hair. His little unspoken secret, the harmless guilty pleasure of an austere man. As long as he was able to go out, cops or no cops, he continued to get a sort of hair coloring done on Rue Betolo. His hairdresser, a friend from Ancona, respected him. Errico loved the decor of this shop lined with mirrors, the enameled cast iron armchairs with the padding covered in red imitation leather and the smell of lotions and brilliantine. The half-damaged radio buzzed and crackled in unison with the squealing of the fan. He was getting dyed, okay. So what was wrong with that? What was there to complain about? Now that he was more or less buried, trapped in his home, he even missed Betolo Street and its hairdresser, a fantastic, unreal horizon, as far away as infinity, 300 meters away. But no self-indulgence, no pity, an old man has a white beard and hair. It is right that it should be so, it happens, that's how it is. He looked at himself in this young girl's mirror and he found himself, deep down, it was normal. A beautiful anarchist face, the look a little hallucinated, the same as yesterday. Even Lomraso would have admitted it, he wasn't bad. The professor had even produced reports and theories on this. This idiot's chatter, his theorems, his cop philosophy. He remembered this nonsense well. The kings of political passion, the formidable nihilists, the bombers, not only do not look like criminals, but have a very beautiful physiognomy, the broad forehead, the full beard, the gentle and serene, etc. And he thought he was handsome, very handsome even. He was neither a Ravicole nor a Pini. But how did it all start, so long ago? When did it start? For which motive? Questions that one might find childish, but that morning, he couldn't get them out of his head, he didn't want it. The clock struck who knows what time, and the old man was hanging around, daydreaming. How do you become an anarchist, a rebel? For Lombroso and his pedantic colleagues, it was just a question of psychopathology, minus one box. The anarchists, the bombers, the terrorists are of a particular breed, neophil madmen. They kill, but they kill out of love, a poorly calibrated love, they massacre with a smile on their lips and a pure heart. They are philanthropic assassins, lucid madmen, people sick with an excess of altruism, with an excess of love. Among so much stupidity, too much idiocy, this idiot had nevertheless understood one thing, only one thing, while all men hate novelty, only the demented, the zany, the moral madmen or the born criminals have towards it a particular attraction which is lost in useless oddities and cruel originalities, blah blah blah. The love of the new like an allergy to the mortuary order of power, the love of the new as an anxious desire for justice and fraternity. If it was something specific to crazy people, nothing serious. But these were still abstract theorems, too vague. It was necessary to be more precise, more detailed. How did he start? From where? Little versed in the art of introspection, the old man indulged in this peasant mania, memory. He would never get to the why, he knew that, but perhaps he could piece together the how and the when. He saw again this messy, carried away little boy, this not very studious student of the PRists and then the failed doctor, the pseudo-student. Italy was barely born when it was already dying. Yesterday's elk had, like all the others, resigned and dulled, then died out. His Mazzinian musings, his insolent imagination, great hopes. It wasn't even a question of republic or monarchy, but of young people against old people, other passions. The bearded men, these statues of salt, were opposed to his improbable republic of young people, a wild and imaginary counter-world. Of an affectionate and ardent nature, he sometimes talked about himself, he betrayed himself, he dreamed of an ideal world in which everyone would love each other and be happy. His political vocation, thinking about it now, it was obvious, came from a gap between imagination and reality, between dream and awakening. The anger that erupts because of the occasional return of despondency, of disappointment. When my tired imagination abandoned me to reality, I looked around me and saw here someone trembling with cold and hunger and humbly begging for a piece of bread, their children crying, further away men who they swore, and my heart froze with horror. Only ire, limitless rage and ambition could warm this heart frozen with horror and full of disgust. I thought, he wrote, of the Gracchi and Spartacus, and I felt the soul of a tribune and a rebel. Little boys' dreams, delusions that life would inevitably make true, perfectly normal. What the hell else had it been, all things considered? A tribune and a rebel, precisely. But at the time, he did not yet possess this precise vision, this limpid look, the vocabulary and the right words. His idea of a republic was nothing but romanticism and ideal, the classic little formula of the mid-19th century. I often heard that the republic was the very negation of what tormented me. The school was also to blame, naturally, all this vain harping on Roman history. We ignored the present, he thought, we bypassed it, we fooled ourselves with ancient Rome. But these manuals were stupid and lies, they were false, and the Republic had always been a government like any other, even worse than any other. All you had to do was try to close your eyes and open them again. The lesson of the past and the pranks of the present joined hands. Everywhere, the Republic had been compatible with slavery, the rebels of yesterday have become reasonable, they have demobilized. The Republic of men with beards, the Republic of the Freemasons, of the bourgeois, nothing to do with the Risorgimento, the insurrection. When Mazzini died, Malatesta considered himself a socialist, the old man's sermons left him, if not indifferent, in any case very doubtful. He was not even 20 years old and he was already throwing himself headlong into confused dreams of revolution. A tribune and a rebel, the impulse remained, naturally, but in another framework, another vision. The nature of a society cannot depend on names and accessory forms, but rather on the relationships of each member of the society with the entire social body. As for the old giant, the exiled old man, he had continued to think about it for almost a lifetime, always with a curious ambivalence, an alternation of love and hatred. So he refused it, with pride, but like a true Mazanian, ultra-coherent. And he had written again, recently, to save him from the trap of the fatherland, from the hypocritical and petty ceremonies. We, the young people, who still dare to stand up against the giant and proudly fight him for his attacks against the International and the Paris Commune, we feel the need to demonstrate our indignation and our contempt against those who, today, will commit this shameful desecration on the Aventine. Besides, this first stone was really making fun of the world, the terror of the monarchy embalmed in the king's Italy, neutralized. Basically, among the differences, the arguments, and the misunderstandings, the spirit was the same, the end identical. Love between men, fraternity between peoples, social justice and solidarity, the feeling of duty. And then, the resolute, irreconcilable aversion against the monarchical institution. We were Mazanians as Mazzini was internationalist. Chatter, moreover, sentences that are still too lofty and inspired, very 19th. On November 10, 1931, Errico Malatesta felt desperately modern, ultramodern, that is to say crushed by the present, trapped. With brooding irony, he saw himself as a futurist out of his time, a futurist in a wheelchair, or not far off. In the cup of barley coffee, the first to bear the seal of a brand of coffee, Elena must have dissolved God knows what miraculous pill, because, despite the pain and fatigue, this morning he felt strange, light, agile. His youth returned, clearly and almost by enchantment, with personal memories, emotions, old feelings, faces and tears, even entire passages of some of his writings, pages and pages, took shape again with unprecedented precision. Literal. These beautiful words that he had devoted to Mazzini, it was still a little rhetorical. As a young man, he had had many other reactions, furious and intolerant. At that time, Mazzini corresponded to the twilight of an epoch, the last heroic page in the history of a bourgeoisie which would henceforth become the enemy. And he thought back to his departure from Naples, more or less every Friday, regularly, and his arrival at Santa Maria Capua Vetera, just in time for the evening walk and a little drink. In the cafes of the Corso, where the Appian Way changes its name and briefly becomes urban, the decorated mirrors reflected dreamlike, vaporous images. The eternal notables, who one would have said were grotesquely stuffed caricatures, exchanged pleasantries as in a congress of great powers around an amaro, a coffee, sometimes an ice cream. Mazzini's austere and hieratic beard was transformed and became the favorites of the mayor on duty, the notary's glasses, the pharmacist's dappled cane and even his father's mouse-grey tailcoat. And he preferred to take a detour, change sidewalks, go via Rue Orti, via Rue Vetre. This twilight of an era was not an abstract imaginary fable, but a lifestyle, a habit or, better, a suffocating atmosphere, and it was the time to choose other roads, to find new friendships, new comrades. It's strange, he thought, how the beginning and the end, the alpha and the omega tend to coincide, to resemble each other. So, intoxicated by the myth of the commune, drowned in blood, and by a dream of freedom and fraternity, he and his close friends were devoted to bringing light to the masses, to founding a school, to teaching. Now that he was the old one, and a tired old one, history was repeating itself, starting again. Malatesta gave his last lessons just a stone's throw from the house. When he could still go out, more or less free, when he was not yet a slave to this damned oxygen tank. He had been invited to the children's house on Rue de Loria, a pretty little Liberty building built at the same time as his, in the mid-1920s, and the old man found himself in front of these brats spouting his subversive credo, his, sad, image of history as a battlefield, a field of forces, his evanescent dream of anarchy. And everyone, teachers, little children, asked him, what happens next? Afterwards, what happens? And he, from the height of his years, of his experience, is still obliged to say, we'll see. Besides, it was a whole life that he had to take stock of, that he had to clarify. Don't ask me what the world will be like after anarchy, the new world. These are vain questions, stupid even. The story has no libretto, it is improvised. He had already said it and re-said it, written and rewritten it 1,000 times, and he had to repeat it, endlessly. Some tell us, well, anarchy is perhaps a perfect form of common life, but we do not want to go into it blindly. So, tell us in detail how your company will be organized. What will be the methods to educate children? How will production be organized? Will there still be big cities? What if all the inhabitants of Siberia wanted to spend the winter in Nice? What if everyone wanted to eat partridges and drink Chianti? Who will work as a miner and sailor? Who will empty the cesspits? They wanted details, detailed elements, a small, precise program, a recipe book. And who will clear the table, who will cook? Who will come down to sweep the yard, who will clean the latrines? Always the same little questions, the pretexts, the same curiosities, rather stupid. But he had gotten used to it and continued to repeat it, calmly. In the meantime, let's get started, let's put down a map. The after remains the after, we create together. Because the crux was always this, start. To start from something, risk a first step, experiment. After almost 60 years as a tribune and a rebel, he continued to break his nose on the same wall, the same post. There was always an excuse not to do, to postpone, to take time, to delay. The usual objections, always the same. In short, the usual refrain of laziness. He remembered well this eternal litany, this refrain, the times are not ripe, the plan is not precise, it is not complete, the horizon is not yet clear and free. Let's wait. Prudences of fussy Marxists, Hegelians, hypocrisies of mediocre tacticians. But by dint of shouting, by dint of bawling, his if not now, then when, was weakening. Perhaps he had been wrong, poor imbecile, perhaps he had been a utopian, a dreamer. But back then, when he was young and hot-headed, he didn't care, he was impatient. The problem was to start, to set an example. Break this inertia, to provoke. From being a perplexed supporter of Mazzini, he found himself a confused and agitated disciple of Pisacane. The action, the gesture that disconcerts, the revolt, desperate attempts at insurrection. Unified Italy, this land of bearded men or masons with priests never far away, never liquidated, seemed to him at best a barracks, but more often a kindergarten or a prison. All you had to do was look outside, shake yourself. When in Paris the Commune was attempted, the audacious dream, here entering Rome with the Bersagliers was still a miracle. To this provincialism, to this asphyxiation, he wanted to feel foreign, irreducible. Before being an internationalist, he felt anti-Italian, viscerally. He wanted to compete with Pisacane, the adventurer, and at the same time he read Herzen and Bakunin. The fraternity's program was its secular gospel, its guide. We recognize no other homeland than the universal revolution, no other enemy than tyranny in whatever form it presents, religious, doctrinaire, political, economic or social. All the forms, the forces, the signs which build the bourgeois order must be reversed from their foundation, therefore destroyed. The authoritarian system is gangrene. Life, moreover, is only a question of encounters, of opportunities, it is only a singular chain of incidents. For them, for him, for Cafiero, for the young people of Naples, the Russian revolutionary, more than an example or a model, was a myth. A tailor-made Greek myth with the 19th century. Domitian aura. They talked about it at length and feverishly during certain impromptu nocturnal meetings in the large hall of San Giuseppe dei Nudi, a very damp, cobwebbed basement on the corner of Via Tomasi. Endless discussions enlivened by rivers of heavy red wine, sausages, and the smoke of little cigars and pipes. The silhouette of the Russian, fantastic, unreal, always above them, imposing, floated on the walls like a Chinese shadow, dancing in conversations, memories, certain exaggerated fables, certain nonsense. In 1872, the echo of Bakunin's Neapolitan passage was already a legend. Extreme, unreliable memories were murmured in chorus. Among the veterans of enterprises of the Garibaldian Risorgimento already extinguished and vanished, already betrayed, the ectoplasm of the globe-trotting anarchist stood out with the intense and hallucinatory whiteness of an illuminating flash, of a flash that burned. He was spoken of as an extraordinary, excessive person, known for his giant stature, his great appetite, the Pantagruelian slovenliness of his neglected clothes, his sovereign contempt for money. To whom the label of barbarian of the North, without God or country stuck to him, the enthusiasts, the converts responded that they saw in him the man who had brought a breath of clean and healthy air into the marsh of the Neapolitan traditions. For Errico, and for the other young people of San Giuseppe dei Nudi, the restless ones, he was synonymous with an uncertain rebel saga, with revolution. With him, they thought, everything had begun, thanks to him, everything was set in motion, uplifted. Then the word had become incarnate, he remembered, and the legend told had taken on the concrete aspects of the experience. His first major political trip to Saint-Imier, through the valleys of the Jura, in the middle of the Alps, his initiation, tormented. The anarchists, tired of the yoke that weighed on the International, had convened in Switzerland and, at the end of the summer, he and Cafiero had left by train to Saint-Imier. Here, between life and death, he was spitting blood and burning with fever. As he passed the Gotthard Pass, he had finally made the acquaintance of the myth, the great Bakunin, and he had welcomed like a son he already feared losing. A charm that was not yet extinguished, not yet broken, a charm which also acted as an imperious spur. From saying to doing, we had to move from saying to doing. Anarchism was born in Saint-Imier, he wrote, now it had to be taken to the streets, in the obscure and humiliated towns, everywhere. That's how it all began, he remembered, with mystical enthusiasm, with indignation, by a new definition of self. At that time, he described himself as a virtuoso of renunciation, almost an ascetic, someone who lives only by struggle, by guerrilla warfare, by conflict. Revolution. He found in the words of Bakunin his virtual and inevitable portrait, the very secular version of a subversive imitation of Christ. The qualities of the brother are firmness, constancy, discretion, prudence, energy, character, intelligence, courage. He must rise above personal aspirations, ambitions, and vanity, family, patriotism, and drown his personal initiative in collective ambition. He will have no other ambition than the triumph of the revolution. Each brother is on a permanent mission. On a permanent mission in the streets and in the towns, in the city and in the countryside. Errico Malatesta, the little young man, began to make a name for himself and, after Saint-Imier, his life had become nothing more than a frenetic and obsessive journey. He came and went continually, he ran in all directions, from meetings to huddles, from unforeseen interviews to recruitments. Who knows how many times he had traveled around the world, without realizing it, who knows how many thousands of kilometers of pilgrimage. Nice, Marseille, Cadiz, Switzerland, a stop in Barcelona, another in Barletta. In 1874, just 2 years later, in Bologna, Bakunin was the devil at Ponte Lungo, and with Costa, Cafiero, and Safi, Malatesta felt ready for insurrection. The Russian seemed convinced, determined, or maybe he was dying, maybe he knew it and wanted to deliver the masterful blow, the last claw strike. The fuse should have been lit in Bologna at the beginning of August, then everyone would have boldly done their part. Puglia, the towns of Foggia and Malfetta fell to Malatesta. He had to leave from Castel del Monte. Now he thought back, almost with tenderness, with emotion, to the first notes from the police, the first alerts, the cables from the prefects, the worried informants, the denunciations. He was making a name for himself. He was no longer a child, or no longer just a child. The first time power speaks about him, he already fears him. The first time they decide to mention him is, to stop him. He enters the story thanks to detective prose, cop prose. The notorious internationalist, Errico Malatesta, is currently in Foggia, from where he will leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow for Romagna, where the Republican Party is said to have merged with the Socialists. Malatesta would go to other towns in Puglia. A fairly well-informed person leads me to believe that if Costa and Malatesta were arrested, the announced insurrection could hardly take place. The first of many failures, one among many others. Thinking back, this bitter, discouraging half-disaster had the appearance of an antics, of a joyous farce. The failure of the first Bolognese should have put them on alert, but at the time they were like that, thoughtless. The large rebel gathering at Castel del Monte turned out to be a rather carbonara campaign party. Instead of the hundreds and hundreds who had sworn to their great gods to be present, they finally found themselves 3 skinned and 1 shorn, and if the promised weapons had arrived, as best they could, they were very little suited to the situation, not at all practical. Archaic piston duck boxes, old rusty tools, old stuff. It doesn't matter, he thought at the time and later wrote. At this point they might as well try to make a mess of things. But then, go recruit the peasants, go find them in their dark farms, their cottages. The first day, wander endlessly in the Capitanata. The second, already a confrontation with the king's gendarmes, just like that, for fun. On the third day, they discovered that they were surrounded and besieged. Nothing else to do, we bury the guns and we decide to disperse. I hide in a cart of hay and manage to get out of the dangerous zone. It had been an illusion, this escape, a delay, that's all. Less than a week later, they caught him at the Pesaro train station, by surprise, and he ended up in prison with his comrades. His first prison, one among many. His first trial, one among too many others. But it was not a tragedy, it was not a problem, everything was taken into account, calculated. The example, for the moment we had to set the example. Then, from one thing comes another, but for now, try. Bakunin's vision and Pisaccane's tactics, or neurosis, such was his method, quite a risk. He felt on a permanent mission, with a single ambition, revolt. In prison, Cafiero had begun to summarize Le Capital. He read Russian fiction novels, the great Herzen. Deep inside him there was the joy of adventure, even if he was in irons, locked in a cage. Before his eyes lay a twilight world doomed to split apart, even tomorrow. He reread texts by Costa, finding them perhaps a tad lyrical, but just, we are fighting, wrote the Romagnol, against a sick, dying world, which tomorrow will be nothing more than a corpse. The revolution as we understand it must do what religion or politics never did, regenerate the world. A dream of absolute palingenesis, a generous delirium, the great feat. To the chatter of priests, and politicians, they opposed this immense, disproportionate task, to regenerate the world, to give it life again. At all costs, they tried. Old, he thought back with tenderness to these crazy impulses of youth, but without denying anything, without repenting. He had no illusions then and he naturally has no illusions now. On the other hand, the method did not change. That madman Carlo Pisacane was right. To try. You always had to at least try, even if it meant losing everything. Conspiracies, plots, incessant attempts at insurrection. This was the method, drop by drop. After all, Napoleon had indeed left the island of Elba with 50 grenadiers, Pisacane had embarked with less than 20 comrades. Even now, at almost 80 years old, enriched with experience, disenchanted, if he thought about it, the resounding proclamations of Pisacane, the bitter truths of this testament came to his mind. If everyone waited for the day of the revolution without preparing for it through conspiracy, the revolution would never break out. I esteem the one who approves the conspiracy and who does not take part in the conspiracy, but I can only harbor contempt for those who not only do not want to do anything, but take pleasure in blaming and cursing those who do. Perhaps elementary truths, ingenuous sentences, but still convincing, still very true. Volumes and volumes of bold speculations, complicated political philosophies or theorems could not have said it better. Conspiracies, plots, insurrections, to the laws of history, it was necessary to oppose these acts of will, to set an example. This is what he thought at the time in prison, locked up in Trani, he was convinced of it now, in another prison. Propaganda is only done through facts, through experimentation. This is how the days of mates had come, he remembered, this other bandit trip into the mountains, doomed to a magnificent, memorable failure, to a beautiful defeat, inevitable and yet worth more than 1,000 half-victories or just a triumph. During these days in prison, he had learned to measure time with another meter. Son of his time and ill-adapted to the times, poorly in tune with this Byzantine atmosphere, the young anarchist perceived a change, other impetuous currents, new tensions. In the country, a page was turning, really, but from his point of view, it was also a risk. As an internationalist and rebel, he failed to trust the left and, on the contrary, the change of government worried him. Minghetti or Depretis, it didn't change much. The bourgeoisie was in the process of choosing a new parrot, capital remained the great ventriloquist of time. Parliament could always organize an agrarian survey, abolish the tax on ground wheat or introduce compulsory schooling, it was only window dressing, a crude lick of paint. Italian politics, for Malatesta, was only a parody of the Risorgimento. And then the world was bigger and more uncertain, more insidious. There was more truth in MacMahon's French coup d'état than in the Salam Alex in Parliament. And far away, other terrible drums resonated. It was a massacre, a real genocide. The Indian Wars, Malatesta followed the Indian Wars with passion. The Crazy Horse Sioux, Little Big Horn, the revenge of the soldiers, the repression, the long march of Chef Joseph. Now is not the time to act, he thought, because this moment will never arrive if you don't try to invent it for yourself, all of a sudden. The times are never ready or ripe, and the revolution is not imposed, it is provoked. The dreamers of San Giuseppe dei Nudi, the talkers, had experienced the taste for action in Puglia, and even the bitter purge of the prison could not take away this emotion from them. During the police raids, with Cafiero and Ciccarelli in the mountains, crossing deep ravines, dirt roads, ponds with cold and humid mists, at ground level, they found themselves ready for anything, even to the extreme. You might as well start at home, without getting lost in plans that are too ambitious and bold, too vast, and light the fuse with a lighter, provoke. Of his most famous and best known, most legendary enterprise, the old anarchist now remembered with intense emotion the events that had preceded it, the moments of waiting, the preparation. It must have been the last days of an uncertain and rain-soaked march, as always, and at one point he and the two friends found themselves in front of a small humpback bridge built of dark stone over the slough, precisely where the river makes a sharp curve and turns south. In the hesitant peace of the morning, they sat down on the ground to eat and smoke, to take a rest. A flight of partridges, on the other side of the reeds, had interrupted the silence, briefly, then the quivering of the wings had become distant, imperceptible. The three cut slices of cheese and bread. Without speaking, they had already said what needed to be said. Land of hunters, land of wolves, obviously, also, land of ambushes and brigands. Finally, we chose the mates because we were counting on men who were very well known in these places and very experienced, having been bandits there. Some were guards against banditry, some worked as hunters in these mountains. A few days later, at the beginning of April, an English gentleman, his Russian lover and a secretary disembarked from a mail train in San Lupo. The three, Cafiero, Malatesta, Fokhovskaya, took possession of a house obtained for rent at the opportune moment. The Giacopini tavern, now disused, was right on the outskirts of the village, right at the crossroads between Mal Tempo Street and the main road leading inland through the mountains. This is where they would have waited for the weapons and provisions. The arrival of the comrades was imminent. In his memory, the scene became very clear, and now, the old man thought back to those moments, haggard. Surely someone must have spoken, someone sure had betrayed. Before throwing him into the heart of events, memory brought him back to a sort of calm, relaxing still life, to a time of slow and measured gestures. Cafiero and the Russian were chatting in front of the crackling fireplace, their backs leaning against a battered bench seat, certainly a remnant of the Spartan furniture from the rental. He, standing at the shiny marble table, was cutting pork rinds for lentils with a very sharp butchering knife. In the peace of the evening, a comrade was watching, armed a little to the devil, under the arcades of the main street, already immersed in the deep darkness of these regions where the landscape turns dark when the sun goes down behind the mountains, unless someone risks passing by the light of a lantern or a candle. The first shots he confuses with the explosion of a stump in the embers. The second detonation shakes him at the same time as this too sharp, hiccuping cry, the carabinieri are coming. Someone had spoken, had betrayed, and the mate's enterprise ended before it even began, at the wrong time. Or perhaps, but then there was no way of thinking, that it did not end at all, quite the contrary, because this clamor, the fight, the shots in the night, the great escape were really what was necessary. In any case, they found themselves in a column, running straight towards the first foothills of the massif with the cops on their heels, out of breath, without plans, without maps, without compasses, nor other guides, and always poorly armed, poorly prepared. Under a threatening, starless sky, through fields of dirty snow and high piles of stone, the anarchists had chosen to head towards Lentino, resolute. The wolves had cried in vain that night. At dawn, the mirror of the lake appeared at the bottom of the valley, brilliant, and on a height they had seen the first houses of the still sleeping village, light grey. In the bitter, fierce cold, the smell of brush fires and chimneys gave them the strength to continue. Lunch with dry bread and brandy, while walking, one last short walk, at full speed. When entering Lentino, although they were not expected, Malatesta and Cafiero had hoisted the red and black flag of anarchy, while the others supported the duck boxes, threatening. The assault had been abrupt, sudden. In the municipal council room, but it looked like a slum, it was a disaster, a useless meeting, one among many others. The eruption of the rebels made an impression. Cafiero and the comrades did not linger, did not waste time, they had very clear ideas, a plan in mind. The portrait of the king was taken down from the wall and torn to pieces, the papers from the archives, scattered. Then, while the villagers had gathered in the square, certainly more curious than afraid, the ground wheat counter broke into 1,000 pieces, and then the notorious internationalist, Malatesta, climbed onto a cart and spoke. At his side, the village priest, another surprise. Malatesta improvised, navigated by sight, the time of the lords is over, now the time of the poor begins. And he continued sentence after sentence, howls, proclamations, subversive appeals, exhortations. Now it's your turn, he wanted to say, now it's up to you to act, to get to work. But the dazed crowd did not listen to him, indolent, the dazed crowd remained stunned as they contemplated him. And then this anger rose within him, an extreme intolerance, he was losing patience. What did they want from them? What did they demand? And damn, let them all go to hell. The memorable conclusion of the speech came to him like this, truly from the heart. I fusili ele scurvii leavimo dato, I court ele leavite. Se flout facite, se no six fatite. Se no six fatite. Otherwise you're screwing yourselves. Who knows how many times he would repeat it, annoyingly, to the point of making himself feel bad and angry. Yes, it had happened often, too often, but if he thought about it now, yesterday's anger became a casual memory, and the old man felt an absurd tenderness for those distant moments, that old me, certain great adventures, certain incidents. In the little kitchen on Andrea Doria Street, in front of an empty cup and 2 biscuits, he came to smile at the end, but, in a certain way, he grasped another irony in this story. Who knows how many times we would tell this story, transforming it into an anecdote, into a parable. His existence, as a rebel and tribune, as an agitator, which ended up becoming a stupid, saccharine hagiography, a damn saga, quite an example. They would have embalmed him, sterilized him, transformed him into a statuette, idealized him. But what do you want to do about it? And then it was planned, expected, there was no way to avoid it. Saint Errico Malatesta the agitator. Either you live hidden or else you also risk this emphasis, the rhetoric, the insipid eloquence of an idiotic, albeit anarchist, devotion, the rehashed mystical discourse. When the noon cannon fired, the old man was still there, behind the shutters, deep in thought, ruminating. The events of Mates, this failure, had transformed him into what he was, but he did not want to cheat, it was not his style. It had only been a defeat, one among many others. Nothing sensational, nothing tragic. 1,000 causes contributed to our failure, but more than the others, 2 were decisive, 1, not having had time to complete our organization, 2, the bad season which harms us with snow and rain. The important thing had been to try, in the end, to have had a goal, an objective. It happened the way it happened, okay. But he did not repent of it, quite the contrary. Now we are in prison, but we have already declared to the judge that we took up arms to make the revolution. Years of vagabondage, trials of exile. He must have dozed off, distractedly, letting himself fall into an opaque half-sleep, without dreams, like a lucid catalepsy or hypnosis. The exasperating rituals of the morning had given way to the sluggish pace of the afternoon, and now the old man was living on his armchair, daydreaming. Only a bare incandescent bulb brought light and shadow into the room. Here too, shelves loaded with papers, a desk, a small coffee table, no carpet. On the wall, only a sheet of paper, framed and damaged, typed. It was the day of futile memories, obviously superfluous memories. Calm, broken down, dazed, Errico Malatesta, the subversive, continued to hang around, ruminating. The imbecile torture of memories, a vain exercise, mawkish, even. The whole thing can only be posthumous, he thought, the whole thing always escapes, it is terminal. If so, there wasn't much to complain about, he admitted. We're almost there shouldn't be much missing, we're almost there. We are almost there. But he was not yet dead, not yet. He mixed thoughts, signs, clues so as not to cling to anything. On the small table to the right, next to him, a matte, sage green piece of cardboard. A simple list, and a small map. Absent-mindedly, he took it and studied it. P.Le Flaminio, V.Le del Muro Torto Corso d'Italia, P. Fiume, Porta Pia, P. della Croce Rossa, C. Castro Pretorio, P. Indipendenza, Ferrovia, C. Cavour, P. dell'Esquilino, V. degli Annibaldi, Colossio, C. D. S. Gregorio, C. D. I. Cerci, P. della Bocca della Verita, L. Gottavere dei Pierleoni, P. de Monte Savolo, L. Gottavere de Cenci, P. Te Garibaldi, L. Gottavere dei Valleti, Dei Tebaldi, Dei Sangallo, Dei Fiorentini, P. Te Vittorio Emanuele, L. Gottavere Tordinona, P. Te Umberto I, C. Ulpiano, P. Cavour, C. F. Sizzi, P. Te Regina Margherita, C. Luisa di Savoia, P. Le Flaminio. He read the plan of Rome's new tram network like a secular breviary or a crossword puzzle. Elena had gotten her hands on explanatory notes, maps, illustrated leaflets. The ATAG, the Luce Institute, and the town hall did their best to provide explanations for this total and sudden change. Reforms or revolutions, the old man was thinking about one of the eternal themes of confrontation, disputes, discussions, the eternal dilemma of rebels, only to then admit, with irony, sarcasm, mockery, that he had happened to actually experience a revolution, at least one. He had arrived extremely narrowly, that is to say before being confined at home with bronchitis and being hooked to that cursed oxygen tank. On New Year's Eve the previous year, in the early hours of 1930, the tram reform desired by the town hall had been abruptly implemented. A sharp break, a rupture had occurred in time. In time and space, naturally. When he arrived in Rome 10 years earlier, now too old to ride a bicycle, he had had to adapt to the obligatory routes of public transport, marked and identical paths, fixed routes. For him, space was broken down into habitual, delimited paths. But even this perception, now a habit, a second nature, had been turned upside down. The complex link structure of the network had been finely pulverized to make way for a very different star shape. The infinite and elaborate braiding of the rails had been suddenly simplified. At present, trams only traveled certain radial axes and internal connections were entrusted to gasoline buses, to automobiles. The ticket still cost 50 centimes, 35 liras for the monthly card. Besides, it wasn't like he had to go here or there, as if he had appointments or as if he could go out. Just a few years before, he still had a shop in the Lateran, working as an electrician, a bicycle mechanic, but those days too were over now. There remained the singular impression of a circumscribed, disrupted, modified space, somehow shrunk. As for getting directions, that remained a trivial, negligible detail. The explanatory brochures were full of examples and clarifications. On the back of the box, there was a whole bureaucratic explanation. It gave this prose a special taste. To go from a point located inside the inner circular to another point in another district, but outside the inner circular, the passenger uses only the tram network, benefiting from the radial closest to the starting point, changing a first time at the terminus on the inner circular and a second time at the node of the inner circular, from where the radial leaves which must take it to its destination. Time and space, the scrolling of events and the where and when. After years and years of quarrels with Hegelians, Marxists, gradualist socialists, maximalists, all equally obsessed with this eternal mantra, time, 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 and universal history, the maturity of times, and so weiter. He had ended up understanding how the knot was, precisely, a complicated entanglement between time and space. Or more than a tangle, a damn imbroglio, a short circuit. The idolatry of the one who imagines space as a presupposed given, as a neutral fact, had caused irreparable, absolute damage. If time is uncertainty, risk, a leap into the void, space, which has nothing stable, immovable, impassive, is a singular swamp of shifting sand. Systoles and diastoles. Space contracts and expands, unpredictable. Abstract metaphysical philosophy which he still knew how to reformulate in simple ordinary prose, in calm common sense. His space had shrunk and closed off, no doubt about it, but old age didn't really explain everything, it didn't provide a conclusion. During his meetings with Elisee Reclus, the anarchist geographer, he had always been struck by the particular emphasis the latter placed on maps and plans, an obsessive insistence. Among so many internationalists, revolutionaries, incessant instigators of conspiracies, plots, insurrections, this scholar seemed like a fish out of water, almost an intruder, but he understood everything, almost all. His printed pieces, his ramblings, his dissertations precisely grasped the knot, the key to the problem. The world, he said, is in the process of unifying, we are getting closer, but under the sign of capital, of power. For him, the internationalism of capital was already an imperialist genocide in progress. Thus the world is very close to unifying, even the islets scattered in the immensity of the ocean, all lands have entered the area of attraction of general culture, with the European type predominating. Only in a few rare enclaves, in lands of caves where men flee the light, in very remote places closed off by walls of rocks, forests, or swamps, have tribes been able to remain completely isolated, without their existence is associated with the rhythm of the great universal life. In the darkness of his little, almost bourgeois living room, the old anarchist compared the formulas of Reclus, his own experience, the overwhelming memories of adventures and the discouraging proofs of a sad today, and in the alchemical cauldron of thought, everything evaporated, mixed. Macrocosms and microcosms of unequal importance intertwined to form a cruel design. If they had, dreamed of an integral, definitive regeneration, perhaps it was time to reduce their pretensions, to fly lower. The world is very close to unifying, but not under the proletarian flags, and the only alternative, then, was to do like the secret savages, like the Indians, these tribes who flee the light, hidden by rock walls or by swamps. But more than anything, we had to continue to face the blackmail of space, of geography, of the asphyxiating space-time coordinates. Even in politics we do not go freely where we want, but where the road leads. He wrote it. In sociology and topography, we do not go where we want to go, but where the road we have taken leads. Holy words, he thought, and yet far too obvious, extremely banal. Now he understood all the ferocious irony, the enormous farce. The great traveler confined to his home, confined in 4 rooms, as in prison, the frenetic globe-trotter had exhausted his momentum, he had calmed down. Egypt, New York, the Moors of Patagonia, Asia Minor, all these countries already surveyed, experienced, had contracted in the new fan-shaped structure of Rome's trams. As for we are not going where we want to go, not much to add. The whole path to anarchy showed him well, and the memory then took him back to certain August days in London, to the great Congress of the International. Among so many dates marked in red pencil on the calendars, this short week in 1896 was scribbled in black, furiously. 20 years after Mates, in a few hours, he had seen an entire program go up in smoke, and the anarchists found themselves sidelined like lepers, relegated to a corner. Malatesta still couldn't understand, exasperated, and looking back, he continued to wonder if it had been an alpha or an omega, a beginning or an end. They had been pushed aside, abandoned, to be honest, they were screwed. As a whole, the elite of the international labor movement seemed to agree on only one point: no anarchists. Now that Marx and Bakunin were dead, the old duel had become an open, definitive guerrilla war. This absurd mantra, the conquest of power at all costs, the parliamentary route, legalism, became the axe which fell on the most rebellious fringes, which liquidated them. The disparity of forces on the ground was evident. They were all there, during those days, they were really all there: Karl Koski, Max Adler, Jean Jaurès and Paul Lafargue, August Bebel, Wilhelm Liebknecht, and Clara Zetkin, Rosa Luxemburg. After years and years of common struggles, with the stroke of a pen, the International sanctioned the expulsion, the ostracism. The entire meeting seemed to revolve around a single theme and a single objective. The inevitable decline of capitalism demanded absolute commitment to the taking of power, and everyone had to commit to entering parliaments, in the majority. Anyone who refused was simply outside, would be expelled. Malatesta still remembered very well the formula, dry, laconic, authoritarian, of Lennox's final resolution, which in fact sanctioned the Great Schism. To the next summits of the International would only be admitted the representatives of those organizations which consider legislative and parliamentary action as one of the necessary means for the realization of power, and the trade union organizations which, even without being active in political life, declare that they recognize the need for legislative and parliamentary action. As a result, anarchists find themselves excluded. From the first day, they had kicked them out, they had liquidated them, and since then they have been repeating the usual litany, the eternal refrain: we do not want to take power, and we don't want anyone to take it. The anarchists, definitively excluded, in the majority, found themselves standing apart. The legislators of world social democracy remained in the Congress, bickering, and there was nothing left for the rejected to do but do something else. Besides, they still had followers. They were not three-haired and one-shorn, quite the contrary. Such a crowd gathered at the counter-rally called at Holborn Town Hall, in the heart of London, that the event lasted several days. But an era, a season, had passed, and among them, those who, like Kropotkin, spoke mournfully of an absolute end, of a holiday, were right. The anarchists are going away, expelled without having committed any fault. They leave. The song of Gori, thought for another occasion, for other enemies, became relevant again, here, among comrades. Besides, we are not going where we want to go. He knew it, but already, at the time, he had wondered what they had all meant during these years of struggles, of plots, of insurrections, all these attempts at revolt. What meaning had these 20 years had between the events of Mates and the expulsion? Now the old, unfortunate man of Andrea Doria Street, the dying man, remembered clearly a night, too many years before, in his den in Islington, in High Street. The layout was the Spartan one of his lairs, but through the window, even in summer, the eternal autumn of London astounded him, and he began to laugh thinking of D'Annunzio's spiel about sunsets, glowing sun, and other nonsense. Here, straw-yellow setting suns, at best, and an electric, whitish iridescence contained a melancholic and desolate landscape, infinitely sad. Unreal city. He would sit at the window towards evening, and looking east, beyond the endless blood-red brick buildings, he would follow the course of the winding canal, this little rivulet of dead water, Mark's scent. On the horizon, at the height of Hackney, of London Fields, the last pale sun made the silhouette of the gasometers shine in the distance, and beyond still factories, chimneys, trailer barges, warehouses ended up merging and disappearing, indistinct forms of a great faded, evanescent whole. The immense outskirts, the infinite suburbs captivated him. They had been written off, ostracized. So what the hell had they done up until then? What was it for? Who benefited? You never go where you want to go, of course, but then this vain path had had no meaning. Had it really been useless? The seagulls and the crows fought over a piece of miserable sky, and Malatesta retraced his steps in thought. From Mates to expulsion, lost years. Looking back, he should have read some of the mysterious signals of the times better. Nice, Buenos Aires, Patagonia, the Alexandria souk in Egypt, Tripoli, Malta. Congresses in Capo Lago, Genoa, London, the 1,000 magazines, the 1,000 companies. He had been everywhere, and everywhere he had learned, he had changed, but the world remained a big trap, an indifferent backdrop, a pumice wall. They were the outcasts, those who made mistakes, a bunch of weak-willed losers. A great revolution is imminent, everyone feels it. How many times he had illusions, how much he was wrong. The comedy of memory, that evening, had become agnition, devastating. He saw himself again with all these other comrades, many years before, under the cast iron vaults of the Saint Lazare station, at dusk, in a cold Paris, a November Paris. In the light of the street lamps, low, hesitant, he saw again this train which was slowly entering the station. In the grey on grey of an evening of snow and coal fumes, the fiery red stain of the banners. In the crash of scrap metal, hymns, and songs. It was November 9, 1880, the Communards returned from exile 10 years later. At the time he took it as the beginning of a revenge, a new beginning. Now he understood that it was an end. From New Caledonia to nothing, another prison. Louise Michel and Amilcare Cipriani, all the others, they returned to bow down, to demobilize. They were survivors and already people were plotting to force them, to erase them. They wanted to reduce them to a footnote, to a detail. Not just the cops, not just the bosses. He should have had an intuition about it at the time, warned him. Strange days in Paris this November. We moved around and, wherever we went, whatever we did, whoever we saw, we always had this sticky feeling of having someone on our heels, and there was no doubt that spies, infiltrators, cops, there were everywhere. Errico, at the time, as monomaniacal about the revolution as he was drawn along by other discreet, underground currents, and the climate of Paris intrigued him, left him amazed, astounded him. With Cafiero and Merlino, precisely during these days, they had even granted themselves the rather bourgeois luxury of the theatre. At the Châtelet they were giving an adaptation by Michel Strogoff which the formidable anarchists had watched with their mouths wide open, like children. And great novelties were in the air, which changed the landscape and the lights, the appearances. The city vibrated with electromagnetic intensity and the old gas street lights were replaced by hysterical electric street lights that buzzed intermittently through the night. They met in assembly on Rue de Batignolles, behind Clichy, and planned subversive incursions, theatrical coups or let themselves be stunned by the exotic stories of the survivors who, exiled and in forced residence, had attempted to transform New Caledonia into a laboratory of anarchy. However, there were spies everywhere and mistrust, pitfalls, traps. They had more or less all fallen into the trap of a cop who, posing as a sincere anarchist, had led them into the business of a newspaper secretly managed by the prefecture. As for friends, go trust some acquaintances and comrades. From London, Marx's excommunications, punctual, monotonous, threatening, sounded like a death knell. Even now, on Andrea Doria Street, Malatesta remembered those dear words spoken by that splendid cowhide, by that bastard. Blanqui had just been elected to Parliament, the Communards were regaining hope in the revolt, Clemenceau was taking action with a swagger, and the Prussian dictator was already calling the good and bad students to the blackboard. The contemporary founding of various workers' groups and the fact that different opinions were held on other points demonstrate, in my opinion, that this is the first real workers' movement in France. Until now, in France there was nothing other than sects, which naturally received their instructions from the founder of the sect, while the mass of the proletariat followed the radical bourgeois, or who were radicals, and the day of the decision, fought for them, only to be massacred, deported, etc. the following day by those she had brought to power. Downgraded people, untrustworthy, fake workers, not much. In the now threatening high street night, Malatesta understood that the bitter failure of the expulsion had already been brewing for a long time, that it was inevitable. With or without the Liebknecht amendment, they would have thrown them out anyway, because everything was already written, decided. We were far from the laws of history, dialectical subtleties, tricks of reason and other idiocies. Pure and simple, authoritarian arrogance, that was what it was, and nothing else, but now there was no point in lamenting, in regretting. As far as he was concerned, he had continued to try, to weave threads, but the vain and thin thread of anarchy had ended up getting badly tangled, becoming tangled. That day, in London, the knot had been combed through, it had been untied. There wasn't much to add, unfortunately. Besides, they had been banging on this stake for years. Parliamentary action, elections, the path of legal means, compromises, and on their side, the thugs, the propaganda by deed, the spirit of revolt, the insurrection. He had said it again and again to the point of disgust. Taking our activity to the terrain of illegality is the only path that leads to revolution, remembering that the simplest direct action against current institutions speaks better to the masses than thousands and thousands of books or just rivers of words. He thought he had been efficient and clear, but he had explained himself poorly, that was obvious. The simplest fact, he wrote, but what does that mean? What does this involve? Some comrades had read it with desperate eyes, like naive positivists, like catastrophists. The stupid religion of the politics of the worst, seasoned with messianism, had turned into terror, too often. Even with good reasons, it was still a mistake or, worse, a misstep. This is how the hysterical years of bombs and attacks, ambushes, exemplary gestures, and one reaction after another happened, of repression. He wanted to speak to the masses, Malatesta, but they did not listen to him, on the contrary, and too many comrades drifted away, bewitched by art for art's sake, blinded. Between the end of the 1880s and the beginning of the 1890s, at the turning point, Malatesta felt exasperated, and in a climate of defeat, of abandonment, he had let himself go to overly schematic dreams and to a hope that lacked nerve and depth. Words and words in the air, now he understood, two strict principles, rhetoric. The armed revolution, the barricades, the guns and dynamite, the resistance. The revolution as inexorable war, this hit hard and fast, act immediately. Destroy every power, every privilege, eradicate the degrading cancer of human history, the objective, he had explained very well, it was obvious, but on the means, there was still more to say, still to do. Concerning the tangled knots, his idea of anarchy was blatantly obvious, a truism. There are traps and knots that strangle social life and the world, relationships. History, until now, has been nothing but oppression and domination, privilege. A painful mystification. We oppress men in two ways, either directly, by brutal force, by physical violence, or indirectly, by taking away their means of subsistence and thus reducing them at will. The first way is at the origin of power, that is to say, of political privilege, and the second at the origin of property, that is to say, of economic privilege. We can also oppress men by acting on their intelligence and their feelings, which constitutes religious power. But the big dream, the ideal, was one thing, extreme, daily action, the strategy or tactics of propaganda by deed, that was another. His call for illegal action, the only one to be just, could also be misinterpreted or betrayed, understood differently, pushed too far. Years of terrorism, bombs, and ambushes, the years of Ravicole, the years of Henry. Simple direct action became, in the hands of certain imbeciles, an aesthetic of violence, without purpose, a self-sufficient gesture, art for art's sake. When at the end of July 1892, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Alexander Berkman shot a Homestead steel capitalist, Henry Clay Frick, it was still a question of revenge that could not be condemned. Was the noblest, most just response. It wasn't terrorism, it was moral. The actions of Ravicole and his comrades were obviously another story. Already, his Fregoli mannerisms, his mania for pseudonyms, his boastful individualism, his transformationism. François Claudius Koenigstein, alias Leon Ledger, alias Ravicole, and thinking back, he was right, l'homme Rousseau, about this guy, but to transform him into a model anarchist, no, that was too much. The homicide was useless and the massacre as an end in itself, even more useless. The affront without precaution and without method. These anarchist vigilante poses irritated Malatesta and discouraged him. He found himself on the defensive, pushed into the ropes, forced to disavowal, to recant. These anarchists who do not want judges, no courts, then become judges and executioners themselves, and sentenced to death then execute those they consider useless. No government has ever made this much confession. Same for explosions. To kill a poor prosecutor, we risk killing 50 innocent people. A revolution in which these instincts triumph would be a lost revolution. These anarchists, it seems like they want to be distributors of grace and justice, which is in no way anarchist. We must be liberators. We must be liberators. A somewhat grandiloquent sentence, if you like, that night, in High Street, Errico had tried to make sing in his mind while trying to start imagining the future again, and even a future, one among so many possible futures, desirable. But first, it was necessary to clear the field of too much rubble and errors, of too many incidents. Or perhaps too many ambiguities, misunderstandings. He had replaced individual, indiscriminate action, and even the old model of gangs with the project of free, spontaneous, and incessant action of individuals and groups. But he who did not want to understand did not understand, that's all, not much to do. These anarchist justices, these crazy people, they had done irreparable damage. The old father the purge, Father Fouettard. At least it was fun, it was funny. But it was still braggadocio, nonsense. From hatred comes nothing but hatred, and that is a misfortune. He wrote it at the time and he stood by it, it did not change. Hate does not produce love. And it is not with hatred that we renovate the world. Every end has its means. Since we must seek morality in the goal, the means are fatal. In life, the great problem is to find the means which, depending on the circumstances, leads with the greatest safety and at the least cost to the objective which one has set for oneself. His only regret was the lost opportunities, those he had let pass, the missed opportunities, now gone. We sin by thoughts, words, actions, omissions, but only the latter are unforgivable. Omissions, shortcomings, negligence, inattention. Sins of distraction, cowardice. He had had the intuition of it on the night of High Street, 30 years before, now he had the proof, it was depressing. He couldn't not think about it, he tormented himself. Rue Andrea Doria darkened discreetly, and along the street, electric street lights enlivened the passage of the rare cars and bicycles. The evening newsboys were screaming nonsense and, more reliable than the clock, more precise, the sirens of the brickworks had sounded 5 o'clock in Valle Aurelia. Elena had probably already gone in and out, but absorbed as he was in his absent-minded rumination, he hadn't even seen or heard her. These years, and by that he meant more or less between 1892 and London, 4 years later, had not only been those of Ravicole, of bombs, of daggers. On the contrary, if there had been a moment, a period of time, during which the revolution had seemed, if not inevitable, at least close, it really had been this, all things considered. Singular and bizarre years. Europeans seemed lost in dreams of conquest and not a day went by without the newspapers reporting the prowess of adventurous explorers. Belgians, French, Turks and Germans began to frequent Black Africa to the sound of wild drums and civilization triumphed, in its own way. Skirmishes with slave traders were inevitably the order of the day, and intrepid colonial engineers built railways, telegraphs and latrines with stubborn patience and inconsistency. Capitalism and its civilizing mission, capitalism and a world that was becoming unified, as expected. Malatesta and his comrades commented on the colonial epic with mockery. Ridiculous masquerades, pranks. Layers of paint to cover up one defect after another. Because the times were uncertain, obviously, and the civilizers had their share of problems to solve. In 1892, there was the resounding affair of the Panama Canal Company in France. The following year, it was the turn of the Bank of Rome. Sleight of hand, counterfeit money, and corrupt, wet politicians, an entire system seemed to be going adrift. Comically, all it would have taken was a spark. And in fact, there was a spark. More than anger now, more than spite, it was the indescribably sad regret he felt, a heavy feeling of inadequacy. After Aigues-Mortes, the poor massacred in Provence, the French who chased the Italians through the swamps, and these deceptive lavender fields on the horizon, the climate had become incandescent, and the peninsula was boiling with rampant anger. Long contained and now released, without breaks. United in bundles, the workers of the sucrières of the province of Agrigento had started the revolt, but uprisings, strikes, sabotage and actions were reported everywhere, constantly. We had to seize the opportunity, do something, exploit this unique moment. For Malatesta, for his friends Merlino and Melito, for old Cipriani, the Garibaldian, the legendary convict of Porto Longone, the time had come to do, without hanging around. Blocked in London, but with the intention of returning to his country, the anarchist had no uncertainties, only doubts. Moreover, the atmosphere remained tense, the Sicilian fire was spreading. In the time that followed, months or days, the marble workers of Lunigiana also went on strike. The dreamed, imagined rebellion took place in the form of ambushes and exchanges of fire. Armed with odds and ends, very determined, the quarrymen had stormed the barracks and positions, the tax offices, and we were fighting throughout the region. On the foothills of the Apuan Alps, with a spectral paleness, we were now advancing town by town, and in Castelpoggio, Noceto, Fossone, Bertizzano, the rebels left no respite to the forces of Rome, soldiers, armed police, carabinieri. From there also came urgent invitations and fiery letters, missives. The action plan was outlined during a few secret meetings. Malatesta and his comrades were to, after leaving London, reach Ustica, Lampedusa, Favinana. There, it was a matter of freeing those who were under house arrest, the detainees, and then heading straight towards Sicily. When the three crossed the Alps by the Val Chiavenna, Crispi extravasated the bile. Merlino was arrested a few days later in Milan. Malatesta took to the underground and fled. Only Melito attempted the extreme game of revolution in the province of Biella, but it was a flash in the pan, an isolated event. A few months later, the king's army entered Sicily, a state of emergency was declared. Crispi repressed the revolt of the fascisms in blood. The ex-Garibaldian then walked hand in hand with all the bosses and the priests. A season came to an end, buried without honors, and Malatesta, hidden who knows where, clandestine, recorded the sad last groans. A new barbarity, new Huns. For the Prime Minister, the worst enemies now were really them, the libertarians. In the unctuous tone of the inspired neophyte, the convert, Crispi spoke in Naples, one morning in September, in the presence of notables and a cardinal. Italy, united under the sign of money and cassocks, sang its indecent Te Deum. Now the mustachioed man flirted with the priests, full of contrition, and Porta Pia seemed a memory of the past. Today more than ever, we feel the need for both societies, the civil and the religious, to move forward together to lead the misguided people back onto the path of justice and love. From the darkest recesses of the earth has arisen an infamous sect which writes on its flag neither God nor Master. United today in the celebration of recognition, let us stay together to fight this monster together and write on our standard, with God, with the King, for the fatherland. This couldn't end well, Malatesta had thought with disgust, hidden in his lair in Ancona, elusive and at the same time so useless, helpless. Now, in the little living room on Andrea Doria Street, he also saw this den again, one among many others, in every way similar to all the others, Cenobitic. He had barricaded himself in a small building in Piano San Lazzaro, a proletarian suburb, far from the center, and lived in the few square meters of a room cell under the roof. A small camp bed, a table with a beautiful kerosene lamp, 2 chairs, and papers everywhere, books, newspapers. He then lived incognito, or survived, protected by his comrades, under a pseudonym. The fascisms, the Lunigiana, the revolt of Biella, if everything had collapsed, had gone to waste, it was not only because of the soldiers and the cops. There had been a lack of conviction, of foresight, an unfortunate form of wait-and-see attitude. Otherwise you're fucking yourselves. An old refrain that still held true. They could not continue to act as if Garibaldi was going to arrive, the great leader in exile, the leader. In his idleness in Ancona, he could at least write, and he wrote. And he put it in black and white. It was our fault, he wrote. It was also our fault, and it is unforgivable. Let's face it straight away, the anarchists did not rise to the occasion. Apart from the Carrara uprising, anarchists are nowhere to be found in all this popular emotion in Sicily and other parts of Italy. After having cried out so much for revolution, the revolution arrived, and we remained disoriented, almost inert. The main cause of our decadence is the isolation into which we have fallen almost everywhere. Barely 2 years later, in London, these words written almost directly, revealed clear and irrefutable predictions. The isolation denounced with pain and dismay in 1894 became a formal ostracism, an excommunication. And everything fits together, he thought, everything fits together. Perhaps those years had truly been wasted. And even without letting himself be defeated or shaken, he was obliged to admit it. He had not consoled himself, but he had insisted on insisting, as always. He had a secret motto, an obscure mantra: I cannot go on, I will go on, we cannot continue, we will continue. And then come on, what's the point of crying about your fate, of complaining? He had left, that night in High Street, and even now, some light, amusing memories, good memories, a sort of inventory of his time. At least he had seen the world, a changing world, he even had fun, from time to time. But yes, he had fun too, why deny it? And he thought, for example, of that time, it must have been in 1883 or 1884, when he had managed to fool the cops, the carabinieri, and the spies at the door, to begin, despite formal orders from the prefecture of police, his great and crazy escape to Argentina. At the time, he was under house arrest with friends, and the cops were stationed night and day in the street to prevent him from going outside or receiving visitors. But the buccaneer had more than one trick up his sleeve, of course, and he had played a good one on them, he had made fun of them. As an asset, he had this unimposing stature of a little man which he had taken advantage of to hide in the case of a sewing machine. In any case, who knows why, the same cops had offered their help to the poor, out-of-breath workers who had loaded this kind of sarcophagus on their shoulders. And he had taken flight, hello to you, in search of other skies and other landscapes. Marseille, the restaurants of the old port, the Canebière, and then days and days at sea, dead calm, and then again the arrival in Buenos Aires, the adventure, a whole bohemian style of bombing. They were a bunch of expatriates looking for a few pennies, a little peace and quiet, but in truth the money wasn't circulating, and, all things considered, peace and quiet was not their strong point. Garibaldi in Uruguay, Malatesta, in Argentina. Wandering lives of heroes, agitators, tangled adventures of subversives. Thinking about it, he found himself smiling. They had welcomed him as a savior, and he had certainly not been asked. Fiery speeches, he loved that so much. Propaganda by word, this time. Or let's rather say education, proselytism. He would speak where he was called or where possible, a little at random, in impromptu meetings, seminars. In the cafes of the Palermo or La Boca district, in the bowling circles, in the Milonas, he didn't be difficult, he adapted. To make ends meet, he began working as an electrician and ran a wine shop. On the contrary, he retained less precise memories of his days in Patagonia. It had been an adventure, that was for sure, but it was nothing to brag about, nothing to be proud of. They had caught gold fever like imbeciles who forgot Marx and capital. Tierra del Fuego was not Klondike after all. And this is how he and other geniuses set off for the Cape of Virgins, at the end of the world, convinced of becoming rich, quickly. One day, he even wrote it, because he was so tired of always returning to this once upon a time, of recounting and recounting this event again. We had arrived a few days ago and were just beginning to prove ourselves in sand washing, when a man arrived who said he was a representative of a company that owned gold-bearing lands. And it wasn't just for a little chat, the man was accompanied by soldiers and police, he wasn't there to joke. The Argentine government had ceded the monopoly to a company of capitalists. 1,000 years later, he was still amazed at his astonishment. And how did you want it to turn out, ultimately? The ending was also eventful. They had to decamp, retrace their steps, but it wasn't that simple. Between them and civilization there was a desert. So all we had to do was leave this desolate and icy country, and to leave, we had to wait for the government boat, the only one to dock on Cape Virgins, and not for many months, since the land road that separated us from the inhabited villages was a vast desert impossible to cross without horses or provisions. Adventures, extravagant adventures, explorations. Some good things had happened to them, finally, and now, sick, weakened, tired, immobilized, the old walrus thought back, almost moved, to those bygone times. A secret, clandestine, refractory existence, an anarchist and rebel existence which, in retrospect, that is to say, too late, revealed itself to be in perfect harmony with the zeitgeist. Come to think of it, such was the climate of those days at the end of the 19th century, exoticism and wonder, great scientific enterprises, new machinery, new machines. Even if he felt on a permanent mission, always weaving dark plots, conspiracies, and always on the alert, always on the run, he still allowed himself a few innocent distractions, little hobbies. From the all-political assessment of his years, the collateral memories, the other passions were not absent. In the silence of Andrea Doria Street, a forced peace, the octogenarian evoked certain hidden memories, never confessed. He also had other heroes, the young anarchist, different from his masters, from his idols. Before, he was a little ashamed of it and didn't say it, but now it seemed childish to him, nothing serious. The vogue for the velocipede had completely bewitched him at the time, and, who would have believed it, the formidable anarchist Errico Malatesta, the agitator, had become an expert in cycling, almost obsessed. It was really those years, everything came back to him. At the time, it was a matter of French and Walloon Belgians. True to form, he remembered the details, the stupid things. In 1892, he even found himself on the white roads of Liege-Bastogne-Liege to follow the two Lions and the famous Rasquinet. The first races. It was something other than unpleasant airships and automobiles. The iron horse was an ultra-modern invention, Malatesta thought happily. 4 years later, the year of the first Paris-Roubaix, he even knew the little chimney sweep, Maurice Guérin. Everyone has their secrets, their obscure pages, and the same Guérin would never have admitted that he was an anarchist. And yet, he frequented the Rue de Batignolles, in Clichy, he had good contacts among his comrades. The little chimney sweep wanted to know the great Errico Malatesta, the anarchist leader, and Malatesta idolized the already legendary young cyclist. In fact, he loved these people, he loved these machines, especially, the curved handlebars with the cork handles, very strange, the gears that broke your legs, the big rims. We cannot think about the revolution all day long, Malatesta said to himself, before immersing himself in certain forbidden readings to distract himself. Sports columns in newspapers, certain bizarre novels, stories. This is how he read Around the World by Bicycle by a certain Grand Jacques and At the South Pole by Bicycle by Salgari. We never go where we want to go, naturally, We go where the road takes us, of course. But, on a bicycle, he felt free, exempt, or better, almost free, it's fairer. Even if it was still a private joy, still reserved for a few, he did not want to give it up. And then, what was wrong? What was wrong? Even when he was old, in his Lateran mechanic's shop, Malatesta repaired bicycles and reconditioned them. And just like when he was an ice cream parlor in London a few years before, he applied his own wacky rule: the children didn't pay, and that's all. But the ideal is also nestled in material details, in daily life, in awful nowhere, and he deplored it even now. Had he been able to find a perfect, definitive bicycle, like the one imagined by the great Jacques. It was like anarchy, like the next day. Something that comes later, a later place. The seat of your velocipede and its suspension bars will be forged in vermeil, a little more than a tenth of alloy, which will make them more resistant than the metal of coins. The wheel hubs will be made of Norwegian steel, forged after quenching, using the new processes awarded medals at the last exhibition. Bava Bicaris bicycles. Or maybe he was confusing, poor fool, he was using obsolete words, he was going astray. Velocipede. Perhaps in the 1890s, at the end of the century, people no longer said that, things were changing, and he lingered in the archaic poses of an old reprobate. General Bava Bicaris, the fierce monarchist Bava, had been more modern than him, more in tune with his times. He must have kept the flyer somewhere. On it said bicycle, it said tricycle and tandems. But that was not the question. For Malatesta, other clues, other details mattered. First, this date, indicated at the foot of the page. The decree of the extraordinary royal commissioner dated May 10, the day after. From the day after the massacre, after the massacre. We must abolish the sword and hunger, he once wrote, simplifying, and during those days, in Italy, it was really hunger that had pushed people to revolt. Bava Bicaris, who satisfied the hungry with lead. Malatesta remembered those days well. What is the point of being modern, of living with the times, if we still live stuck in the Middle Ages? Revolts for bread, movements for wheat, when we were almost in the 20th century, was that thinkable? The paunchy army of thieves triumphed without shame, without restraint, and they even called it capitalism. A system of theft, exploitation, abuse of power which in Italy was even more impudent than elsewhere, and more grotesque. The entire social system in force is based on brutal force placed at the service of a small minority which exploits and oppresses the great mass. All the education we give to children boils down to an apotheosis of brutal force. And in Italy, it is worse than elsewhere. The people suffer perpetually from hunger, the little lords make the law. Worse than in the Middle Ages, the government competes with the owners, it bleeds the workers dry to enrich its own and waste what remains in dynastic enterprises. The police are arbiters of citizens' freedom, and every cry of protest is suppressed in blood by the soldiers. Whatever the explanations, the glosses, the excuses, the result had been immediate and resounding. Hunger. The right word was hunger, and nothing else. Those who could board the ships, they left. Most remained on the floor, sweating blood, and riots could only happen, they were inevitable. Malatesta had followed these movements with sustained, exasperated sympathy. In the first days of May, the revolt of the poor had reached Milan and spread. We feared looting, bakery robberies, armed insurrection, jacquerie. Malatesta had followed the chronicle of these days helplessly. On May 1, he saw huge crowds in the streets, and the government, arm in arm with the bosses, of course, was on alert, ready to react. The memory of the Sicilian beams was still vivid, and the technique adopted at the time was exhumed for the occasion. A state of emergency was hastily proclaimed, and General Bava Bicaris was appointed extraordinary commissioner by decree. From the border with Switzerland and Austria, large numbers of troops were recalled to the city. Bava seemed to be preparing for open war, and, with 7 regiments of infantry, 3 of cavalry and the Bersagliers, Milan became an open-air barracks. From the police headquarters, Bava coordinated the major maneuvers, assisted in the streets by General Radicati and his infantrymen. On the 5th, Pirelli workers and tram workers went on strike. The first barricades, cars, trams blocked, objects thrown in bulk, were erected the next day. The insurgents blocked Volta Street, Garibaldi Gate, Venezia Gate, to the south the Lodovica Gate, the Ticinese Gate, and other barricades on Muscova Street, Palermo Street, and in San Lorenzo. For the moment, the bulk of the troops waited and remained there to observe, massed in front of the cathedral. Bava, speaking to the press in an inspired tone, explained his historic mission. "It is not," he said, "the usual popular demonstrations, but a dangerous movement with serious plans for revolt and looting. And that is why, now that political authority had given way to military authority, he would order the troops to advance. Initially, it was necessary to lock down certain nerve centers, the station, the penitentiary, the prisons, the gas and electricity central, the Lodovica Gate gasometer, the town hall. Then the time would come to re-establish the order in the city." On the afternoon of the 7th, the clashes and charges began. According to the newspapers, disorder was breaking out, it looked like hell. The Commune of Milan, the insurrection. They were exaggerating, of course, it was exaggerated. The setting was more classic and linear. Soldiers on horseback, armed to the teeth, ultra-equipped, against these poverty-stricken people, fighting with their bare hands, and already many of them on bicycles, ready to escape or pass on information, to raise the alarm. At the time when the cavalry, carabinieri, and police were attacking the barrier of the Venezia Gate, I learned, Bava would recount shortly afterwards, that a band of rebels was trying to enter the Cathedral Square via Torino Street. Radicati and his men were in turn surprised at Caraballo and blocked by another barricade along the course of the Ticinese Gate. The rebels, these madmen, were coming from all directions. In Sant'Eustorgio, a band of agitators stormed the Bersagliers barracks and Radicati returned the ball, responding without being able to take action. The assault repulsed, the pursuit of the crowds began, but came up against another barricade, a new obstacle. A fine strategist, or so he was convinced, Bava Bicara sensed that there was a conspiracy behind it. These were not the usual popular riots, these cursed barefooters knew perfectly well what they were doing. I must point out the unusual ability of the rebels to choose the point of resistance and the modalities of occupation. They chose the narrowing in the course of the Ticinese Gate, which the colonnade of San Lorenzo cuts longitudinally, constraining the occupation of the arches of the bridge, the immediate proximity of the fleet which cuts the lines of operation, the solid barricades always preceded by others, less resistant, but sufficient to force the troop to a momentary halt, the barricades built in the streets bordering Giacomo Mora and Piopet to secure the rear, are absolute proof of a pre-established and well-studied plan, and also demonstrate that there were men there who were tactically expert in directing and coordinating the resistance. The guerrilla war lasted 2 more days, in uncertainty, in suspended time. The royal troops attempted rare and timid incursions, they did not force their hand, they took their time. At night, the truce forced by darkness gave Bava Bicara's army of cops time and means to breathe, bread and water for the soldiers, curry and fodder for the horses. The general and his men continued the lightning operations in this way, they observed, they did not make decisions. We stormed a barricade, we retreated. The insurgents retook Milan, a ghostly city, all the shops locked, no food, no shops, and the government troops controlled as best they could the dismal crossroads of power. But it was a fragile peace, false even. On May 9, St. Pachomiu's Day, Bava decided on the massacre, and the soldiers opened fire. His bombastic, irritating prose, until then so detailed, suddenly contracts and becomes stingy, elusive. The full-throttle charges of the cavalry and the fire action of the infantry proving ineffective, it was necessary to resort to cannon, the only way to get the better of a crowd other than exaltation and the desire for revenge. Made them bold, aggressive, and contemptuous of danger. It was necessary to resort to cannon. Only a few lines, dry, brief, just good enough to obscure the carnage, the great massacre. The next day, May 10 precisely, order reigned in Milan, and in the newspapers there were mentions of something like 80 deaths, about 400 injured. It was the estimate of the police headquarters, the assessment of the rigged abacus of power. The song of the anarchists, this bitter anthem of the defeated rebels, although in flat rhymes, is more precise. And it was not yet the worst trick or the worst insult, the most infamous. A month had not even passed when General Bava-Bakaris was made a Grand Cross of the Military Order of Savoy. This time, Malatesta did not need documents or paper. He had learned the text of this telegram by heart, and he remembered every word perfectly. Rome, June 6, 1898. I have examined the proposed awards presented to me by the Minister of War in favor of your troops, and in giving my approval, I was happy and proud to honor the virtue of discipline, dedication, and bravery of which they offered an admirable example. To you personally, I wanted to confer on my own initiative the Grand Cross of the Military Order of Savoy to reward the great service you rendered to institutions and civilization, and this is why I express to you with affection my gratitude and that of the fatherland. Umberto. This was his signature of the crime, a sort of claim. Humbert I, the good king, what a grotesque and abject farce. At the time, Errico didn't even have time to be outraged. After a parody of a trial, without incident, he was sentenced to forced residence. The news of this decoration had reached him while he was going down the peninsula by train, escorted by 2 uniformed gendarmes. The socialists had asked him to stand as a candidate in the January elections to avoid prison or the pillory, but he had refused, naturally, and now he is condemned to humiliation and prison idleness, to inaction. A month in Ustica, between ordinary trickards, common law prisoners, delinquents, then, another small piece of sea, Lampedusa. It hadn't been bad there, when you think about it, he even had special days. He felt like Caliban, but more graceful or less monstrous. The island was full of noises, sounds, sweet airs, and the little house where he had been assigned could even look like a vacation home, whitewashed walls, blue frames, low stone walls. Dry, prickly pears. The island was rich in voices and, among the voices, his own also resounded, limpid, calm. He gave lectures, Malatesta, he tried to make propaganda, he bit the air. He tried to explain and re-explain to the inmates, but it was a disaster. When they drink, they are all anarchists, he would remember, but there was nothing to do, they didn't care. In the skull, and he would come to mind the one who, thrilled by the lesson, had kissed him at the end, delirious, when anarchy arrives, you will be our king, our sovereign. Now, here on Andrea Doria Street, he might even think about it with a smile, playing down the drama, but it was the umpteenth sign of the times, an incident. You will be our king, our sovereign. How naive! And it was precisely to him that he said it, holy misery, he who wanted neither leaders, nor king, nor government, nor power, nor police. The island was full of lies, of fables, of farces, he had to flee, take off. And so he set sail, at night, on a kind of fishing boat, straight to the south, straight to Africa. He was starting a new world tour, still on the run. First, the landing in Tunis, then Malta, one more stop in London, then the United States. In mid-August, Errico Malatesta, the agitator, landed in New York Harbor aboard the steamer St. Paul, having left Southampton a few days before. The American comrades were waiting for him on the quay, 3 skinned and 1 shorn, an indifferent crowd, the spy cops from Rome. He would base himself in Paterson, New Jersey, and he had a very dense, impossible schedule. Conferences and more conferences, a tour de force asterisk, his schedule was set in stone, he was stuck. A few days in Broome Street to breathe and then, the beginning of the torture, the pilgrimage. He carried a gospel of anarchy, well-known theses, and anger and turmoil following the carnage. The comrades here, expatriates for years, continued to question him, stunned, but how had this been possible? What the hell had happened? Whose fault was it? Now that his world was reduced to these four bourgeois plays, irremediably sad and twilight, he continued to wonder how he had managed to turn like this without respite, worse than if he had succeeded in unraveling the mystery of perpetual motion. States and cities, thousands and thousands of railroad tracks, the tracks of America. A very long, infinite list of names, places, dates, appointments. He had confused memories of it. Riverside, Paterson, Newark, Orange Valley, Boston, West Hoboken, New Haven, New London, Philadelphia, Bridgeport, and Danbury, Havana. He was everywhere and everywhere he performed, he pontificated. He was everywhere and he didn't even really know where he was or who he was. He almost always enjoyed success and admiration, sometimes, on the other hand, there was noise, screams and jostling. The most spontaneous comrades did not appreciate his calm manners, the rigor of his reasoning, they wanted him to be more intransigent, more aggressive, more cursed, and he who explained to them that no, that it was only poses, there was a lot to do and redo, no theater, no cabaret. Sternarians, individualists, extremists in words. Ciancabilla and his minions demanded another song, but he did not want to satisfy them, so he replied, clarified. He insisted on organization, on a proven method, on patience. It happened, certain evenings, that we raised our voices and bawled. One night, after drinking or smoking, a friend of Paterson, a man named Domenico Pazzaglia, had fired a revolver shot which had wounded him in one leg. Consistent, in his own way, Malatesta had not denounced him, but the story had come to light, a boon for the newspapers. Seen from America, Europe seemed to him a tragic fable. And in Italy, it was worse, naturally. The government of Pellew, a brigadier general, transformed the country into barracks, and the excesses of Milan were no longer isolated or exceptional. It was the method, nothing more, nothing less. Crispy's delusions, retrograde, philistine, ultra-petty, had become flesh and blood, and the reaction had donned the uniform with its garish badges and plumes. The nonsense of the good king was intended to deny this climate of permanent state of siege, but quibbling and splitting hairs did not help much. Seen from afar, Humbertian Italy was a horror. By comparison, America was still a theater of adventure, even if the picture was bleak. Here, at least, capitalism spoke a new language, poisonous, and the face of the enemy was less hypocritical, less insinuating. On rare days of break, and not rest, he would sometimes leave Paterson and the meetings with Bresci to return to New York, to try to clear his mind. They were intermissions of pure curiosity, of wonder. Among the rare contacts he had outside the closed and painful circuit of emigrants, Malatesta remembered his meeting with a singular photographer who wanted to help him discover obscure and bizarre mysteries. William Mumler posed as a psychic investigator, a photographer of ghosts, poltergeists, diaphanous and ectoplasmic presences. The other face of progress and machines was apparently other bizarre machines capable of capturing in a click, in a photogram, the invisible, the extrasensory, the impossible. In his casual materialism, Malatesta found all these extravagances amusing. Capitalism, he thought, has not yet renounced magic, inventing other, more subtle spells, various and irresistible phantasmagorias. But in his Prince Street laboratory, that madman Mumler really went ghost hunting. His lair was a grotesque, rickety interworld, halfway between the studio of an industrial photographer and the small, vulgar salon of the spiritualist. With his hesitant, not very fluent English, he was supported by Brescia, his American Virgil. Mummler was based in a former rope factory and his headquarters was connected to the ground floor by a simple creaking freight elevator. The vast room was also the most surprising and unusual cabinet of curiosities that Errico Malatesta had ever seen. All occult equipment was piled up pell-mell, samples of ectoplasms under glass, objects suspended in the air, floating sinisterly by telekinesis or levitation, diaphanous photos of fragile ghost hands, exemplary lives told through writing automatic, photograms of the extra moment, of the apparitions. Mummler stuttered while explaining his autistic theorems, his nonsense. Citing entities with indecipherable, enigmatic names known only to him, the original initiated the two anarchists into a world of conspiracies, of intrusions, conspiracies similar to daily insurrectional work and at the same time very far from it. Even in the city, he declared, there are magical areas, places, moments, ultramagnetic condensation points where spectral bands gather. Of these bands of spirits, he gave exotic, rhetorical descriptions: old Indian chiefs, Egyptians, Arabs, little girls prematurely delivered to the ogre, people from Atlantis, but he insisted on the fact that the medium was the machine, its apparatus, and he showed the two anarchists his own ghost catcher, a brownie, a little gem from the Eastman Kodak which also had an elf name. To believe it or not to believe it was only a question of subtle nuances, even chance. This Lombroso scoundrel, Malatesta thought ironically, had allowed himself to be bamboozled, lassoed. The photographs of specters and ghosts, he had pontificated, pedantically, as always, not only make it possible to verify the reality of the existence of ghosts, but also demonstrate without a shadow of a doubt that they are not a subjective hallucinatory phenomenon. To his two visitors, the photographer then showed some of his most famous photos: the trembling ghost of Lincoln standing behind his widow, a certain Miss French with the ghost of a child at her side. You need not be afraid, he reassured them, and of course the two were not afraid. He was very different, the spectre with which they had grown up, with which they had been educated in the hope, a spectre haunts Europe. Enchantments, pranks, lies, stratagems. Lies that are nevertheless proven, documented, something, a stain, a halo, an atmosphere, which remains imprinted and offers itself to the light as a filigree. Mummler explained his processes to the two curious people. From wet collodion, he had now moved to silver nitrate, to gelatin, and the contrasts, he said, came out better, clearer, but for the anarchists, the technique remained a double mystery, a puzzle, and what struck them were these strange apparitions, these signs. Photographs of specters, ghosts. It remained to be understood whether these were ghosts from the most distant, immemorial past, or those of days yet to come, of the future. Malatesta, with his baggage of pious readings, of holy scriptures, naturally thought back to the letters of St. Paul. Figures, shadows of things that are about to happen or will be, anticipations, evidence of the future. Adam as the figure of Christ, his sign. Mummler's ectoplasms reverse the pattern without contradicting it. Lincoln's widow, French, the plump lady, with the silhouette of the child next to her. To the theological whims of the anarchist, to his suspicions, the photographer responded by smiling and shrugging his shoulders: you just have to try, experiment, in any case the machine sees what is important to see. And that's how they tried, as long as they could. There was nothing to lose, no risk. A chill. Thinking about it, Errico Malatesta, the materialist, still felt a shiver run through his body. Mummler insisted, he begged them, and Gaetano Bresci ended up agreeing to serve as a guinea pig. The American had placed the brownie tripod right in the center of the room, on this rough, rickety floor, eaten away by worms, and the anarchist was posing, rigid, seated on a wooden chair in front of a large black velvet panel. The light from an incandescent lamp mounted on a makeshift tripod made the scene surreal. Then Mummler undertook complex development operations. As he did not have a real darkroom, the photographer tinkered, crouched under a small table covered with rags and tablecloths reaching down to the floor. They heard him blowing and grumbling, stuck in his cubbyhole, and also heard a strange bubbling, a rustling of paper. He must have been busy for at least a good hour. The intriguer and the two who were waiting for him, irremediably skeptical, impatient. The result was a print that at first glance was identical to so many others. Gaetano Bresci striking a pose, like a whipping boy dressed as if for a Sunday or a party. But clearly, the image had an aura, there was an intruder in the frame, another presence. Vanishing, deformed, inconsistent, as if veiled by the thickness of the fabric, an obscene shroud, a bust took shape behind him. Behind the hunched shoulder of the anarchist, we glimpsed a kind of ectoplasm, proud as a peacock. The military look of the uniform, the haggard and intense look, the big mustaches, but what did that mean? It was King Humbert. Still dazed and surprised, disturbed, Malatesta then had a shock. Figure. This ridiculous image was a figure, a signal of the future, reversed. And a verse from St. Paul to the Colossians came to mind, this invective on feasts, Sabbaths, new moons. Let no one, said the apostle, the true one, judge you any more for these questions. Because they exist for something else, they speak of something else, all things which are the shadow of what is to come. Shadow of what is to come, ambiguous figure. A few months later, at the end of July, when a new century had begun, shortly before 8 p.m., Gaetano Bresci, the anarchist from Prato, took his place on the stands of a stadium in Monza. The Strong and Free Sports Society organized a competition of exercises and gymnastics events. The special guest of the evening was His Majesty Humbert I, the Good King. Around 9:30 p.m., preceded by an escort of carabiniers and to rhythmic drum rolls, the sovereign entered the stage and took his place in the tribune of honor. The end of the tests was approaching. At around 10 p.m., Gaetano Bresci left the stands and went out into the street to crowd behind barriers, in the front row, just outside the small stadium. The king presented medals and pennants. A few minutes later, Humbert got into his carriage. When it appeared to the public, in the open air, Bresci was only a few meters away. At this distance, he couldn't miss it. 3 sharp revolver shots to avenge the martyrs of Milan, the victims of Sicily and Lunigiana. 3 pistol shots, the settling of accounts, therefore. Gaetano Bresci did not try to flee, he did not hide. At trial, he denied any complicity or assistance. He had done everything himself, alone. I attempted the life of the head of state, because in my opinion, he is responsible for all the pale and bloodied victims of the system that he represents and defends. I conceived this project after the bloody repressions in Sicily about 7 or 8 years ago, and after the other repressions of 1898 occurred, even more numerous and more barbaric. I committed this act on my own initiative. There is no conspiracy, I have no accomplices. The one who cried conspiracy, on the other hand, was Giolitti. At the time, this fanciful hypothesis amused Malatesta. Behind Bresci, behind the assassin's hand, there was a very strange gang. According to the evening newspapers, the minister of the House of Savoy, certain historians, certain journalists, Humbert had fallen because of a conspiratorial plot hatched jointly by mismatched allies, anarchists and Bourbons, atheists and priests. What idiocies! What he thought about it, Malatesta had written and signed it with his own hand. There is only one question, he said, whose fault is it? Who started the carnage? Who is guilty of rebellion, who is guilty of the revenge that sometimes breaks out, the provocateur, the aggressor, or the one who denounces the aggression and wants to eliminate its cause? The law of history has established that it is always the fault of the lamb, but history, he added, is written by power, and power only knows how to write with blood, sweat, as ink. And, unfortunately, blood calls for blood. Violence only arouses hatred and more violence. The Monza tragedy had been fatal, inevitable. Not strictly speaking useful, obligatory. We know that the essential thing, if there is one thing indisputably useful, is not to kill the person of the king, but to kill all kings, those of courts, parliaments and factories, in the heart and the minds of people, that is to say, to eradicate faith in the principle of authority to which such a large part of the people worship. That evening, on Prince Street, Mummler had worked so hard, stubbornly, that Malatesta and Bresci had come out with the print wrapped in newspaper under their arms. Errico, who had remained petrified, disoriented, had tried to decline the gift, but to no avail. Again, the slow movement of the elevator pulley, and they found themselves in the clear, changing light of a late September afternoon. The sea air of the Hudson, swirls of leaves and papers carried by the wind. The still bright light of the day had surprised Malatesta, who, after hours and hours spent in the photographer's den, would have found it more natural to come out at night, in a thick darkness lit only by the arc lamps, by the whistling hum electric street lights. He carried the substitute for a shroud, the photo, under his arm. Fascinated by New York, he regained confidence, found a little joy. What a shame, though. Now that he was here, on Via Andrea Doria, a mausoleum of old pieces, rejects, remains, paperwork, dubious memories, dubious documents, the phantasmatic image of Gaetano Bresci, the prates, and the King Humbert really couldn't decide to let himself be seen. He had looked for it and looked for it thousands of times, searching the old cupboards, all the drawers, the double-locked trunk in the attic, the boxes. The last time he had seen it and exhibited it must have been back in London, in the 1910s. 30 years after Monza, he would have liked to study it more carefully. But, deep down, it was as he had already prophesied. Killing the king's person, liquidating him, doesn't do much good. There remains the authority, the dynasty, this criminal and imbecile cult which continues to deceive the people, to deceive them. He himself had seen Humbert's son, this sort of dwarf, give Italy as pasture to Mussolini, sell the soul and the throne to fascism. Who knows, maybe the photo hid other signs, another figure. Deductions, conjectures, slight hypotheses, he could only try to guess. The photo had never reappeared, as if it had vanished, faithful to its paraspectral nature, and he, then, had asked a friend to recreate it by making a somewhat crude montage of pre-existing images. The result was a pure and simple avatar, of fairly poor quality. He had hung it on the living room wall, unframed, next to the typewritten sheet. He had scribbled out the anarchist program as soon as he returned from the United States, after Monza. In 30 years, he hadn't changed, ultimately. The ideas, the projects, the dreams, the ideals always remain those larval shadows of things to come. One abolition of private ownership of land, raw materials, and work tools, so that no one has the means to live by exploiting the labor of others, and so that everyone is assured of the means to produce and live, are truly independent and can associate freely with each other, in the common interest and in accordance with their personal affinities. 2. Abolition of government and of any power that makes law to impose it on others, therefore abolition of monarchies, republics, parliaments, armies, police, magistrates, and any institution with coercive means. 3. Organization of social life by means of free associations and federations of producers and consumers, created and modified according to the will of the members, guided by science and experience, and freed from any obligation which does not derive from natural necessities to which everyone willingly submits when they have recognized their inevitability. 4. Guarantee of the means of life, development, well-being for children and all those who are unable to provide for their existence. 5. War on religions and all lies, even if they hide under the cloak of science. Scientific instruction for all, up to the highest degrees. 6. War on patriotism. Abolition of borders, fraternity between all peoples. 7. Reconstruction of the family, in such a way that it results from the practice of love free from all legal chains, from all economic or physical oppression, from all religious prejudice. This is our ideal. We therefore want to radically abolish the domination and exploitation of man by man. We want men, united fraternally by conscious solidarity, to cooperate voluntarily for the well-being of all. We want society to be constituted with the aim of providing all with the means to achieve the same possible well-being, the greatest possible development, moral and material. We want bread, freedom, love, and science for all. In London. Then came the slow years of exile, a time stopped. In his dark rooms on Andrea Doria Street, the old man found the same exhausted rhythm, a pause, an agony of hours, minutes, seconds, without shivers or flashes, without emotion. 13 years in London, at the beginning of the century, apparently powerless, forgotten. Pushed out of the game, aside. Apparently defeated, apparently. The clock which struck the hour randomly, distracted, reminded him that time was a deception, a convention, only a formality, one among many others. These had not been ordinary years. History is also made of this, pauses, waiting, moments of hesitation, careful deadlines. Know how to wait. Know how to calculate movements, give yourself a rule. There are no downtimes, they do not exist, we are not only experiencing revolution. Those who had been in a hurry, those who had been impatient, hasty, had been struck by a very bitter nemesis. He thought of the friends, Malatesta, of those who were gone now, of those who had betrayed. A very strange frenzy, the agitation, had lost them. The contempt for utopia, when you think about it. They were gone, they were dead, or had lost their faith, or whatever took their place. Among the few relics, among the even fewer resentments of the past, he preserved two particularly painful, and revealing, images of certain friends of yesteryear that time had taken with it. It was once again a story of specters, of ectoplasm. Wrapped in his checkered blanket, thick socks on his feet, a woolen cap worn even at home, the old man almost felt tears coming to his eyes. Frenzy, impatience, excess of common sense, agitation, this deaf demon who wants everything, right away, immediately, or who demands very concrete, visible results. His two close friends had suffered from the same illness, obviously, but then each had followed his own path, good or bad. Malatesta remembered and judged. Or, to put it better, he judged by remembering. Cafiero and Merlino, two symmetrical, perhaps emblematic destinies, and in various ways, of course, two ghosts. Fly into the future, take the leap. When he tried, in Montecitorio, like the new Leonardo da Vinci of anarchy, Cafiero had already lost control, completely. The old comrade from the mate's days had gone mad, and we had seen him climb the small mountain, completely naked, with the mad intention of reaching the abyss and fluttering in the void, an absurd bird, hovering over the hill of Fiesole and over its centuries of oppression, of power, flying low over the bastions of the state, barracks, over the walls of sad convents, prisons. In his delirium, he had even been a visionary. He liked coincidences, Malatesta, he found them interesting, to say the least. 10 years before the Wright brothers, 10 years exactly, Carlo Cafiero had imagined being able to travel on light air, to glide. He had often thought about it, in the following years, during this season of exile, of forced patience. At least he tried, he dared. As for Merlino, it had been the same story, but in reverse. Impatience, annoying common sense, the idiotic damnation of all or nothing. In the middle of the 0 years, Malatesta saw his friend change sides. The torch of anarchy, this little fickle flame, had ended up boring him, probably, or he had ended up judging that it was only a stupid chimera, only a dream. Bread and freedom for all, love and science, Merlino no longer believed in it, no longer counted on it. There are dates like this that we must remember, but only because we can no longer erase them and they are history. There are dates that sound like death knells. More than offended, he felt disappointed, Malatesta. In 1907, Merlino's interview published in La Stampa at the time of the Great Anarchist Congress in Amsterdam had been a separation, and a funeral. He must still have it somewhere, this diary. Merlino rambled, confessed, theorized the end of anarchism. It was a farewell. This part of anarchist principles destined to remain has penetrated and spread into socialism. The part which, on the other hand, constituted a utopia has been recognized as such, and that is why it no longer has value. Both international congresses and partial congresses constitute nothing other than attempts to give life to a corpse. Reclus and Kropotkin were the last personalities of the party, has not only stopped, it is finished. He might not be all wrong, the wise Merlino, but the decisive assertion was disconcerting. The utopia recognized as such would therefore no longer have value, consistency. As a political syllogism, it was stupid. Impatient for the future, for revolution, Cafiero had attempted theft, delirious. It was the same impatience that pushed Merlino to self-righteousness, to wisely fall into line, to renunciation. And perhaps it was true, we were at a turning point, not exactly exhilarating or exciting, but, all the same, talking about an end was hasty. Unbearable and embarrassing had also been the allusion, sharp, like a balance sheet, conformist, to Reclus and Kropotkin, the last leaders. And what do I do? What am I doing? When he read this passage, Malatesta felt bad, sincerely. Not out of vanity or presumption. Okay, he was stuck in London at the time, trapped, but he didn't give up. People still came to look for him, from everywhere. Many people arrived to ask his opinion. His star, perhaps even too bright, still shone brightly. Even exiled in London, blocked, he had insisted and insisted again, stubbornly. To British hypocrisy, he had always opposed his anger, rough ideals, another impatience. If he took stock of these restrained years, without emotion, there was neither surrender nor obedience. Today, the fact is that in England, as everywhere I have been, I have always taken part in the anarchist movement, publicly by speaking or through the press and privately by personal propaganda. The fact is that the English government has always caused me the worst problems, and that if it has not succeeded in expelling me, it is only because the workers of London rose up against the threat of expulsion. On the other hand, it is true that, of all the countries I went to, England was the one in which my subversive activity was the weakest, but that was because the general public English is still resistant to anarchist propaganda, and because, as a foreigner in a country that is perhaps the most xenophobic in the world, the influence I could exercise was limited. Outside, the bells of a church were ringing for evening vespers, and, lying in his armchair, Malatesta suddenly felt a not unpleasant feeling of cold. Gemma had to go inside and open a window or two to get some air. His distracted senses registered a slight change in atmosphere. More specific noises came from the street, the stinging breeze of a cool November evening and the smell of roasted chestnuts and charcoal. In moments like this, familiar, but rare, still surprising, this restricted world did not oppress him. The 4 bourgeois rooms, in disorder, the oxygen tank by the bed, the cops downstairs on the doorstep, the changing neighborhood, fascist Italy. Suspended between everything and nothing, Malatesta found comfort in the imprecise alchemy memories, a theater of memory or lies. The present oppression, or to put it better, the oppression of the present, he still managed to circumvent through thought. In London it had been the same, he thought, and equally awful, in a sense. The most hypocritical, the most liberticidal of governments had welcomed him at the beginning of the 20th century without enthusiasm, and he still imagined that it was only a temporary stage. He had remained there 13 years in a row, 13 empty, endless years. Various houses in various neighborhoods, his shop, and a long impatience, a great boredom. We do not go where we want, as always, but where the road takes you, and in certain cases, the path is dead end and the path stops, transforms into waiting. Forced to wait, he had waited, obliged to interrupt himself, he had interrupted himself. He could have devoted himself to theory, he had thought of the 1,000 books to write, to invent, but perhaps it was not yet the time. In his apartment on Arthur Street, in Soho, the Austrian anarchist Max Nettolo, who had come to see him, had seen, among the immense disorder, the great bric-a-brac, a cupboard full of handwritten or printed papers. It was all the material for his great unfinished work, a peculiar political autobiography. The project already had a working title, a first draft of an index, a plan. And then he didn't do anything, it was fate. Fate also intervened, opportunely, as always. Malatesta briefly informed Nettolo of the fire which reduced all the papers, his and those of others, to smoke, with apparent sadness and, conversely, with intimate relief. Dear comrade, yes, your manuscript burned. I don't need to tell you how sorry I am about this. I couldn't tell you this misfortune sooner because I didn't have your address. I hope you have a draft of the manuscript or at least the notes and documents to redo this work, which was very useful. All my books, memoirs, and manuscripts are lost too. Yours sincerely, E. Malatesta. As for the anarchy, the comrades, the movement, things were not as Merlino claimed. Far from being finished, liquidated, anarchy was simply changing, and not necessarily for the better, it had to be said. Under house arrest in London, Malatesta felt bad and dissatisfied. The individualists, the bombers, and the Stirnerians, these hotheads, great beginners of all or nothing, began to criticize it, they rejected it, demanding the absolute, the leap into the void. More pragmatic than them, or less dreamy, he had for the first time in his life perceived the specific bitterness of the time. Getting older, sure he was getting older, but it wasn't at all said that they were the new ones. The annoying arrogance of these young people pissed him off and bored him. More than depressed, he felt in a gloomy mood, he poured out his gall. I know that certain comrades complain about my propaganda, which they consider authoritarian and fortiator, and that they express the desire that I leave room for new generations. In this desire for me to disappear from the struggle, there is misunderstanding, there is ignorance, there is even malice, but there is also a lot of truth. Old people, even without wanting to, often block the way for young people. That being said, isn't it fortunate for young people that I am unable to act sensitively? If it is true that I am an obstacle for the new generations, let them rejoice that I am giving them free rein, and let them move forward. Or are they just waiting for me to commit suicide? Suicide. This was not possible, it was even excluded. If that was what they were waiting for, they could wait, there was no hurry. So let them go, he ruminated, and let them move forward, if they like. If they were itching, if they were on fire, they had to go there without further delay, dare, have the courage. He, in London as elsewhere, had by no means remained idle. He would find something to do, no doubt about it. Bourgeois idleness, romantic salon interludes, that was not his style. 13 years of propaganda, that's all, 13 years of mortal London boredom, and work. Now, in memory, here, on Andrea Doria Street, there was a thick mist, and through the dark and confused vapors of memory, he glimpsed above all disheveled children, brats, and the 1,000 tools of his workshop in Windmill Street, a large low room with a barrel ceiling, certainly an old stable or shed. It was his headquarters, his base. Electrician and bicycle repairer, genius handyman. Thinking about it now, buried alive, all the commotion amused him. No downtime, no empty breaks. He always had something in his hands, something to do, there was no way he could stay still. The funniest thing, looking back, was the embarrassed surprise of those who were paid to come and spy on him. Plainclothes cops, journalists, false exiles in the pay of Viminal or Downing Street. Poor fools! That this dirty little man, this mechanic always stained with grease and perpetually moving, was Malatesta the terrible, the agitator, seemed improbable to them. It didn't add up. He paid them back and, to tell the truth, this story also had a funny side. To a cop who had entered his high street garret, the anarchist's lair had seemed a very strange cave. A bed with a mattress and a goatskin for a blanket, both extremely dirty. The room was filled with revolutionary newspapers, Les Malfaiteurs, L'Étincelle, La Revolte, etc., and letters with Italian postal stamps. Near the window there was a small steel work surface with a vise attached to it, and around the sides were a series of planes, hammers, and tapping machines. What was he doing with all these things, all these tools? Pernicious homemade bombs. Deadly weapons. He only kept a few things in his house, the essentials, but at Windmill Street there really was quite an arsenal. Oxygen canisters, oxyacetylene torches, tins, small cables and soldering wires, nozzles, bayonet fittings, tubes, masks protection. Vulcan in Vulcan's forge was less well equipped than him, much less equipped. He, at that time, was captivated by bicycle frames, his passion, and by completely extravagant inventions. An ultralight typewriter, a thing for shelling peas, a wire odometer for a velocipede, and even an incubator for chickens. Obviously, most of the time, he came and went, bags slung over his shoulder, in houses and middle-class neighborhoods to assemble and dismantle electrical installations, repair kitchens, do and undo things. When he could, he locked himself in his shop to tinker. His bright red bicycles, with Malatesta written in white on the head tube and an A emblazoned on the seat post, were much sought after in London, but he made very few of them, 2 or 3 a year. In any case, Windmill Street was a real station concourse, with incessant comings and goings. Comrades and friends showed up at the door, at the oddest hours, asking for a tool, some for a work plan, some for advice. And he let them do it, he didn't ask questions. In these times, it was better that way, more cautious. At the trial of the events on Sydney Street, a case which had panicked and fascinated Londoners, the Italian anarchist, involved in it all, denied all the accusations. The Russian had asked him for an oxygen tank and he had sold it to him without discussion. Among all the episodes, incidents, or setbacks that had punctuated his life, this was one of those that had caused the most talk, even indiscriminately. It was called the famous Houndsditch affair or the Great Sydney Street robbery, and the scandal press, the tabloids, immediately launched vehement invectives against the anarchists. The memory of the exploits of the Bonnot gang was still very vivid and there was not an attack, theft, or fraud that was not attributed to the libertarians. The Russians decided to rob a jeweler's store, but everything went rather badly. While she had entered the store through the wall of the adjoining house, the gang who had dug the hole were surrounded by the cops. There was a short siege, then a shootout and finally silence. Almost all the Latvians managed to escape except the Russian. The other members of the gang were flushed out a few days later on Sydney Street and the scenario repeated itself. Police assault, terrible shooting, big fire. Malatesta was implicated in the affair because of the oxygen tank and a pressure monitor, but he had nothing to do with it, that much was obvious. At the trial, he was sparing of words, dry and sharp. Naturally I would have had no reason to be interested either in this jeweler who was an extremely wealthy usurer, nor in the thieves who tried to do illegally what he was doing legally, nor in the police officers who were doing their job and had to confront the risks. But, as usual, the newspapers said that the thieves were anarchists, especially since my name appeared in this affair in circumstances which would take too long to explain. When questioned, I declared that it was a slander to attribute this attempt to anarchists, and that of all those whom the police accused, none had ever shown sympathy for anarchist ideas. It was the pure truth and it was admitted by all the accused. but he was neither Ravicole nor Pini, and even less Fantomas or Lupin. The oxygen tank in question was the same one he used to weld bicycle frames while working. As for the great robbers of anarchy, half of it was gossip, insulting, and half of it was risky extrapolations, imaginary facts. These were the years of the Bonnot gang, and it was naturally convenient for the newspapers to put everyone in the same basket, to mix everything. We spoke of anarchists with the accents of a Grand Guignol asterisk, of frightening detective novels. Malatesta considered them rather for what they were, rebels, but not anarchists, opportunists, failed bourgeois who tended to pass themselves off as intrepid brigands, like Robin Hood. The newspapers gossiped about anarchy to give a voluptuous thrill to dreaming girls and bored ladies, he once wrote, but it was all a farce, a deception. The Red Bandits wore a picturesque mask, they took on the air of supermen, they pretended, and that suited the bourgeoisie very well, it was very convenient. Ultimately, Bonnot and the others had made a bad calculation. Their exploits, cars driven at high speed on the roads, automatic guns that spread terror, chases, could be aesthetically fascinating, very romantic, but all things considered, they weren't worth much. Malatesta also knew how to be mocking when he wanted. Failed bourgeois, they could have at least been more coherent. Theft and murder are dangerous and, in general, not very productive means. When you are intelligent and unscrupulous, you can easily make your own way in the bourgeoisie. That they then try to become bourgeois through theft and murder is understandable, but legally, they will get a much better deal. And if it is true that they have intellectual sympathies for anarchism, they will spare themselves the displeasure of doing harm to the cause which is dear to their intellect. As for theft, for Errico Malatesta it was obvious, he explained this very well. The capitalist is a thief who has succeeded thanks to his merit or that of his ancestors. The thief is an aspiring capitalist who is only waiting to truly become one in order to live off the product of his theft without working, or from the work of others. Living without working, living from exploitation or expedience. Apart from this constantly postponed meeting with the clock to be repaired, it was his cross. Throughout his wandering existence, the old man had always worked with his hands, tinkered, and he could not even imagine a lifestyle more distinguished. Even at the end, even here on Andrea Doria Street, if you like. When he returned to Rome in 1922, almost 70 years old, he wanted to open a first workshop, in Saint Jean de Latran. Then there was this last shop behind his house, on a ground floor on Rue Mocenigo, decorated with a shaded wisteria pergola which had offered him coolness and comfort in summer. If anarchy had imposed the subversive, out-of-time rhythm of his crazy desires and dreams, manual labor had been the patient habit that had singularly brought him in step with the times, beyond the present. We must be absolutely modern, said the poet, and he, anciently modern, had been. The irregular speed of bicycles, the sudden and fleeting flash of electricity, his futurism had been artisanal, meticulous. At the time of his flight from Italy, in the 1890s, electric current was still essentially a novelty, or an experiment, and the streets of the cities, the halls of train stations, the bourgeois houses seemed to hesitate between a dark darkness of intermittent glimmers and vague lights. Trams were horse-drawn, trains were steam-powered. In America and London, however, the exception was the rule, obviously, and he found himself by chance doing this job which, in Italy, was still rare. An absolute beginner, to train, he had used manuals. The general principles, the equipment, the particularities of domestic or industrial installations, the instructions for repairing valves or installing street lamps, switches, doorbells, the method for recessed installations, series connections, or in diversion. It was a geometric world of constant application, of proven uses, directed by a rather general democratic postulate. In the Encyclopaedia Pratica, with which he had diligently trained himself, the section electrician work began with an incongruous solemn declaration that seemed straight from the pen of a Jefferson or a Franklin. General remarks, all work relating to electric lighting is within the reach of anyone, and anyone can find themselves forced to take care of it. A lead burns out, and the house is left in the dark, and it is always good to be able to remedy the problem yourself instead of wasting time waiting for an electrician. You should not be too afraid of electric current or be too reckless. You just need to keep certain general notions in mind and never forget the essential precautions. To our greatest luck, we lived, and we still live, most often in waiting, and there was no shortage of work, even less so in London, we found. He devoted all the time he needed to anarchy, the remaining time to electricity. He had to provide himself with daily bread, he said, and he didn't beat around the bush, he didn't complain. The distinction between manual and intellectual labor had always seemed to him a lie, and, in the anarchist future, he saw it as obsolete, inadequate. When everyone will have the free use of the means of production, he wrote one day, everyone will work, even extraordinary poets and philosophers, without harm to poetry and philosophy. On the contrary. So he was always busy, tinkering, and he even found pleasure in it. Too many hours spent at his desk bored him. He wasn't the pure, grandiloquent, intellectual type. And, deep down, he was even proud of it, being one of them, a worker, wear overalls and nipples, speak without being polite. It was for him an inverted vanity, perhaps a calculated choice, but not hypocritical. To the comrades who came to find him, or to the government cops, to the policemen, he always showed himself like this, unfailingly, a neglected guy, not really impeccable, always climbing on a ladder or a ledge, passing cables and wires, install joints, dismantle and assemble pipes. He brought light. He was the proletarian saint of the East End, a minor god. He loved the contrast, dizzying, with his other appearances as an orator, a passionate rhetorician, a tribune. Either he worked or he gave lectures, rather crowded, in workers' circles, pubs, meetings. Whoever had encountered him that very morning, his face black with soot, his hands full of grease, his filthy overalls, then found himself faced with two deep burning eyes, lively gestures, and the tone inspired by the revolutionary leader, the subversive. He would sit in the room, he would climb onto a shelf, a chair, a small table, and he would start to talk, to machine gun. But the police much preferred him dressed as a mechanic, silent, mute. He looked more like the photos. The Italian ambassador in London himself indicated this in a dispatch. The subject resembles the well-known photos, especially when Malatesta wants to look like a worker unkempt by his clothing and his growing hair, and he wants to look sullen and rough. But this was not a pose or a charade. He simply had a double life. Moreover, his work was also a paradoxical pass, the safe conduct that allowed him to cross borders and sabotage them. Class boundaries, bourgeois décor, money. The great saint of the East End, the revolutionary leader, the agitator dressed as an electrician, in overalls, could also cross the solemn thresholds of distinguished houses, mansions. Thinking back, in his lair on Rue Andrea Doria, in the early 1930s, it had also been a way of being in tune with the times. Furniture, trinkets, wallpaper and carpets, trinkets, fashions that change all the time, the most absurd fashions. When he started in London, 30 years before, he didn't pay attention to them, he was distracted. The language of things, the cheap symbolism of prestige, perhaps he had only understood them in Rome, when he returned. Whether he likes it or not, the revolutionary is also a historian of morals. Late Humbertian Rome seemed to him like the crazy setting of a silent film. Houses spoke, and things spoke, miserably. From his experience as a home electrician and a genius handyman, he had carefully created a treasure. Bad taste triumphed, without opposition. It was a kitsch apocalypse, a bit worthy of D'Annunzio. Except that in princely residences, even in those of the rich, a lot of bric-a-brac, like these vile canvases printed in color, the same in all houses which represent scenes from Verdi's most popular works. and the oleographs weren't even the worst. We passed the thresholds of these petty bourgeois residences and we found, precisely, this bric-a-brac, a messy and grotesque catalogue of horrors, Chinese vases, bronzes pseudo-Renaissance, musical instruments, ivories, marbles, pieces of Baroque altars, busts, sarcophagi, coats of arms, velvet, metal braziers, carpets, animal skins, African weapons, consoles, screens, fans, palm trees. Something other than his work surface, his little hermit's room, his stinking goat's skin. The years of London, the vague and suspended time of exile. With liquid and uncertain, stunned eyes, a hesitant and bushy look, the old man now even managed to regret these moments. The twilight silence of Andrea Doria Street overwhelmed him with great nostalgia, without remorse. At the time he wouldn't have imagined it, but memory speaks its own curious and illogical language. Official memories, to call them that, were superimposed on blurry images of wandering and evanescent apparitions. Far from the fierce hypocrisy of Giolity's Italy, an indecent parody, a prison, in London, he had even been happy, at least sometimes, and filled with intimate, personal joys. His absurd ménage à trois asterisk with the Defendi, the free love, the children who you didn't know if they were yours or his and you didn't care. On reflection, it wasn't just that, he thought of the lover of those years, of her husband, of the kids. But happy, completely free and happy, perhaps he had been sometimes, in perfect solitude and silence, when he let himself be carried away by his steps, aimlessly, and then even London became a setting virtual, a distant backdrop. He knew the secret routes along the canals, the maps unknown to most people, the unreal tracks. He remembered the lead yellow light of some spring afternoons and the paleness of the skeletal gasometers, or the musty green and brown of the autumns along the streets lined with red brick houses that swooped down from Highbury. Sometimes he pushed as far as the borders of the town, towards Mile End, at the lock, and he took the path of the waters in reverse. He followed the Regent's Canal, taking the obligatory and narrow path of the quays, and crossed London in the opposite direction. Rode non-road which, after Hackney, took him just below his home in Islington and on to Kentish Town and Camden, Chalk Farm and Maida Vale and beyond again to Little Venice and its flashy Art Deco, or to the overhanging vastness of Paddington Basin. That had also been London, the old man thought. For him in any case, a hidden city within the city, a secret city, another, liquid, geography, another landscape. He thought back to reckless history of a stream, an eccentric biography of a microcosm. The torrents and streams which become channel, sewer, quagmire, and cesspool. We never go where we want to go, where we like, we only go where the road leads. The banks have lost all natural shape and now they are perpendicular walls in which a few steps have sometimes been made, the banks are paved with slippery slabs, meanders are replaced by sudden curves, instead of branches and leaves, sordid clothes hanging from poles swing across the ditch and fences made of planks, thrown from one bank to the other, mark the boundaries of the property above the water muddy. Life seems absent from this darkness, but in reality it exists. Life seems absent, but in reality it exists. Such had been London for the old man, a long pause, useless or lost, but only in appearance, the dilated yawn of a giant. After 13 years we had to come home, reorganize ourselves. Seen from England, Italy was heading towards ruin, at full speed. Parody for parody, farce for farce, Giolitti played the rigged card of colonialism and dreamed of adventure, of conquest. On the pay of the Bank of Rome, infantrymen and peasants left for the Fourth Region, in Libya, taking a stand against the Turks in Tripolitania. The war of plunder was beginning, a disgrace, and Malatesta could not hang around any longer, he had to leave. He left behind 13 years of peace, love, work, and ambiguous patience. In his memory, dates, occasions, moments, and circumstances fell into place clearly. It was July 29, 1913. The formidable anarchist Errico Malatesta wrote a last letter to friend and comrade Luigi Fabbri from the boat anchored in Harwich Harbour, ready to leave. A few lines imbued with heartbreaking nostalgia and homesickness. I'm on board and I'm writing to you. In an hour, I'm leaving for the continent. I finally left London, but what a heartbreak, my friend. A crowd of people, big and small, all of whom I saw born, who love me and whom I love and who are in fact my family, tried hard to hold me back one day from more, another hour, and saw me leave crying for fear that something bad would happen to me, of not seeing me again, etc. I'm completely upset and I'm crying too. While the massacre lasts. 2 days before the steamer set sail from Harwich in the usual setting of cranes, trailers, syphilitic seagulls, the Ancona police chief gave precise instructions to his subordinates. The tone was that, alarmist, worried, circumspect, of very serious, fatal moments, fear, even unacknowledged, transparent. He was coming back, Malatesta, and it was predicted by the police dispatches, the communiques. A well-known, proven scenario. 13 years later, he inspired terror, grave suspicion. The hermit of Andrea Doria Street, the one buried alive, still thought about it, with irony. They were even afraid of their shadow on a wall. It was much better that way, ultimately. Despite the copious prose, the agitated police chief photographed the situation well. It is extremely important to monitor this man, dangerous by the audacity of his past, by his tenacity, by the faith he professes. I therefore recommend to all services to be extremely zealous in research, to monitor hotels and furnished rooms and to follow the movement of the main local anarchists. Or again, I recommend to all services to take care of him secretly, to follow his movements, to investigate the purpose of his trip, to control the people he surrounds himself with, to penetrate as much as possible into the anarchist movement which will certainly train upon his arrival, and not to suspend vigilance until he is definitively in his accommodation in the evening, while this service will take care of having him followed by plainclothes agents during the day. They couldn't stop him and they were on his back, sticky like crabs, stubborn like mussels. Never mind. The formidable anarchist was used to all this attention, but he was amazed to see how much Italy had changed. Return to your homeland. For a rigorous internationalist, a cosmopolitan like him, a sentence of this kind was insane, but the feeling of disorientation which he had felt as soon as he arrived in Genoa was strange. It was not the light of the city, deep, precise, the shadows of Sottaripa, or the thousand trailing and confused voices which disoriented him, but a more general tone, a tone which rang false and which, like a buzzing, emanated perfectly spontaneously from consciences drugged with petty desires, aspirations, delusions of omnipotence, secret resentment. A few hours after disembarking, going directly towards the trains, in Principe Square, he had crossed Balbi Street and Andrea Doria Street cautiously seeking the improbable grace of ignition. A summer storm had just soaked the streets, cleansed the air and, for him, Italy was now only this shimmering shimmer of the first evening which sculpted everything with sharp blades of light. In the windows of tobacco merchants, sad restaurants, peaceful barber shops, simple objects orphaned by the company of men, by their care, stood out. Every detail was drawn with extreme precision, clear, chiseled. The bottles of liquor, the advertising trays, the flasks of wine in the cafes along the Rue de Bistros, the pipes, the little rosaries, all the hardware from Sala e Tabacchi. It was not this crush of less than fantastic merchandise that struck him, but the sick energy that seemed to emanate from the passers-by who hurried around, from the circles of shoppers in the stalls, from those who smoked, isolated, in the shade of stucco ledges or near a kiosk. It must have started with the Libyan madness, he thought, when the Italians had let themselves be seduced by the colonialist word, stupidly, and it continued, now that a mad, disgusting breath of war was beginning to blow over the whole country. Europe. After years and years of preaching in a vacuum, of words that seemed like wind. Now the time for effective, ultra-effective sermons had come. Patriotic propaganda, big lies. They had sold the war of plunder as a great opportunity for revolt. Italy, as we know, does not occupy the place in the world that is due to it. Italians are not aware of their potential energies. We need to shake ourselves up and emerge from our lethargy. Life is energy, it is force, it is action, it is struggle, and we want to live. The majority had taken the bait, had let themselves be taken in. Life is energy, strength, action, struggle, chatter worthy of D'Annunzio, abuse of power. There is energy and energy, Malatesta thought, and wrote, and we will also have to explain what we are talking about, damn it, what we are thinking about. Words used like gnarled clubs, in primitives, words like bullets, like bombs, perhaps it is the energy of the predatory animal that we aspire to? Or that of the bravado, the bandit, the cop, the executioner? The barkers also spoke of civilization and barbarism, of religion, but it was an imposture and an indecency. Despite the banking scandals, despite the Camorra, Italy is obviously still more civilized than Libya. This war of abuse, this rape, had become a civilizing mission. Italy had taken the bait, it had walked. Deceived and intoxicated by the very people who oppress her, exploit her and prevent her from developing her qualities and her wealth, she sends soldiers and priests to Africa, she spreads massacre and theft, and in her infamous attempt to enslaving a foreign people, she becomes ugly and becomes a slave herself. The majority had fallen for it, had surrendered. There remained the refractory people, the irregulars, those who persisted in having illusions or in dreaming and who, dreaming and having illusions, lived. Something bad is good, Malatesta sometimes thought, diluting the Marxist dialectic in its very particular common sense according to which the crazy drift of events had to produce, among so many evils and incidents, a reaction. Not that he saw some revolutionary opportunity emerging, but to try, he had to try, as always. Do, and do again, how, when, and with whom, we had to see. In the meantime, he made contact again, he checked. He spoke with his comrades, with the socialists. After Genoa, Milan, and then Bologna, the coasts of March, Romagna, and then again Livorno, Pesaro, Rome. Frantic months of incessant interviews, big meetings, discoveries and revelations, disappointments. In Milan, less than a week after arriving, he had seen the socialist summits, Lazzari and Mussolini, the new leaders, and it had not been a happy meeting. Then, the big tour had begun, the chore. Meetings and more meetings, challenges, proclamations. Small as he was, he always jumped on rickety stools, and he spoke, he broke the silence. Rooms and more rooms, always packed, black with people, places full of people, it was comforting. He thundered against imperialism, the war in Libya, he made fun of the king, of that fool Giolitti. Could that be enough? Frankly, he doubted it. The movement seemed to him to be in complete disarray, broken, divided into factions and bands, unresponsive. With his eternalist Porati, get ready, Malatesta was evangelical, and a little worried. To a concerned comrade he wrote, "It seems urgent to me to put an end to the scandalous state in which our movement finds itself today in Italy, to resume active and methodical work and to prepare ourselves so that the opportunities which will certainly present themselves to us in a short time are not once again miserably failed." The problem was political, he thought, a question of organization and faith, of vision. Don't waste opportunities, be ready, know how to seize the fleeting moment, the chance. As for the personal attacks, the arrows, the pettiness, the wickedness, he paid measured attention to them, little or nothing, but that too was a signal, he understood it. In public he showed confidence, he gave confidence. In private he also had bitter moments, of sadness, of doubt. he was once again accused of being old. Rumors were spread, people denigrated him. To another comrade he wrote, irritated. As you will see in Volanta, it was announced that I am not in health, that I no longer have the vigor of my 20 years, and this because too many comrades, and in too many different places, invite me at meetings and conferences. My health is good and I seem to have some strength. But even if I was sick and exhausted, why should they announce it in the paper? They make me a kind of general and then they shout, "Be careful, our general is sick, old, weakened." A sick general, a spoiled one. They barked at the moon, the kids, he didn't worry about it, didn't pay attention to it. In a whirling and frightening world where everything seemed to be changing, suddenly, he preferred to keep his gaze fixed on the future and scrutinize the unknowns of time, the opportunities. No need to linger in regrets, to spoil your sleep. You have to wait, and therefore want. The story has no libretto, plot, or direction. Anything could happen, or maybe nothing. The year passed, calamitously, like the season of Advent. In October, Giolitti won the elections easily, and for the first time with the help of priests and bigots. Italians continued to leave. Outside, far away, the story was moving very quickly. In Mexico City, Huerta took power and the revolt of Emiliano Zapata began, and that of Pancho Villa. In London, suffragettes took to the streets and began their hunger strike. In the States, the first assembly line was started, Fordism was born. It could be the beginning of the end or a special opportunity, an occasion. For Malatesta, who believed neither in the stars nor in the obscure horoscopes of dialectics, the great secret resided in vigilant attention, in the extreme patience of will. Times, as he repeated in these meetings, are never ripe. There is no providence, no law. We must want the revolution, we must instigate it. To the politics of the worst of the most ingenuous Marxists, to the fatalism of the utopians or maximalists, he opposed a gesture of a very different kind, and of another temper. We say that we must make the revolution, that we want to make the revolution, and we strive to arouse and unite the wills tending towards such a goal. But a fundamental objection arises. The revolution, it is said, does not happen at the whim of men. It comes, or does not come, when the times are ripe. In practice, it is only a polemical or political expedient. We say that something is impossible when we don't want it. But then, when something interests and pleases, all theories are forgotten, we make the necessary effort, and if we need the help of others, we appeal to their goodwill, and the power rises. Wanting, 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 and wanting again, always wanting. An old refrain that still resonated in his head, now that he had seen the horizon narrow and the world had reduced to a house and the usual route between the bedroom and the kitchen, the toilet on the landing, the small living room. In the buzz of his mind, intermittently, the images of these prodigious days tended to merge with the present, and even fascism, the oppression of today, seemed to him to the long surmountable one. It is not that it is enough to want, he thought, but to want is essential, nothing to do, that's where we have to leave. A philosophy, without great theorems or lucubrations, without sophisms, without anxieties. To the comrades who asked him for enlightenment and explanations, he responded as best he could. His idea of will was not tinged with any Nietzscheism, with any aura. To great theories, he preferred a kind of common sense, very rebellious. He spoke like a revolutionary and an electrician. What is will in its essence? We do not know it. But perhaps we know what matter and energy are in their essence. We want to live a conscious and fruitful life, and the first of these presuppositions is the effectiveness of the will. All that can be sought are the conditions which limit or increase the power of the will. The duty of the social sciences is to discover what are the necessary facts, the fatal laws which result from the society of men, and to prevent vain efforts, to ensure that the wills of all men, instead of paralyzing each other, all contribute to a common objective, useful to all. a conscious and fruitful life. Now that he was buried alive, paralyzed, it might also seem ironic to him, a joke, but it was half a joke, or maybe it was fate. What was his life like here, Rue Andrea Doria? Not at all fruitful, but conscious. Forbidden to act, not stupid. Now he was as before, all things considered, but with the factors reversed, turned around. Whatever happened, what happened, it's always like that, there is nothing to complain about, that's all. Not that he then had any illusions, or that he got lost or got his head wrong. He was wrong in his calculations, that's all. He had always had doubts, of course. He hadn't given them too much importance, that's all. A man of faith, he had never been a bigot, a gullible. Even less a naive, a blinded person. Yes, I doubt everything. But this doubt, useful for research, useful for keeping an open mind, does not paralyze my capacity for action, because my will is not moved by scientific convictions, always uncertain and changing, but by a desire, a feeling. I do not have the faith of those who need to believe more than to understand. I do not have the faith which makes fantasies take reality and which makes the will bend before fantasy. Such faith does not serve to form conscious revolutionaries, but rather to prepare the flock for deceitful shepherds. Faith is not a blind belief, it is the result of a firm will combined with strong hope. And he had suddenly found the energy of the mate's days, carefree, an impatient desire for adventure. Revolt, sabotage, insurrection, feelings and thoughts that he had not felt for too long now. A particular and obscure consciousness of becoming, of things, the perception, exact, punctual, exasperating, of the granular flow, of the mixture, of the fusion of events in time, of chance. It was time. Now or never again, he thought, now is the time. The only good one to act, the only one left, in any case. Even if he doubted, I doubt everything, he wrote, even if he was prudent, wise, prudent, he felt that to delay further would have been a resounding error. They could only anticipate, risk everything, try to be at least one step ahead, run better. Europe, the world, the course of empires, of powers, everything was changing, rushing, a shoddy order went to pieces. It was time to take stock, to face the ugly appearances of history. It was like that, and, therefore, it was the moment. Willy-nilly, the time had come. In his thoughts, then, there was the cold light of a pure, terrified conscience. To the dark omens of war, massacres, hatred, carnage, one could only oppose, he thought, the other haste of a different story, a counter-plan. There was only hope in utopia. In the most brazen ambition. In this, electric, nervous, spring of 1914, for Malatesta, everything was at stake, life and death, and his opinion on the question was not particularly subtle or original. It was obvious, unusably obvious, it was a truism, we were heading straight for catastrophe. This was the moment where there would be no escape, no alternative. From the socialists gathered in Congress at the end of April, Malatesta and the anarchists demanded a clear gesture and a sharp break with the bourgeoisie. Divided on tactics, on methods of struggle, on principles, we should be, he wrote, brothers at least on the ultimate objectives, the ends. His requests, timely, urgent, at times unwelcome, were intended as an invitation to clear the field, to create an understanding. On condition of understanding each other, and to find yourself. For once, we had to be consistent to the end, consistent. You want to destroy bourgeois society? Do you want to abolish the capitalist system? So you must give up trying to improve it? For the revolution, against the bourgeoisie, against the state, and, more immediately, against the monarchy, you will have us at your side. But if you opt for collaboration with the government and the bourgeoisie, even disguised as electoral intransigence, you will find resolute adversaries in us. Choose. waiting for a sign or the charity of a response, for now there was an obvious enemy on the horizon. The drums of war, the uniforms, the absurd chauvinism, the military. In view of the day sacred to the splendor of the monarchy, Malatesta plotted the umpteenth ambush with the intention of lighting the secret fuses of the revolt to open the dance and go far. May was a month of fiery meetings and assemblies. Malatesta harangued the crowds, in his own way, on the stages of provincial theaters, in gatherings in village squares, in cafes with mirrored walls, in train stations. Its objective was a large protest at the beginning of June on the occasion of the Statute Day, and the adversary was clearly identified, the only support of the monarchy, militarism. It was necessary to prevent the armed procession, the parade, and force the troops to stay in the barracks. No display of panache and glitter, no fanfares. The troops who must, according to custom, make the parade, will remain confined to their neighborhood or will be distributed to the public security service. And the people will see better what the army is for. Meetings held here and there, from time to time, are not enough and end up tiring without having produced their effect. We need big overall movements, which really disturb, worry, frighten. If this status day is not enough, we will find another. Since his forced retirement, Rue Andrea Doria, the old man had reconstituted in his memory a sequence of events and setbacks, of catastrophes. Disturb, frighten, at least they tried. The key day was set for June 7 and Malatesta had chosen Ancona, once again. The police were after him, as always. That morning, the anarchist leader seemed busy. A usually calm, guarded man, his particular frenzy was striking. According to a police report, there was reason to keep your eyes open, to be alert. Throughout Italy, the monarchy was celebrated in colorful processions. It was only in Ancona that there was this suspended atmosphere, a great uncertainty. The morning passed slowly, without incident. In the afternoon, the seditious people met as agreed at Villa Rosa. Outside, down on the port, the splendors of the state were celebrated modestly. Here, people rumbled against the monarchy and militarism. Nani, Malatesta, Piero Ciardi spoke. But that was only the prelude. After the meetings, the crowd formed a procession outside the villa and the participants began to walk slowly down Torini Street towards Piazza Roma. In the street, the brass band was already singing the Royal March. A little further on, there were soldiers lined up, the Carabiniers. The orders from Salandra's government were clear: no riots. Nothing and no one should disturb this false tranquility, this artificial tranquility. Never anything or anyone, without exception. It was a matter of a moment, of nothing. The soldiers opened fire. Armed with at most a few stones or paving stones, the demonstrators were hit by a first shooting at eye level, then by another. No warning shots, no warnings. At least, 3 dead, many injured. Barely an hour later, the atmosphere had changed throughout Italy. The dispatches had spread the news as far as Rome and Milan. We called for an all-out general strike, total agitation, sine die. For a week, at least, the country had to be stopped, paralyzed. The Union, reluctant at first, even perplexed, could no longer hesitate, it had to act. And in Ancona, the uprising raged, confusion reigned. After the massacre, the troops withdrew near the port. Here, no one is in charge anymore, wrote the Journal d'Italia, scandalized, all the officials who appear in town are attacked. This is unheard of. Never seen, the insurrection. Many years later, the same Malatesta remembered these very special days, not without a slight veil of regret, not without nostalgia, bitterness. After the massacre he wrote: the trams immediately stopped running, all the stores closed and the general strike started without it being necessary to deliberate and proclaim it. The next day and the following days, Ancona was in a situation of potential insurrection. Armories were pillaged, Stocks of wheat were requisitioned, a sort of organization to provide for the food needs of the population was taking shape. The city was invaded by soldiers, warships were moored in the port, but the authority, while circulating important patrols, obviously did not dare to repress, because it was not assured of the obedience of the soldiers and sailors. In fact, they fraternized with the people, the women, the incomparable women of Ancona, took care of the soldiers, they distributed wine and cigarettes to them, encouraged them to mingle with the crowd. Here and there officials were spat in the face and slapped in the presence of their subordinates who allowed it to happen. The strike looked more and more like an insurrection every day, and people were already proclaiming that it was no longer a strike and that it was necessary to reorganize the life of the city on new basics. Never seen before, indeed. He had very rarely experienced such dizzy feelings, such emotions. For a few hours, a few days or a few minutes, Ancona was transformed into a laboratory of anarchy, of insurrection. This is where the spark was to ignite, where the fire was to start. From where it could happen, in short. Not that the trap, the threat, was not visible, but something was changing, it was going off the rails, and the echo of events in Ancona were deafening. A week of revolts, uprisings, conflicts, barricades, a red week. First in Lazio and Umbria, then in Tuscany, then also in Liguria and Lombardy, and also in Turin, the strike turned into an insurrection, and those June days were great. When speaking with his comrades, at the Café de Commerçants or at the Central, Malatesta invited us to stay on the alert. It was a vigil of arms, he prophesied. We shouldn't waste this moment, it was special. But we had to insist and resist, to persist. Continue the strike to the limit, continue. There is no point in hoping or dispersing. We had to make the right calculations and keep a cool head. To hear certain voices, and to read the newspapers and gazettes, the framework was ambivalent, complicated. In Milan, the comrades were beginning to doubt, they were wavering, and already certain factories were reopening, some workshops. It was a completely different story in Ravenna, in Romagna. On Thursday, June 13, for Malatesta, the revolution in Italy was not a fable. We don't know if we will win, he wrote then, but in any case we have started, and that changes everything. In his manifesto of the anarchists to the people is found all the hope of those days. We do not yet know if we will win, but it is certain that the revolution has broken out and is spreading. Romagna is in flames, in the entire region between Terni and Ancona, the people are in control. In Rome the government is forced to be on the defensive. From everywhere comes news, uncertain, contradictory, but which all demonstrate that the movement is general, and everywhere we see Republicans, Socialists, trade unionists, anarchists acting in beautiful harmony. The monarchy is doomed. It will fall today or it will fall tomorrow, but it will surely fall, and quickly. This is the time to put all our energy, all our activity into action. Any weakness, any hesitation today would not only be cowardly, but stupid. Now it is no longer the strike, it is the revolution. But it was, precisely, an illusion, a bitter mistake. On Friday, June 14, the following day, the General Confederation of Labor ordered the end of the strike and the surrender. Without further delay, the royal troops regained control of the city. For Malatesta, the obligatory journey of exile began again. He had to start running away again, disappear. The enormous betrayal, the enormous stupidity, had left him speechless. They were almost there, they were close. And then there was the abjuration, the about-face. They were almost there and it was eating away at him. The Union had perpetrated the blackest betrayal against the Italian proletariat, and the revolt now seemed exhausted. An incorrigible optimist, the old anarchist did not admit defeat or depression. We will continue, he had growled this, we will continue. We will continue. If the government and the bourgeoisie imagine themselves having defeated the revolution and having tamed it, they will one day realize how great their error is. Opportunities can arise when you set your mind to them. Expect the least, we must always be ready. We will continue. He spoke for future memory, of course, already projected into an uncertain tomorrow of reckless bets, of daydreams. Hastily camouflaged as best he could, the time had now come to reverse yesterday's path and return to London. But before disappearing and escaping the inevitable arrest, he had granted himself the luxury of one last snub, of another provocation. On June 15, when the revolt was almost subdued, a columnist from Corriere della Sera ventured into the citadel of the revolt to try to obtain an interview. With the journalist, Malatesta was detached and cold, but cordial. Few words, clear, precise. Few words to say, we will continue. Malatesta, when he sees me, breaks away from a group of people and approaches me, questioning me with his lively gaze. He has a black, graying goatee and a slightly distressed face. He warns me that he will not make any statement. In times of war, he says, you don't communicate with the enemy. The enemy would be me who, in the eyes of the old anarchist, represents the bourgeoisie. But isn't the war over? Is there no truce? We, answers Malatesta, we continue to fight, with preaching, with preparation, with the creation of states of mind and particular situations. What is over is just one episode. About a fortnight later, the old anarchist returned to London after a rather adventurous journey. On exactly the same day, in Sarajevo, Gavrilo Princip chilled the heir to the Austrian throne and his wife with a revolver. Ancona had been only a small episode, an accident. The massacre began, the Great War. Since we cannot, for the moment, do better, let's talk. 5 years of war to discuss, argue, polemicize. 5 years forced into the idleness of rhetoric, into chatter. Since we can't do better, let's talk. Among the many, too many, things he had written, the old man found this sarcastic insipid, full of self-deprecation, particularly APT. The title of the article was also APT. While the massacre lasts. While, not much to say, the massacre lasted, and here are the anarchists who divide, fight each other, rack their brains, cut each other's hair in four, turn around their jackets. But looking back, the internal divisions, the ruptures, the errors of judgment, the missteps, it wasn't the worst. What was exasperating was this feeling, total, paralyzing, of helplessness. As we cannot do better, let's discuss, double syllogism that time has made irrefutable. Unable to do better, under surveillance on Andrea Doria Street, clinging to an oxygen tank, to his misfortunes, he now remembered, ruminated. To remember while not being able to do better, to hope for better, bitter consolation or palliative. Life and history, the history and biographies, scattered, tiny. It sometimes happens that the great moments of an era, the famous turning points, end up presenting themselves as ironic anticipations of very private torments, things of no importance. 5 global years of vain theorizing, of plans on the comet, and, almost 20 years later, an endgame of roughly the same thickness, inconsistent. At the time of the massacre, inconceivable, they were all involved, stunned. Now, few interests, rare dreams, a light that goes out, little by little. But he didn't want to cry about his fate anymore. His last trench, this armchair, the sad little living room on Rue Andrea Doria, he would have honored as best he could, in any case with dignity, sober decorum. The torture of memories, of memory. The confusing season of final balance sheets and inventories. Even at the point of death, he felt absurdly optimistic, combative. Sad exorcisms. At the time, on the other hand, sarcasm and irony, black humor, had helped him get through the night, to live. It was a massacre, and not just of bodies, of consciences. The horror was mixed with disgust and melancholy. Since the events in Sarajevo, nationalist fever had infected almost everyone, even on the left, and the interventionist delirium was hidden even in the noblest proclamations. Sophisms, dialectical acrobatics, pious excuses and accusations, slander, infamy, vulgar insults. The sermons of the International had proven to be a waste of time. Almost all of them, the German Social Democrats, the French Socialists, the Belgians, part of the Italians, various anarchists, followed the militarist cock-crow, obtuse nationalism, imperialism. Cowardice disguised as strategy, tactical calculation. The defeat of empires, of oppression, a war for civilization, for freedom. Apart from the German Social Democratic Party, the European left was talking nonsense. Idiots. They brought nothing but death, disaster, massacre. And then, in truth, they were excuses, illogical theses, to which it was necessary to oppose for the umpteenth time the disconcerting banality of old principles. War, violence, do not produce civilization, but barbarism, slavery, hatred, misery, they oppress the vanquished, corrupt and brutalize the victor. There is no holy war except that made to free oneself from oppression, there is no just violence except that which repels violence. Unable to do anything else, he chatted. He repeated from memory a kind of catechism, precepts. As a cosmopolitan, a consistent internationalist and, above all, a revolutionary, he could not understand them and could not believe them. To the interventionist friends, he addressed a single exhortation: open your eyes. Verdun, the Marne, the Battle of Calais, the first trenches, a massacre without any real reason or excuses. A massacre on the backs of proletarians of all countries. The only holy war is the war against slavery, against oppression. Everything else is reasons of state, nationalism. In his No to War, there was neither ideology, nor dogma, nor pacifism, but the urgency of a revolt and a great refusal. Unable to do anything else now, he got angry. We had to make a revolution, not a war. I am not a pacifist. I think that the oppressed are always in a state of self-defense and that they always have the right to attack their oppressors. I therefore admit that there are necessary wars, sacred wars, these are liberating wars, as civil wars, that is to say revolutions, generally are. Years of exile in London, and of pain. Of public and private bitterness, years of struggle. In the war fever, he had seen his old friendship with long-time comrades, great friends. In the fever, other misfortunes had consumed themselves and extinguished old ties and personal affections. He never complained and yet he was torn. Unable to do better, he had to cry. Ah! What a life I have led since I arrived here, escaping from Italy. 15 days after my arrival, Defendi, to whom I have been linked by fraternal affection for more than 50 years, was struck by a terrible illness which puts his life in danger every day. At first she was hospitalized, but then she was sent home to make room for wounded soldiers. For months and months, I had to stay at his bedside night and day, and I only got rest by sleeping in a chair. Shortly after his mother fell ill, it was the turn of his son Errico, do you remember, Gigi, my Erricuccio? And he is still bedridden, perhaps doomed to slowly die out. As for the sudden break with Kropotkin, it was a black page and a catastrophe. A fraternal friend who became an adversary, almost an enemy. There is nothing worse, nothing sadder. It was one of the most painful, most tragic moments of my life, writes Malatesta, remembering the Russian friend, who recently died. The slightest agreement was now unthinkable, impossible, for me, he adds, it was a real pathological case. On this disastrous occasion, Kropotkin's old preferences for everything Russian or French were reawakened and exacerbated, and he declared himself a passionate supporter of the Entente. He seemed to forget that he was an internationalist, a socialist and an anarchist. He forgot what he himself had said shortly before about the war that the capitalists were preparing, He began to admire the worst statesmen and generals of the Entente. He treated as cowards the anarchists who refused to enter the Sacred Union, deploring that his age and his state of health did not allow him to take a rifle and march against the Germans. Unable to do anything else, he watched. A vile and dishonest decade, which had begun with the Libyan enterprise, a delirium, was now falling into the abyss of massacres, of trenches, into the precipice of dissolute or poorly lived affections, of betrayed, sold ideals. A decade of deadly and frightening modernity. The unrepentant anarchist persisted in thinking like a mechanic and an electrician, like an inventor. The tricks of reason, the newest discoveries of technology, became instruments of massacre, lethal weapons. The language of things frightened him. In bourgeois magazines, advertisements continued for refreshing or digestive drinks, but the symbols of the time were the gas mask, mustard gas, anthrax poisons, barbed wire. Europe was an endless battlefield. As if by a bitter law of retaliation, each nation paid for its faults. Tons of rubber, extracted by the Belgians in the Congo with whips, materialized into tires for armored vehicles and armored cars. In the fog-gray skies of the Somme the bombers fluttered. Terrible shells vomited tons of lead onto the sand and mud dunes, the countryside and the hills, the high plateaus and the valleys. A war of positions, carnage. Unable to do anything else, he watched. However, in London, stuck in this interlude, paralyzed, Malatesta had still found something to do, despite himself. He was not limited to making ends meet as best he could or helping Defendi and Errico, his patients. The news from Russia, vague, uncertain, seemed to give a semblance of reason to the warmongers. Despite the massacre, thanks to the massacre, the wheel of time continued to turn, unbalanced, and all the accounts, the counting, the alchemies of the dialectic, the predictions were blown. A revolution against capital, despite Marx. Mixed feelings, as his English comrades said, stiffly. He had conflicting feelings. The revolution, a revolution, triumphed. Not the one that was planned, but what difference did that make? It was not the violated prophecies that troubled him, but the times and means, the style, the manner. As a consistent anti-authoritarian, he was disturbed. As a sincere revolutionary, he was also enthusiastic. A dictatorial revolution, in fact a revolution, a beautiful enigma. In London, support circles were created, support committees, and he, naturally, was present. Hands off Russia, hands off. The first imperative was to prevent the reaction, and that suited him. With the Bolshevik expatriates in the capital of the British Kingdom, Georgy Chicherin, Maxim Litvinov, he had constant contact, good relations. The dictatorial turn, the oppression, could still be only a transitory season, only a phase. From the Soviets, he hoped and his libertarian comrades hoped with him, the Republic of Councils, the Commune, could be reborn, another democracy, another politics. Unable to do anything better, we had to wait and see, judge. Do not neglect anything, do not make concessions. But it wasn't a season, it wasn't a phase. The times of politics, Malatesta thought, are not those of sacred religion or Advent, infinitely frayed, immemorial. What mattered was here, now, and right now, here and now. In short, it was the present that counted, the near future. The revolution was born strangled, it was an illusion. For a convinced libertarian, this was unthinkable. While Lenin became a myth, even to anarchists, the authoritarian twist remained evident. When, in April 1918, the Bolsheviks carried out the first major roundups, the first purges, the last mask fell, bitterly. The revolution, in the eyes of many anarchists, but not all, had been betrayed, even expropriated. In the Geneva Awakening, Bolshevik repression was attacked. Malatesta, regretfully, more than agreed. But it wasn't just about defending persecuted comrades, it was the essence of the thing that was appalling. The authoritarian drift was not just a concern, it was the truth revealed, the substance. Malatesta already saw the end of all hope. In July 1919, still in London, the old man wrote a long letter to Luigi Fabbri. Less than 2 years had passed since October and the tone of the missive was already distressing. Having nothing better to do, he became a prophet. In Russia, the proletariat plays the role that the people play in democratic regimes, that is to say, it simply serves to defend the real essence of the thing. In reality, it is the dictatorship of a party, or rather of the leaders of a party. General Bonaparte also served to defend the French Revolution against European reaction, but in defending it, he strangled it. Lenin, Trotsky and their comrades are certainly sincere revolutionaries, but they are preparing the government cadres who will serve those who come after to take advantage of the revolution and kill it. They will be the first victims of their method and with them the revolution will fall. It is history repeating itself, mutatis mutandis. It is the dictatorship of Robespierre which sends Robespierre to the guillotine and opens the way to Napoleon. In Pensiero e Volonta, 5 years later, his obituary of Lenin does not grant him extenuating circumstances and does not make concessions. These are some harsh lines, very severe. Lenin is dead. We can have for him this kind of forced admiration that strong men, even hallucinated, even bad, extract from the crowds, who manage to leave a deep trace of their passage, Alexander, Julius Caesar, Loyola, Cromwell, Robespierre, Napoleon. But he, even with the best intentions, was a tyrant, the strangler of the Russian Revolution, and we who could not love him alive cannot mourn him dead. Lenin is dead. Long live freedom! The Lenin of Italy. Now that he had become the archivist of himself, a ruminant, he still managed to be astonished by the jokes of destiny, never coherent, and by the deceptions of history, by its pranks. Unable to do anything else, he remembered. Unable to do anything else, he languished. In the peace of Andrea Doria Street, the restless time formed a lump of memory, unreliable, the sand of an emptying clepsydra. He didn't want to recapitulate, he was dreaming, he did not intend to clarify, he wanted to understand. The legend is truer than the story, more interesting. He had written it years before, and he subscribed. Understand what we were, our legend, untangle the tangle of memories, untie the threads. No Gordian knot in his past. But misunderstandings, masks, incidents. What were you, what did you really hear, what did you want? And, finally, what were you to others, who did they take you for? Recompose this gap, try to adjust it? Easier said than done, that goes without saying. There had been days and days like that, vain and false. Moments of strong emotion and embarrassment. It happens to everyone, or it can happen to everyone, it's completely normal. It had happened to him too, nothing to say. Existence and essence, constantly separated and different, tangled. Existence and essence, irreconcilable. We are what we are and we are nothing, we are something else. A pretext, a symbol or a figure, a simulacrum. Never trust the verdict of mirrors. Most of the time it's a joke, just a puzzle. Nothing coincides. The face under the mask or the pose. He too had been like that, a braggart. But in perfect good faith. In full awareness. If he had been taken for the avatar of a messiah, for the man of the day, it was not because he had been looking for it, it had happened like that. You deceive without deceiving, you become a world. Not much to regret and, once again, nothing to say. It's inevitable. And then the story doesn't count, we are legend. And so the old man rambled on, without saying a word, and thus he deceived time, Rue Andrea Doria. We are legend. He thought it a bit like that, ironically, but not entirely without reason, ultimately. The post-war period, These years of renewed hopes, insurrections, poverty in the countryside, struggles in the factories, he had experienced, surprising himself. Even and surprised by fate, in an astonishing climate of melodrama. Marx's old words, he thought, had been electroshocked, and now farce and tragedy, tragedy and farce, were intertwined, furiously, and there was no before or after, no sequence. Farce, tragedy, farce, yet another farce, tragedies with no outcome, obviously, pranks that had never been so ridiculous, far-fetched. As for understanding anything, it was a waste of effort, of course. From his point of view, it wasn't even bad, he had to improvise, experiment. A work of anarchists. It was not the time to call on the engineers of the radiant sun of the future, the teachers. During these hours of painful idleness on Andrea Doria Street, he did not take stock, he summarized. The first farce, because, frankly, it really was a farce, was the tangled and curious story of his return. Because he had decided, he had to go back. To the "no one is a prophet in his own country" of certain comrades, he opposed his impatience and the feeling of guilt. He was in an urgent need to make something happen, to spark it. What linked him to London were, at most, sad memories. Some tombstones in the cemetery, very few friends. And then he had to go back, he felt it. Certainly not out of nostalgia, it was a duty. Moreover, it was implored from a distance, it was mentioned, there was not an assembly or meeting that ignored it. Come back. Show you're the boss, give us the line. Always the same refrain, not even mean. There was even something to be flattered about, something to be proud of. There is not a single one of our meetings, wrote an Italian comrade, a certain Biamino, where we did not talk about him, not a newspaper which forgot him in a single issue. To come back, he wanted to come back at all costs, but it wasn't so easy. What awaited him were legal procedures, stamped papers, trial deadlines, a conviction. He was even ready for that, he didn't hesitate, and then amnesty was at stake, he could do it. But the government was procrastinating, taking its time. There was always some damn legal quibble, some obstacle. The whims of bureaucrats exasperated him. He was always more impatient, champing at the bit. He felt trapped, prisoner. I'm still a prisoner here, anxious to get home. But I am unable to do so due to lack of passport. However, I believe that they will not be able to deny me the right to go to trial for long. A hypothesis like any other, an omen even. Nitty's cabinet didn't want it. Let him stay in exile, let him be quiet. Here, they meant in Italy, of course, he would only cause harm, a mess, perhaps even without meaning to, by chance. It wouldn't even really be an intentional foul. At the time, he didn't understand it, he didn't realize it, he was becoming a myth, a legend. In the fall of 1919, Malatesta's name was already a mantra, and the government, extremely prudent, was worried about it. Elsewhere, the plebeians organized revolt, they wanted Soviets. Here we were playing with fire, for the moment anyway, but the climate was neither light nor serene. The expedition of Fiume, D'Annunzio, Gramsci's l'Ordine Nuovo, the first Fascio, the Bolsheviks, the Whites, a big mess. The only thing missing would be Malatesta, Nitti thought. The only thing missing would be them, the subversives. But, in fact, it had become a mantra or a refrain, a name to invoke, to revere, Malatesta, Malatesta. In Parliament, there were some who asked questions, almost everything happened in the streets, without riots. Rallies, processions, meetings, speeches. For now, no riots, yet. Then it happened like this, a kind of prank. Pushed to his limits, Nitti had played the complete fool, he had denied everything. In Malatesta's memory, the joke ended in the Italian way, well, hello. When Nitti saw that it was no longer possible to legally refuse me from coming to Italy, he wrote in the journal d'Italia, "But why are you agitated? Malatesta is free to come." 2 days after this publication, the consul in London telephoned me to collect my passport. There remained the complication of the journey, an adventure. He states free to come, words. France would not have let him pass, he knew it, and the borders of Belgium and Germany were closed. All that remained was the sea, a minefield. In short, Nitti was cheating, he was procrastinating. He gave his agreement in words, underneath, he was putting obstacles in the way. Come to think of it, it had even been fun. For days and days, disguised as an emigrant, as a traveler, the old man found himself in port bars and inns, looking for a ship to pass through. Liters and liters of beer, dark tobacco, painful games of more, of Scala Forte. He had the impression of living in a novel by Stevenson or Conrad, by Salgari. He was looking for his Long John Silver. A thug or a scoundrel ready to do anything. But the dice were loaded, it was a big deal. The agreement seemed to have been made, firm, and then each time there was a turn around, a cold shower. So many wasted beers and wasted time. I spoke to captains of all nationalities and gave many of them far more than the price of the transport, but when I was about to embark, the money was returned to me and someone said to me, you know, the police told us that we would be in serious trouble if we transported you. And finally, the final twist, another farce, the meeting you don't expect, the surprise. When you look, you find, the old man thought, but sometimes you find what you find, and that's not a problem. Provided he left London, England, he would even have signed a pact with the devil. And this is how the sober subversive, the libertarian, the penitent ascetic, the electrician, found himself embarked, clandestinely, on the boat of a scoundrel, of an admirer of D'Annunzio, of a friend of Mussolini, fascists. You find what you find, that's all. It would have been a cop if he would have gone there anyway. In short, I couldn't find a way to come to Italy until, with the help of someone who doesn't share my ideas, who is very far from sharing my ideas, but who is at the same time in love of justice and freedom, I managed to come to Italy, in secret. This someone was a certain Captain Giulietti, an ambiguous character, strange sea base, funny guy. For sure an adventurer, a leader. An idealist without ideals. A lover of freedom and justice, but, in his own way. Armando Borghi, who had known him, described him thus. He was a man of unusual qualities, strange and strong in his own way. He had succeeded in cramming into his federation of sea workers all the personnel of the merchant navy, and to make such a heterogeneous mass coexist, he had to worship God and the devil. He had been an interventionist and now he was courting Avanti. He supported D'Annunzio in Fiume and kidnapped Malatesta in London. He renounced neither the benefits of nationalism nor those of internationalism. Kidnapped or released, for Malatesta it really amounted to the same thing. He wasn't interested in stupid rants. Uninteresting, the political reading of his return trip was simply insignificant. The important thing was to weigh anchor, leave, turn our backs on England. In this frosty month of December, on the deck of the steamboat, shivering, the anarchist had seen the port of Cardiff disappear in the distance, shrink, dissolving in a winter mist speckled with little glimmers, flakes of light, lamps uncertain, intermittent yellowish, and he had the intuition that this Turner-style landscape, in the style of, was also a farewell, one last time. Before him, in the little or too much time that remained to him, now he had only Italy, his country. It was not the time to search from noon to 2 p.m., to rack your brains too much. In Italy as elsewhere, everywhere, the revolution, he thought, was now inevitable, obligatory. Europe, exhausted by the war, impoverished and dejected by fevers and the Spanish flu, found itself caught in a vice. Empires had fallen, gone up in smoke, and liberal regimes, stained with shame and powerlessness, could only be swept away or, with a sense of grandeur, withdraw. Revolution or barbarism, said Engels, and it had never been more true. From this massacre could be born a liberated future or a phase of fear, reaction, total oppression, and a new slavery, to put it bluntly. For the first time Malatesta thought now or never again, for the first time he was peremptory. Like Captain Giulietti, even Malatesta, at that time, was ready to worship God and the devil, to dare everything. In this climate, in this atmosphere, it was necessary to risk, to take the plunge. In retrospect, thinking back to these years, to these moments, the old man felt at peace with himself. Neither proud nor proud, but serene. He had to try, and he had tried. You could also fail, and he had failed. Of course, it had been strange, very curious. There had been a moment, transitory, during which the unrepentant anarchist, the great rebel, had even found himself flirting with this whitewashed sepulchre of D'Annunzio. The aesthete, the poet, the jester, the vain man. And why not, finally? What was wrong? The intermediary, it should be noted, was Giulietti. The argument, the insurrection. The endings, it goes without saying, remained opposed, but was it so important, decisive? One wanted Fiume, Italy still under foreign domination, the other would have been satisfied with the revolution. But for a part of the way, a little part, maybe it could be done, we could try. The Bolshevik thistle, the poet, the commander chattered into the void, changes here into an Italian rose. As little sensitive to winged and inspired verses as to botany, more concrete or, if you like, more political. Malatesta on the other hand only thought, let's wait and see. From one thing another is born. The recluse of Rue Andrea Doria returned to those crazy days and reveled in them. It had been a whirlwind of extravagant dreams, of aborted and crazy plans, of conspiracies. The two, the anarchist of a certain age and the charlatan, never met, that was out of the question, but Giulietti was scheming, he was weaving threads. Whether or not Fiume was the first movement, the commitment was more ambitious, more radical. Free yourself from the monarchy and the Savoy, without fuss. Blowing up the villainous foundations of capital. They saw themselves as the tip of a spear, as the vanguard. Among the old papers, the leaves, the pamphlets, the old man kept a note from the poet, the so-called plan, a real madness. Even condensed into points, telegraphic, the usual bombastic and colorful style. 1. Rebound to Rome starting from Fiume. 2. Resolution of the Adriatic problem including the annexation of Fiume. 3. Establishment of a new order that resolves the social problem. Nonsense. But if there was a way to break in and take action, why not try? The bard, the poet, the commander, could dream as much as he wanted, but if a great movement was beginning, it was worth the risk. Obviously, nothing came of it, as we can imagine. We stuck to very generic chatter, just to talk star. They couldn't get along and, sure enough, they never did. The famous agreement between D'Annunzio and Malatesta was someone who had other interests, completely different plans, who spoke about it. Nothing less than Mussolini, the interventionist, now leader of the fascists, the adversary, who demolished him with malice. In Popolo d'Italia, his newspaper, the ex-socialist was sparing neither with irony nor sarcasm, the operetta in the epic. How the revolution should break out, he titled his article to smear the anarchists. The socialist comrades, the Republicans were on the same line. Malatesta, who would have liked to ignore it and let it run, was forced to nail him. Ignoring Mussolini, without quoting him, he responded to the socialists, I see. Do you really want to be called a cop and a spy? Treat yourself. For a while, certain socialists, obviously among the most unconscious and least responsible, have been insinuating throughout Italy the existence of some sort of conspiracy between me, D'Annunzio, Giulietti, etc., but also that of a strange union between anarchy, militarism, and masonry. Then, invited to speak loudly so that we can respond to them as they deserve, they escape like eels. Yes, gentlemen, a few months ago, in anticipation of certain possible events, I served as intermediary in a meeting between certain members of the Socialist Party and other subversive elements to discuss and deliberate on certain proposals. The meeting took place, but circumstances had already changed and it was unanimously decided that it was not worth considering the proposals made. I will not say who was present at the meeting, because anarchists are not snitches. But I can affirm that these proposals were subject to the condition that the Socialist Party approved them. So, how do they now present the thing designed and done in hostility to the Socialist Party? But that was afterward. After the secret repatriation, the crossing. The anarchist Ulysses found his Ithaca and, curiously, Italy seemed to be waiting for him, and him only. The rumors that had reached him in a muffled echo in London, confused gossip, improbable exaggerations, boasting, were not false, after all, nor exaggerated. It was him they were waiting for, only him, and suddenly Errico realized that it was true, indeed true. The wait had become a millenarian frenzy and the exile was now, the Lenin of Italy, nothing less. We talked about him, we dreamed, we prepared for him, we organized. In the squares, villages, towns, fields, and factories, in addition to the big cities, almost metropolises, people tore out the pages of the calendars, in impatience, in the vague certainty of a sudden twist, of the fatal, decisive moment. They were all anxious, all excited. What in London had seemed to him to be a beautiful fable, without foundations, became reality, the opposite of an illusion. If he had chosen to return now, that meant the time had come, more or less. The moment of the rooster crowing announcing the dawn of a new world, pure, renewed, the moment before the great leap into the future. Revolution, now and immediately, before it is already too late, before it is useless. There would be a lot of people talking about it, a few years later, about these months of excessive dreams, of senseless dazzlingness. For Salvini or Borghi, lucid, a way of speaking, this expectation was moving, also false, and excessive. Borghi would remember a few years later. Anyone who would have measured the real strength of our movement by the flood of people who welcomed Malatesta on his return to certain large industrial centers would have been wrong, and many were wrong. There was no connection between the conscious and well-directed anarchist forces and the extent of these fairs which attracted the masses towards a Malatesta object of various idolatries. Fairs, he wrote, fairs and idolatries. He was not wrong. Perhaps the aftermath, once again, certainly a clear, precise judgment. He, Malatesta, was what he was, of course, but around him a myth was created, an imposture. Salvini also saw it this way, without the slightest embarrassment. Malatesta was an absolutely honest revolutionary, and his long, active, and courageous past, his selflessness, his personal charm and his youthful energy gave him immense prestige. Men and women came running in groups with the hope of finding in him the savior, the liberator, the leader, a new Garibaldi, the Italian Lenin. But it was not Lenin the communist, it was Malatesta the anarchist. Of these moments of adulterated and spectacular glory, he was left with a memory veiled in astonishment. He didn't want to believe it, or couldn't, but now that he was here, he noticed it, embarrassed. What are you and what are you not? What are you to others? Bourgeois concerns that fate or destiny, never linear, dumped on him brutally, and obviously, he had to face them, measure himself against them. Unable to ignore them, he did not ignore them. Was he up to it? Was he the righteous man, the savior? While excluding it, he could not refute it either. Everything, he thought, can be transformed by the impulse of action, this fierce spur. Even if they were stupid glares and illusions, they had to be used. As for the cheering crowds, the gatherings, it was serious, and he realized it. After Taranto, where he landed incognito in December, came the day of Genoa, the apotheosis. Christmas Eve 1919. He entered the harbor looking around him, calm and quiet. But the quays, the piers, certain balconies at the secret entrance to the Caruggi, the wider surroundings of the Carignano Square, Caricamento, were teeming with celebrating souls, people deployed in bands, 1,000 flags. They were there for him, that's it. It's him they were waiting for, only him. More than moved, Errico felt displaced, intimidated. Deep down, he was not the right person. Little by little, he had always preached and harangued for 3 Pelles, and now they stuck to him this cumbersome, too noble costume, this reputation of leader, of guide. No illusions, he thought, no stories. He would do what he could, his best. And yet, you are what you are, and that's what stays. His voice, his oratorical style, his catechism without gospel, were not those of the leader or the orator of genius. To speak, he spoke calmly, without clamor. He moderated the concepts, the cadences. He did not want to bewitch the crowds. What interested him was to explain and get to the facts, to persuade. A merciless tour de force asterisk of meetings awaited him, but on another scale, never seen before. It was no longer a question of theaters, inns, ballrooms, but of large squares and immense crowds, large gatherings. True to himself, very coherent, he went on stage as always, not really dressed to the nines, neglected. And when he attacked, it was his voice, that of always, this calm flow, this reasoning. He didn't excite, he didn't want to excite, it repelled him. He was neither a magician nor a leader, only a tribune. The Lenin of Italy kept his own tone, a little old-fashioned, and that's why he was popular, he was sincere. His friend Armando Borghi remembered precisely these moments and these days. Wrong person in the wrong place, no big deal. We don't know how, but he managed to do it all the same, he hit the nail on the head. Malatesta was not what one would call an Italian orator. He didn't have a musical ear, if he started humming a tune it was better to run away. I believe this influenced his way of speaking in public. The ear had to get used to his rather irregular voice. At first, this voice seemed faint and hesitant. His words were sober and unsuitable for these large-scale meetings in which it is less necessary to reason than to make a few brief allusions to immediate news and leave room for other equally high-sounding speakers. He had accomplished all his work as an educator by speaking to small groups and not to crowds. At the time of his first political activities in Italy, the masses were absent. Now the absent masses had arrived, and it was necessary to understand where they were going, where to guide them, and what direction the course of history was taking. He, catapulted here among the old miseries and the new riches of a country that he had at times forgotten, lost sight of, tried to give himself the air of leader. But sober prudence exhorted him to be moderate in fiery promises and proclamations. With his style of a bourgeois worker, of an electrician, with his inadequate way of presenting himself in meetings, Errico Malatesta spoke, he held his audience, but he had a single obsession, a single credo: we had to act and do it now and immediately. Don't put anything back, don't drag it out. Revolution or barbarity and defeat, repression, he had no other worries, no other thoughts. They had brought him in under pressure, reluctantly, now they were ready to present him with the bill, which was very steep. He had planned it, he had no illusions. It was only a matter of days or weeks, maybe months. Already in February, barely 2 months later, almost nothing, the atmosphere had changed. Malatesta and his comrades had a meeting in Milan, at Porta Romana, where the Proletarian League of the Mutilated, Tubercular, Veterans, Widows and Orphans of War had called them to protest against the non-payment of pensions to veterans or to the families of the dead. The climate was heavy, obviously, and Malatesta on the front line, with the others behind him, did his best to invite calm and reason. But the first shots, the first fatal shootings did not come from the gathered crowds, from the plebs. At the end of the meeting, with all the flags now lowered, 2 carabinieri opened fire, without any reason or pretext, against a convoy of demonstrators who were returning home. 2 of them died, an innocent tram worker, an old invalid, others were injured, crushed to the ground. It was the moment and the hour to react, and Malatesta was among the first to call for a general strike, for an uprising. But the socialists did not agree, on the contrary they asked for a pause in tactical reflection, a halt. It was the beginning of a serious rupture, of a double conflict. But if not now, then when? Thought the old man. What the hell are we waiting for? What else do we want? Going on strike, said and wrote, Malatesta thundered, was only the beginning and it was not enough. It took a stroke of genius, a step forward, a conscious, more ambitious coincidence. To dye these moments red and not black blood, it was the moment to force the hand and seize the rebellious destiny to tame it. Occupy the factories, he ordered, jump over the deep, swirling chasm. To the socialists who accused him of preaching irresponsibility and violent defeatism, he responded as he knew how, almost contemptuously. Defeatists, yes gentlemen, we were during the war when, with all our energy, we sought to open the eyes of the proletariat so that it could see the abyss into which the bourgeoisie had thrown it. We are today when we tell the workers that it is time for them to create, in the factories, the appropriate bodies to make it possible, tomorrow, to take possession of the factories themselves, when we oppose the evangelical cross your arms, the revolutionary occupy the factories. All power to the Soviets? Nothing like that. It was a question here of reacting, of protecting oneself. Take note of the rising tide of reaction. For Malatesta the question was only this, to organize. The dates and figures, the dark litany of statistics were there to demonstrate it. For at least a year, there had not been a day without innocent blood being shed, without victims. It was the bosses who presented the bill, raised the stakes. It was enough to recount the pious string of incidents, to enumerate the deaths, to catalogue them. Occupy the factories, he shouted, and meanwhile, behind him, the found masses were already beginning to fray and lose elements, momentum, enthusiasm. Not that the thing surprised him or took him unexpectedly. But it was still ironic, ridiculous, disappointing. It was the year when everyone was discussing Pirandello's Searching for Authors' characters and Malatesta was measuring the gap between the discouraging reality of who he was, that of his real supporters and influence, and the excessive emphasis of shouted slogans, formulas, images crystallized into figures of a vast, insincere illusion. The Lenin of Italy found himself most of the time in very restricted company, however excellent and chosen it might be, and his wandering in cities, towns, stations had taken on the aspect of a masquerade, or of a joke. Odor of mothballs and camphor, bad musty smell. When he thought of these 2 years of abortive revolt, stifled at birth, these smells rose to his nose by reflex. Inside a cupboard, at the bottom of a large drawer lined with printed paper with patterns of blue edging and flowers on a yellow background, he who had been the last light of the rebels kept his uniforms. Conductor, railway worker, postman, electrician with whom he disguised himself to reach the set destinations, to get to his appointments while always escaping the insistent eye of the cops. He had started to act like the old Carbonaro again, the wanted individual, the solitary anarchist conspirator, the clandestine. Far from Lenin and, above all, from the large crowds who applauded and jubilant, ultra-faithful, immense masses ready to take to the streets and destroy everything. In his analyses, lucid and desolate, but stubbornly optimistic, and even proactive. What he insisted on defining as the revolution was already underway, but there was the enormous risk of missing it. Once again he appealed to all the organized forces of socialism. They were words thrown into the wind, pebbles in the water. The revolution is here and it is moving towards its resolving crisis. It is agitated and quivering and it is on the verge of bursting. If it did not break out, it would mean that opposing forces within the movement would have neutralized each other and given reaction the means to push us back. We appeal to all workers, beyond any party distinction. This is why these socialist or Republican leaders, who want neither socialism nor the Republic, are trying to boycott us. Let the socialist and Republican workers think about it and they will see on which sides their friends and their enemies are. Regardless, we could try, and we should. In addition to the serious and extreme urgency of the moment, there was in him a secret sting, an impatience, a restless, irresistible curiosity. Nostalgia for places he had never seen, where he had never traveled, nostalgia for these futures advocated only by dreamy and visionary thought. Another idea of society and common life, another style of public and private existence. As an authentic libertarian, as an incorrigible dreamer of free and renovated worlds, he did not want to give up the hope of establishing this new universe on which he had been drifting in dreams for a long time, forever. Seeing what lies beyond the bourgeois horizon, capital, society ordered in the image and measure of the bosses, he would have liked to experience it during his lifetime, this intoxication, live it at least a little, experience it. But we had to try, we could. The example of the German comrades excited him despite their sad fate. While in Italy, there was a ferment that politicians tended to dilute, to retain, to lead with caution. Behind the Alps, in Munich, we attempted the Council project, an entry on the scene. A revolution of bold anarchists, theater people, sui generis socialists, students. It was a new and unprecedented commune, the only experience, for what he knew about it, for what he saw, of revolt led by true libertarians, comrades of his. Then, it turned out the way it probably was supposed to turn out, and it ended with blood on the streets, killings. Landauer dragged into the street, massacred, Mussum thrown in prison, prosecuted. It had ended tragically. But they had tried, they had dared. Why then not force your hand, take up the challenge? Once again, Malatesta had resolved to continue on the most extreme route, all uphill, of a revolt organized as best we can and with whom we can, without certainties. If he waited for the unity of the workers and Republican forces, he would be finished, he knew it. For now, he thought, let's get started. Then whoever lives will see. Well, hello. In his mind, despite these ardent calls, these invectives, a suicide program was taking shape, only in theory, minimal. No need to wait or procrastinate. You can and must improvise the revolution, even if you are in the minority. Small groups, meager troops, a few convinced, the rare naive. He thus urged the socialists, without hesitation, to join the struggle. To his purist, intransigent companions, he advised against waiting for the improbable millenarian event of a mass conversion to anarchy. We are a small number and in small numbers, it will be up to us to act, to experiment. We stay and we are few, we don't care. As we cannot carry out the revolution alone, that is to say, as we cannot, with our forces alone, attract into action the great masses necessary for victory, and as even if we wait for an unlimited time, the great masses will not be able to become anarchists before the revolution has begun. Refusing our assistance to others and waiting to act until we are able to do it alone, would in practice, despite the big words and the radical intentions, accomplish a work of putting people to sleep and prevent us from starting with the excuse for wanting to get to the end in one jump. He was getting impatient. Enough of Manichean poses, haughty purisms, chastity inspired by completely perfect, ultra-clear, always self-sufficient, always sterile thoughts. It was the time, he thought, to mix, to merge, to adapt, to camouflage, to become 1 and 100,000, to become Proteus. Above all, he saw no alternative. Immediately, it seemed to him the only tactic. There was indeed a gap, deep and sharp, very obvious. The exasperated masses, the workers of the factories of the north, the railway workers, the port workers of Genoa and La Spezia, were champing at the bit and seemed ready to take subversive action, to break. Trade unionists and politicians, on the other hand, seemed rather hesitant and irresolute. Malatesta's sarcasm about socialists who don't want socialism, about republicans who don't want a republic, was relevant. But the Lenin of Italy trusted in the passage of time, poor naive person. There is no doubt, moreover, that a hot wind of revolt was blowing. In March 1920, the anarchist leader began again to encourage workers to occupy their factories, without wasting time, and the facts seemed to prove him right. His old adage, if not now, becomes a cutting and demanding sentence, why not before? In the pages of Umanità Nova, one of his vitriolic articles sounds the charge, with inspired resentment, crude sarcasm. General protest strikes no longer move anyone, neither those who carry them out nor those against whom they carry them out. If only the police had the intelligence not to provoke, they would pass like any other day off. You have to look for something else. We are launching an idea, take over the factories. Perhaps the first time, few will do it and few will notice, but the method certainly has a future, because it corresponds to the ultimate ends of the proletarian movement and constitutes gymnastics which prepares for general and definitive expropriation. He couldn't have expressed himself more clearly, said it better. Occupy the factories. It was the first essential step and the most incisive and appropriate, adapted to the situation. The ritual of strikes done because they have to be done, of shouting at meetings, of flags, had to give way to a protest which was perhaps already a symbol of socialism. Hit where it is right to hit and where it hurts. The old anarchist did not invent anything, naturally, but his method was inspired by healthy common sense and a Marxism made up of rebellious actions and not simply words. Occupying the factories was already socialism in action, the revolution. Neither armed police officers, nor cops, nor even the troops of His Majesty of Savoy, the half-dwarf, would be enough for the bosses. He had been given this cumbersome and erroneous, exaggerated label and he played with his naked mask without any problem, without torment. Now, he distributed orders and directives, drew diagrams, showed the modalities and deadlines for global collective action. From factories to communications, to the nation's vital services, we would be able to paralyze the entire system of bourgeois power and overthrow it. With his mind as a cycle mechanic, as an electrician, he knew how much the least obvious, the tiniest, and hidden details mattered. Society was no longer just fields, factories, and workshops, but other forms of relationships induced by technical inventions and progress. An advantage for power only if we pretended not to see it. One more weapon in the hands of conscious rebels. In his plan, the revolution was the business of all the employees, of anyone who found themselves under a boss, chomping at the bit. Telegraphists and radio telegraphers should not transmit or mistransmit government dispatches, mechanics refusing to make or repair weapons and other objects for the government, mechanics, cause providential breakdowns and so on. Each conscious worker should, by doing and not doing, use his technical capacity and his employment to help his fellow fighters and oppose the work of repression. The government is a colossus with feet of clay. All its strength is made up of the unconsciousness of the workers and will vanish the moment they refuse to serve as instruments of the oppressors against their comrades and against themselves. More than a plan, it was a general model, a program or, if you want, almost a glossary, a manual. Then, obviously, we had to see and wait, look closely. The first signs, however, were not discouraging. Something was moving, nothing to say. Occupy the factories, Malatesta recommended, constantly insisting, and so much preaching began to bear some fruit. The first fires were lit in Liguria, on the coast. At the beginning of the year, workers took control of the Ansaldo, Adiro, Piaggio sites in the Genoa region and Ilva and San Giorgio in Sistri Ponente. Then the contagion spread further north, to Canaves, and further south, to Naples. 2 months later, as March was well advanced, it was the turn of the large centers of the north, Turin and Milan. The agitation started from the Fiat metal workers and spread to Piedmont, to all of Piedmont, then it was Emilia which raised its head, with Tuscany. At the end of April, the last act was already being considered. Malatesta and his comrades, still isolated, now asked the railway workers to block the trains, all the wagons, to stop not only transport and pleasure trips, but also the movements of the armed troops of reaction. There remained, rowing against this current, the skepticism of socialist leaders, politicians, the great hesitation of labor markets and unions. When the first factories lowered the rebel flags and evacuated, there were voices lashing out against anarchist adventurism and accusing it of stupid infantilism, of lack of lucidity, lack of dialectic. Among the most serious, the impassive Gramsci, the doubter of doubts. Old Malatesta remembered very well the little professor's editorial in L'Ordine Nuovo. The old insults, the old prejudices of yesteryear recooked in modern sauce, nothing new. More than a speech to the anarchists, it was an indictment, or rather, a sentence. Anarchism is the elementary subversive conception of every oppressed class, and it is the diffuse consciousness of every dominant class. Since all class oppression has taken shape in a state, anarchism is the elementary conception which poses in the state in itself and for itself the reason for all the miseries of the oppressed class. The conception specific to the working class is not anarchism, but Marxist communism. Anarchism has been the marginal conception of any oppressed class. Chatter, doctrinaire trivialities, obvious pretexts. Excuses for sitting idly by and doing nothing. For Malatesta, since we were at the ball, we might as well dance, there was no need to discuss further. For the revolution, we did not need the peasant and crude wisdom of the harvest, and in the eternal and patiently waiting for the right moment, there was the risk of drowning, of dying. Why not before, then, or at least now? Naturally, the old man was aware that the initial momentum was weakening, but his idea of social uprising was broader and was always based on the importance, political and social, of example. He still believed in some form of contagion. From factories, construction sites, this spark could spread to the countryside or, better still, to towns, neighborhoods, barracks. This hope seemed, briefly, to be realized and verified, to take shape, when the fire began to rage again on the Adriatic, precisely, once again from Ancona. It was a strange June, a month of prodigious events and disappointments, perhaps the moment when Italy first seriously approached the Great Leap. Urban guerrilla and bersagliers ready to mutiny, trade unionists and anarchists for once allied in the streets and, at their side, the common people of the streets in tumult. Laborers and workers, sea workers and women, lots of women. The government had been taken by surprise, as if surprised by the almost immediate propagation effect, which saw the rest of the marches, part of Umbria, and almost the entire Romagna ignite with equal ardor. While the troops were moving up the peninsula from Rome to crush the revolt movements, the towns of Gisi, Terni, Macerata, Fano, Pesaro, Forli, Cesena, Rimini, Foligno were unleashed without precise plan, without order. Then, obviously, military force prevailed, the army won. The repression was merciless and ferocious, it did not take half measures. The labor exchanges and socialists had already withdrawn and the strike continued only through inertia. There remained the mark left by these uprisings, almost a symbol, and for Malatesta, it was a challenge that had to be taken up. These had been spontaneous, uncoordinated impulses, but this too had to be gauged, recorded. If the dialectic envisaged nothing of this kind, Too bad for it, he reflected with bitterness and impatience. The impossibility of victory was not a sufficient reason to wait. We want the revolution, the victorious revolution, therefore all the revolts which remain isolated remain for this reason even powerless. This displeases us because they are a waste of forces. But revolts still break out, whether we like it or not. And what happens in Italy is what has always happened on the eve of all great revolutions, a series of protests, attempts, conflicts with the public force, attacks against property, uprisings, revolts which become ever more frequent and more conscious. Always postponing the movement until later is today such an error that in its practical results it amounts to a betrayal. Movements emerge spontaneously, they must immediately be valued, supported, extended. During these days, precisely, at the Congress of the Italian Anarchist Union, in Bologna, the old leader returned to speak, looking for someone to listen. To the delegates, the survivor of exile confirmed the necessity of action, impossible to reject, and gave a theory lesson illustrated with a program. 20 years later, the pattern was still the same, precisely identical, these 7 points of sober dryness, almost laconic. But while he was haranguing the crowd on Rue Nosatella, Malatesta felt inside himself an intimate and desperate blockage. They were alone. Even if, after years of stupidity, enormous errors, and debacles, the anarchist movement was getting back on its feet, it was a fact, the anarchists were left alone, or almost. All these great preachings were blown away by the wind. There was a program. There was an analysis of the situation and the forces at play. There was also the clear desire to act, to rebel. What was missing were simply allies. Revolts break out anyway, said the old man, but now he also guessed the bitter outcome. They break out anyway and they will be defeated despite our great efforts, our choices. Now it became an already written script, a comedy or a tragedy. The final act was the occupation of the factories in Milan, with Malatesta and the comrades repeating the usual mantra, a dark refrain: do not leave the metal workers alone, enter into struggle, unite with the movement, do not give them no respite. Take possession of the wealth that is within your reach, drive out the bosses, and come to an agreement among all for the continuation of productive work and the exchange of products. You will have made the revolution without shedding a drop of blood. It was a last, and vain, appeal, or an incantation. It was necessary, if not to hope, to imagine. As for blood, the illusion was certainly suggestive, but forced. Malatesta knew this, of course, it is always a problem of strength. Without shedding a drop of blood, more than a prophecy, it was an omen. We do not believe in placid sunsets. We know that today, as always, the problem is, and will remain, a problem of force. Though without a drop of blood will remain, unfortunately. A way of speaking. But this is only one side of the question, not the most serious and certainly not the most urgent. No matter how much Malatesta implored, urged, prayed, the metal workers remained isolated. At the beginning of September, the SI withdrew and the union rethought its entire practice, trying to negotiate. For those who had believed or hoped, it was a very unpleasant Scottish shower. Even revolution became a way of speaking, flatus vocis. 20 days later, government, industrialists, trade unionists reached an agreement, signaling the end of the game. Factories reopened, the curtain fell. At the Lenin of Italy the picture appeared devastating and devastated. True to himself, he persisted, trying to delude himself. Union control, once direct worker action and the revolutionary threat are stopped, is a grandiose fraud. Workers will leave the factories with the feeling of having been betrayed, they will come out with rage in their hearts and with plans for revenge. They will get out this time, but they will learn the lesson. The revolution remains necessary and imminent. In Rome. No placid sunsets, he had written, and for once, he had been a prophet, a quasi-soothsayer. It wasn't very difficult, anyway. It is a natural law and occurs, we grow old and we begin to die, we become soft. No placid sunsets, no parties. Nothing that could end well. He wasn't surprised, of course, he understood. What bothered him, perhaps, was the bitter coincidence of a decline, a venomous decline that went far beyond his singular person and took with it dreams, hopes, visions of the future, sandcastles. Time was against him, and that's commonplace. But there weren't any others ready to replace him. All that remained of his old energy was a handful of laughable habits, and that was about it. Letters to comrades, readings, conspiratorial behavior, writing. It wasn't that long ago, he thought now, nailed to his oxygen tank in the living room, that he still allowed himself a few pale apparitions outside his home, 3 steps in the neighborhood, simple things. A small glass of wine at the bistro or the barber on Rue Betolo, tiny rights. The fascists, poor health and old age had taken that away from him too, without consideration. No placid sunsets, no parties. 2 years earlier, poor old man, he could still celebrate what was celebratory, sarcastic, and mock the past, sabotaging it. Every October 17th, punctual, he took Elena to Ponte Milvio to drink a cold white wine and eat cod under a pergola, until his stomach burst. He was celebrating the anniversary of the last of his arrests, the jail, and an occasion for love that was still alive. Now he even felt nostalgia for this dark farce, this setup. He certainly didn't make a tragedy out of it, but it weighed on him. Again, memories and memories, torture. Regrets and more regrets, unconfessable. That they stuck to him was normal. That they wanted to imprison him was obvious. Now that the strikes were over, and ended badly, and the factories reopened, the uprisings extinguished, the anarchist leader felt the breath of the cops on his neck, and no matter how hard he hid, he was done. Days of riding syncopated between March and Emilia, days spent changing beds and roofs every night. From the end of the summer of 1920, Malatesta only remembered a feeling of distress, now diffuse, a heavy climate of surrender and resignation. The revolution that he had defined as imminent, necessary, seemed to be diluted in a distant future, too distant. For the moment, the big business seemed to be to save one's skin, to stay outside. They were mad at him, they were looking for him, the bosses and those in power wanted revenge, to settle their scores. A little late, he played hide and seek, he slipped away, but without any illusion, obviously. Just a matter of time, he reasoned. Of days, of minutes, of hours, perhaps of months. The days that dragged on and the months stretched out as best they could, in confusion. As compensation, the torch of a senile love, the final approach. But evil tongues and insinuating, gossipy chatter followed him everywhere, much to his chagrin. Even inside his house, even in his bed. It was in Milan, several months earlier, that he had met Elena Melli and they had started living together, like lovebirds. An individualist anarchist worker, a woman in distress, at least that's what the bad guys said, he found her fantastic, in his own way. In the eyes of the malicious, it seemed a comical affair, a little disordered, the calculation of an opportunist, of a slut. The old leader and the equivocal, dissipated young woman. What the hell did they know, what did they want? Moralism of bigoted anarchists, prejudices of morons, of Philistines. They were scandalized by the desires of an old man? Poor idiots. But it only lasted a moment. The time of being on the run was destined to run out quickly. The vast roundup which, in mid-October 1920, brought half of the anarchist movement to prison, almost everywhere, injured Malatesta, giving him, quite rightly, the effect of a de profundis. On the 13th, they had taken Borghi, in Bologna, and half of the editorial staff of Umanità Nova, in Milan. 2 days later, it was his turn, with Carlo Frigerio, then, one after the other, it was the turn of Fabri, Sartini, D'Andrea, Bonazzi, Giovannetti, Mesca and Di Vittorio. Anarchists and syndicalists, agitators, the last dreamers of a world that would never be. He had not even had time to write about a first wave of repression, and he had realized that this wave was in fact a real tidal wave, definitive. Prison, for him, was just a detail. He had gotten used to it. This time it was something more that ended, that was all. So, concrete days in San Vittore prison, stagnant days. Later, Borghi would tell him that he had worried a lot about him, having feared the worst. In the cell next door, his friend heard him coughing all night, bronchial spasms of a tireless old man who had not spared himself. But what broke him more than the cough was the inaction, the immobility, the helplessness, a fatal doubt about what to do. The Italian street no longer moved, absent and empty. And no one complained about it either. The Prime Minister had illusions, or rather, he was provocative. In March, Malatesta and his comrades began a hunger strike, and someone decided to avenge them and do it in style. For him, now locked without horizons between four thick walls, the news of the massacre was a bitter, catacombal surprise. The idiots who had wanted to leave this mark of blood and death were only completing the lowering of the curtain. In prison, only truncated news and distorted rumors reached him. Someone had placed a bomb at the Kursaal Diana Circus Theatre, near the Venice Gate. The last operetta, Lehar's Blue Mazurka, was being performed. A clumsy performance was interrupted by the devastating explosion of a bomb. We knew the toll, 21 dead and more than 100 injured, but we had no certainty about the perpetrators and their instigators. For Malatesta, in fact, it was colossal, immoral idiocy. It was only with time, the days that stagnate and the years that fly by quickly, breathlessly, that he could have tempered this judgment, convoluted his reasoning, contorted himself and ventured into slippery terrain, justified. The immediate consequence was the obligation to end the strike. But, he remembered now, and even now, he couldn't believe it. He wanted to understand, to see clearly. The political judgment, for him crystal clear, was destined to turn out to be erroneous, irrelevant. Who benefits from the crime? He asked himself, and the answer seemed almost self-evident to him. The crime of the Diana, apart from the poor victims and their desolate families, could only harm us, as a party and as men. A perfectly sane, precise, reasonable point of view, but intended to be, in essence, contradicted. They can't be anarchists, it's too stupid, the old man had thought, in the urgency of the moment, but despite himself, he had had to resign himself to another, more embarrassing truth. The tom-tom of the prison, this sound of the tin spoons on the cell bars and in the windows, these notes passed furtively from hand to hand or hidden in the bread crumbs, in the bowls, had ended up giving him other solid clues, a certainty. The ineffable someone was one of them. The attack bore the anarchist's signature, the seal of the pure and harsh individualist brand. The fury was replaced by the most radical embarrassment, a great discomfort. The bombers were back. The names, the faces, the companions in captivity sought to remain vague. To the old man who demanded to know immediately and without delay, they gave laconic answers. They took their time. Useless precautions, empty precautions. By dint of returning to the charge, by dint of insisting, the names came out, little by little. Giuseppe Mariani, Ettore Agugini, Giuseppe Boldrini. It was they who had planted the bomb. What the investigations had not clarified, and which remains a mystery, and which the anarchists stubbornly kept quiet, was the role of a fourth accomplice, a woman. Those who knew these three, however, could not be wrong. It was commonplace. It could only be Elena Melli. Once again, the suspicions, the bitter words, the whispered accusations, the paranoias. The hypothesis that his wife, ignored by the agents, never pursued, could be a provocateur and an infiltrator, Malatesta never took seriously. he never had the slightest hesitation on this subject. There remained a gray area, and a big hassle. Whatever it was, and however stupid and even suicidal the attack remained, these people were still anarchists, companions. What the hell could he say now? What could he invent? Improvise. 2 years later, returning, unwillingly, to the Diana era, Malatesta no longer tried to justify them, but persisted in understanding, in making distinctions. In retrospect, he felt that he had not been convincing. Completely agreed to condemn the Diana attack, like all similar acts, which are also stupid because they go against the goal they pursue. But I said that these assassins are also saints and heroes, and, against this assertion, friends protest. I can only confirm what I said. When I think of everything I learned from Mariani and Agug and when I think of the good sons and brothers they were, I cry over their fate, I cry over the fate that made of these noble natures of assassins. The dynamiters of the Diana were carried away by a noble passion, and every man should stop before them thinking of the devastation that a passion, even sublime, can produce in the human brain. Assassins, saints, stupid, unconscious. He was trying to square the circle, trying hard. Over the years, this very complicated theme, violence, would end up occupying him enormously, and, in the long run, he would end up writing on it again, differently. For him it was a raw nerve, a wound, or intermittent torment of his conscience. Ironically, the more the climate outside grew heavier and more explosive, the more, deep within, the old man ruminated on his own and very special, combative asceticism, and another, less impetuous, philosophy. The old diatribes on the legitimacy of demonstrative action, of the great exemplary gesture, of terrorism, had been upgraded and surpassed by excessive events. The fascist bans and the march on Rome, the assassination of Matteotti, the authorities and the bosses had shamelessly thrown off the mask, and the knot of violence had ended up exploding in their hands and becoming muddled. Not that he wanted to play the candid or the little saints, but he was always more suspicious of force, in whatever sauce it was served. No placid sunsets, obviously, no caresses, but also no illusions about supermen or chatter, nice phrases for effect. It was necessary to respond to power, to the violence and arrogance of power, with violence, another violence. But with great caution, circumspection, with extreme attention, a lot of common sense. He had spoken about it at a meeting of the Arditi del Popolo, Valle Aurelia. To the comrades who wanted the line, he gave a crystal clear speech. Against violence, nothing to do. But only to the extent that it serves, just enough. What is necessary to overcome, and then that is enough. Really nothing more, and nothing worse. We must preach and prepare for violence if we do not want the current condition of latent slavery in which the vast majority of humanity finds itself to continue and worsen. But it contains within it the danger of transforming the revolution into a brutal melee, and we must therefore insist on the necessity and the duty of containing violence within the limits of strict necessity. We say that violence is justifiable, that it is good, that it is just, when it is used for the defense of oneself and others, but only for defense. All the violence necessary to win, but nothing more or worse. Besides, going wild, imposing their tyranny, breaking everything, it was others who were doing it then. And without risks. The anarchists were in jail, or on the run, and the fascists reigned in the streets, covered by the police and the bourgeoisie. Absolved by the court, Malatesta, Borghi, and all the others found themselves forced to flee, their backs to the wall. Even Milan was becoming a hostile environment. Fascist attacks had become a daily trap, and Malatesta and his associates decided to move with their newspaper to Rome, and without delay. It was only supposed to be a tactical withdrawal, a stage. Poor naive people. In the kitchen, the calendar of Angelus et Fils reminded him that more than 11 years had passed since he came to Rome in 1921. 11 years of immobility, of slowed time, 11 years of disappointed impatience, always denied. Thinking about it now, in the thick darkness of the small living room, the old man could not explain how he could have been so wrong. He had given fascism up for lost, dismantled in pieces, from the beginning, and he was very wrong. He had deceived himself. Typical of him, to always see the glass half full, and it was not a good method, prophetic. An optimistic Cassandra, what a contradiction. Nothing to do, everything was now recorded, black and white. He had written these words that year, still in Milan. Just reading them again made him turn red with shame. Fascism does not want to die, but whatever it does, its days are numbered. Born for multiple reasons, some ideal, others filthily venal, it was able to grow and reach gigantic proportions. But today, his task is finished. He has rendered the services he could render to the government and the bourgeoisie and will soon be abandoned and, if necessary, persecuted because from now on he constitutes a danger to the very cause he was called to defend. Fascism is moribund and before long it will be well and truly dead and buried. Afterwards, what he led here, in the triumphal district, was not a life. In the 11 years since he had moved to Rome, on Andrea Doria Street, he had seen his world shrink to his house, and Italy, decked out in the painful fascist uniform, had been transformed into a prison. The rhetoric of the empire, the grandiose filth, this gutted city, turned inside out like a sock, modernized. The old man, perplexed, could not believe it. He remained a stranger, and continued to unwind the thread of his thoughts, to weave threads. Around him, an entire neighborhood, a city, and beyond, the country too, perhaps the world had changed. There wasn't much longer, he now felt that he wouldn't have much longer. That was the way it was and that was the way it happened and amen, that's it. In the eternal twilight of the dwelling, he felt that he was going out like a lamp, but it was not even a personal fact, and there was more to think about. In the long run, what had saved him was the old habit of work, his profession, and Rome, for him, had also been the last shop, in the Lateran. One of its layers, full of tools, machines, printing presses, electrician, cyclist work. He took the tram in the morning in Prati, crossed the river, crossed Ostens, via Merulana. 8, 9, 10 hours of hammer work, welding, 8, 9, 10 hours climbing to work on ladders threatened with collapse. They still let him do it, that was already something. In his free time, he still had space to theorize, to conspire, to organize something, to at least try. Its last horizon still steep and open, still free, the brickworks, Valle Aurelia, the Valle del Inferno, fields, swamps, streams. Where he lived, Rome was beginning to end, always changing, and this moving border fascinated him. But the circle had begun to tighten, mercilessly, and the cops had been pressed against him, at his door. Comrade Mussolini was mad at him, it was obvious, and the punishment he had chosen for him was the worst, a false freedom, the last joke. Friends send me a clipping from Corriere degli Italiani which concerns me. This is an interview with Mussolini in which he, to demonstrate that in Italy we enjoy freedom, is said to have said, as evidenced by the anarchist Malatesta who, after having made all the European police tremble, lives now quietly in Rome without anyone thinking of disturbing him. One could point out to Mussolini that it is a strange way of respecting a man's freedom to search his house, to follow him in the street, to mistreat his relatives and those who visit him or whom he visits and to prevent him, like everyone else, from speaking and writing freely and from meeting with his comrades. As for politics, all he had left was the newspaper, Pensiero e Volonta. The choice to transfer Umanità Nova to Rome, in 1921, had been dictated by calculations of logistical opportunity, of prudence, but Rome, now, was exactly like Milan, worse perhaps. The advent of fascism had changed the situation, and forever. Confined at home, Malatesta wrote rare, very bitter letters. The chronicle of the erection, total, capillary, irrepressible, of an integral domination, of a dictatorship. A monotonous succession of abuses, antics, tyrannies. On the second anniversary of Matati's assassination in 1926, he described the situation with bitter irony. Fascists and police are more enraged than ever, and in all the eccentric neighborhoods of Rome, these bands of thugs, supported by the faithful cops, roamed the streets snatching their scarves from passers-by. The police had also seized the issue of the magazine from Sacco and Vanzetti, and, from his home, they had taken Matati's bust, a simple plaster cast, and a letter that Vanzetti had written to him in person. What the hell could anyone do or try in such a climate? In a text published in Umanita Nova, Malatesta already gave himself the only possible answer, and he was right. Unable to do anything else, let's become anarchists. More than a grotesque joke asterisk, a real program. In any case, there was no other option, no alternative route, no credible guarantees of better days. Unable to do anything else, let's prepare for tomorrow, without certainties. Becoming strong, strong enough to be able to act without needing others, that's what it takes. Then others will seek us out and follow us. Propaganda, propaganda, propaganda. Make the anarchists, unite, organize, explore the problems of today and tomorrow. But he was locked in his house, watched. 2 cops on the doorstep, night and day, another duo at the door of the building, on the sidewalk. The crows of Andrea Doria Street, the vultures. When he could still go out, he would find them behind him, diligent pots of glue, and if it wasn't him that it happened, it was her. There was never any privacy, there was no space. He felt like he was under glass, it was very strange. Every second, every moment, monitored, each singular, controlled moment, it looked like a laboratory experiment. And what was most exasperating was the farce, the enormous hypocrisy of an imposture. They kept him under lock and key, under their fire, and they said he was free, very free. They threw this special and obsessive surveillance in his face, imperturbable, we do it for you, to protect you. He should have even said thank you to them, mind you. And then there were only noises, echoes, rumors, the clamor of battle, although not distant. The bands of fascists, in black shirts, these gangs in the streets, the threats. The neighborhood under siege, upside down, and no police, nothing. They were circling on open vans, shouting excitedly, "Tonight bloodbath in the Triumphal." But with complete impunity, freely. No one opposed them, no one was just on guard. And then it was bragging, painful chatter. Personally, he was not afraid, he was calm. He had already seen them in action when he could go out, when he was free, not much. These days, or rather these last nights, gangs of young thugs in black shirts have been wandering around the neighborhood bawling and threatening, nothing serious. They sang a kind of song whose refrain was, "We must kill Baldacci, Bansi, Lucchetti, and Malatesta." But I often walk past their headquarters, through their groups, and no one says anything to me. I only met one, once, and he gave me the military salute. Not the Roman salute. Memories from the day before yesterday, a prehistory, memories from beyond the grave, archaeology. They had condemned him to isolation in his own house, absurdly, and there was nothing to do, nothing to say. He was left with the inadequate weapon of irony, of dark sarcasm. In letters to friends, laconic, fragmentary, massacred by censorship, whitewashed, he kept count of his Argo sins at the door, almost with pride. It was his rating on the stock exchange of reaction, of terror. Was he still scary? He was surprised. As for me, this is the regime to which I am subject. The police at the door day and night, if I go out, they follow me step by step, if I don't go out, they come to my house to see if I'm there, if I take a car or another car, they want to get into, If I go to someone's house, they want to enter too, and, if the master of the house objects, they prevent me from entering. We have 3 guards at the door of the house who are there day and night, 2 follow me wherever I go, and 1 follows Elena. We cannot visit friends so as not to compromise them, and we must let people know not to come to our house so as not to be reported and compromised. So almost complete isolation. I'm still in the same situation, a little worse even. Now we have 6 policemen at the door, 4 for me, 1 for Elena, 1 for Gemma. In addition, there is a car in which 2 of my police officers ride, while the other 2 follow me on foot or by tram. Of his last trip, an excursion outside the city, a trip to the countryside, he retained an unpleasant but lucid memory. Bronchitis and catarrh tormented him, and, in agreement with the doctor, a friend of his, he had decided to try the sea air to recover. They had conceded it to him, reluctantly, and so they left for Terracina. He had set out with Gemma in mid-July, and behind, a whole exaggerated escort. 20 police officers, just for them, headed by a commissioner who has the reputation of being the worst in Rome. Definitely, great company, real happiness. Short days contemplating the sea and the deserted beach, the rare bathers, the buffaloes grazing in the reeds, and, far away in the azure, on the horizon, beyond the mist, the vain mirage of Ponza, of Ventotene. Days of special solitude and silence. They kept him isolated, without contact. There was no way to have a beer or a glass of wine in peace. He remembered a small restaurant by the sea, the chipped countertop, nets, traps and starfish on the walls. One afternoon, I enter a restaurant by the sea, I ask for a glass of beer, I stay a bit looking at the sea, I drink, I pay and I leave. As soon as I walked away a little, a policeman called the waiter and asked him what I said. Completely surprised, the waiter replied, "Nothing, he had a beer, he paid for it and left." "It's okay," replies the policeman, "but if he comes back, be careful not to talk to him if you don't want to risk going to prison. This is the famous one, etc., and we are here to watch over him and prevent him from escaping." But he wasn't going to run away, it was too late now. Apart from the fascists, apart from the cops, he felt that he was fading away, fading away. Even though he pretended nothing, he was sick. It wasn't just age, which was already a condemnation. Rotten bronchial tubes that groaned, weighed down with snot, creaking joints, extreme heaviness, great slowness. Not a season or a type of weather suited him, and no warmth consoled him any more. He hadn't run away, so he couldn't. And then, to go where, to do what? Some companions had proposed a grand and incredible escape plan to him. They wanted to kidnap him and take him away on an airplane. It was enough, they said, for him to go out to Salaria, to go towards Rome. He found it funny. Vanish into the fog, take flight. But it was not for him, he was not Cafiero. Andrea Doria Street, its last landscape, the whole world. Here he was and he remained, surviving with great difficulty, living with great difficulty. No escape possible, no escape. He had to stay good and quiet, and didn't want to. "I don't need to be quiet, I suffer, on the other hand, because I am obliged to remain quiet," he wrote to Virginia D'Andrea. Then night fell, and the neighborhood fell silent, finding peace, while within it, there was no longer tranquility or joy. In the whispering silence of the triumphal, with the noise of plates and cutlery clashing in the kitchens, a few drunken songs, very rarely and, always, the purring of the oxygen tank, torture. Background rumor of a never placid sunset, of a decline. Being anarchists. Already, the word doing made him sad, he who, from then on, no longer did anything, no longer even went out. But he was tired. Of infinite weariness. Exhausted. The slightest movement, any small daily gesture, was now for him an enterprise, a sad adventure. Even the frugal dinner exhausted him. His final helplessness irritated him. He felt absurd guilt. Old age and health problems. That's what he was dying of, old age. It didn't change much, he felt guilty, he had to. For once, he indulged in a few tearful, heartbreaking sentences. It's not that he felt sorry for himself, he complained. I spend a large part of the day half asleep, like an idiot, and on the other hand I experience the intimate tragedy of my soul, that is to say that I am moved by the great affection that my comrades have for me. And at the same time, I torment myself with the thought of having little deserved it and, what is much worse, for the growing awareness of perhaps not being able to do anything in the future. I study, I write with a view to the future, and since I cannot provoke events, I wait for them. But that was only half true. Deprived of the future, of a future, he was left with the present, maintaining it immediately. He meditated, let's say, he persisted in thinking, in elaborating, in uttering old thoughts, in making them leaven. Towards the end, he became ascetic, by force, but his soul was awake, it was active, and in his last writings, the old man finally found the right voice, the appropriate tone. It had taken him a lifetime, not that much. Anarchy as hatred of power, nonviolence, anarchy as liberation. On the tidy desk, he kept a few sheets of paper, a weak lamp, and a tin pot containing the pencils. No special legacy or will. Just a few fleeting scribbles, sketches, notes. Anarchy means nonviolence, non-domination of man over man, non-imposition by force of one or more on others. It is only through the harmonization of interests, voluntary cooperation, love, respect, reciprocal tolerance, it is only through persuasion, example, contagion, and the mutual benefit of benevolence that can and anarchy must triumph, that is to say a society of freely united brothers which ensures maximum freedom, maximum development, maximum possible well-being for all. What matters most is that the people, the men, lose the herd instinct and habits that millennial slavery instilled in them, and learn to think and act freely. And it is to this great work of liberation that anarchists must devote themselves. Notes on a novel that is not a novel. The legend is truer than the story, more interesting. When Errico Malatesta wrote these words while speaking of the Paris Commune, long years of historicism were burned in one sentence and a terra incognita opened up where political action, struggle, propaganda also began to become unknown again, adventures. Nearly a century later, it is also a challenge for the narrator. The legend is truer than the story, more interesting. In the case of Malatesta, the assertion is twice true and inevitable. For someone like him, so reluctant to talk about oneself, good or bad, forcing the boundary between truth and falsehood is imperative. A life of adventure, enterprise, reflection, passed over in silence, buried, the combination, for those who tell stories, is irresistible. An excess of clues, pieces of evidence, traces, documents and not even a common thread asterisk likely to give it meaning, a direction. Papers piled up, leaflets, pamphlets, treatises, newspaper articles, posters, and not a bit of autobiographical confession, nothing intimate. It's a void to fill, an opportunity. Remedy his silence, give it a voice. When he entered history, it was thanks to the police prose of the prefecture, the day he died, it was still police officers who told the story. By writing, we try to subvert this pattern. This is not the only point, but it is also, to remove it from this prose, from this style. This is the duty of literature, without aesthetics, to work on the body the language of power, to explode it. As for specialisms, it's another curse, an inert weight. You have to dig deeper, imagine. The works are there, a dead letter, but who was Malatesta? It remains doubtful. You have to invent your legend, in a purely arbitrary manner. When I started writing Errico Malatesta, I felt that the crux was that, an uncertainty. and the quote from Vico that I chose as an excerpt for this novel, which is not one, refers precisely to this, in a coherent manner. Memory is the same thing as imagination. All things considered, true and false do not matter. You have to have a perspective, a vision. You have to have a pretext, even if it is abusive. Mine is the building on Rue Andrea Doria, this marble slab full of reluctance. They had exiled him there, walled up alive, and that's where I wanted to imagine him, now sick, tired, ruminating on his memories. 4 rooms, an oxygen tank, too many memories, and a terrible feeling of helplessness. What the hell was Malatesta thinking in these last days, in his twilight? I was struck by his last letters. They were extraordinary, in a tone floating between resignation, anger, crazy hopes. Unable to provoke events. I wait for them. Clear and bitter words, very lucid. Nothing whiny or recriminatory. This could be a good starting point. Anarchists have one fault: they are rhetorical. History has marginalized them, ostracized them, and the reaction has often been consolatory. We always risk sanctification and hagiography. Calendars of libertarian saints and other idiocies are multiplying on the web. There is a certain stench of incense that is unbearable. If I had reservations and doubts, they came from there. It's understandable. This is why I chose to tell it backwards, from the end, when the lamp was weak and faded, almost extinguished, when there was nothing left to do and he was without resources or a future. The theater of memory, political weapon, the torture of memories, an agony. A life of enterprises and entries on the scene and of struggles reduced to a closure of remembrance, to the boredom of the hermit, to slow patience. What remained was the intense activity of an absorbed mind. This old man wanted, at least that's how I imagined him, not to take stock, but to understand. But no petty double-entry accounting, no sense of belonging, no bourgeois wisdom. We neither win nor lose, we live and we spend ourselves, by experimenting. In libertarian thought, there is this absurd constancy, a condemnation. We lose by being right, we continue to lose and we continue to be right, always, and whatever happens. We live by receiving slaps and posthumous tributes. In the case of Malatesta, there is no doubt. All his life, he always tried, challenged times and times, which had contradicted him too many times, ironically ended up bowing to his intuitions. It's like this, always, and whatever happens, it's inevitable. Yesterday as today. This applies to the history of political thought between the 19th and 20th centuries. This applies to the most immediate past. Nearly 20 years ago, the enthusiasts of Seattle were considered dreamers and smoking brains. Today, their provocations, their slogans, even the most extreme and the most radical, the most advanced, have become common sense, banality. We lose by being right, that's all. To learn geography, draw maps. Today that the world is entirely grid, scanned by satellites, spied on, the advice of old Van Loon seems obsolete, but we always have the possibility of inventing a separate world, an autonomous zone, spaces temporarily released. We resist in the manner of the unknown natives of the great Elysee Reclus, the anarchist geographer, by placing ourselves sideways, by evading ourselves, or by making ourselves invisible in daring unexplored elsewhere. In Malatesta's life there is a gap that exasperates this enormous paradox and explains it best. He, who had traveled the length and breadth of the world, now saw this world shrinking and, for the vast horizons of the past, had now been replaced by a static, dark, and imposed perspective. Imagining him in this no man's land, prey to doubt, suited me. As a revolutionary, Malatesta was truly an Ulysses of anarchy, and his entire career was a journey of self through the myths that the obligatory tranquility of the end neither confirms nor denies it, it makes it a legend. This imprecise, vague, potential aura seemed fascinating to me and I wanted to tell it from the inside. We are what we are, but in time and space, in situation. You should never have too many illusions. In Sociology and Topography, he wrote, we do not go where we want to go, but where the road we have taken leads. His anarchy was a restless common sense that didn't tell stories.